this kind of activity of being Serbi Kamarareg is actually turned out to be a preservative for the safety of Jews in Europe. Now, it also meant, however, that as we saw in the earlier diagram of the two arrows with the king and the pope facing to each other, the church-state power was often fought over who controlled the Jews. Sometimes, if the church was especially doctrinaire and wished to impose certain, pious, wish to impose some pious persecution of the Jews on some doctrinal point, and the king was not powerful enough to protect them, then he would lose that revenue stream. On the other hand, there were times when the king could become heavily indebted to the Jews and would find it much more expedient to simply cancel his debts by expelling them, and the church might be powerless to protect the Jews who were, after all, given a particular slot in eschatological history by people like St. Augustine, saying that the Jews have to serve as a witness. So the Jews were kind of like buffeted by powerful forces, much more powerful than they, largely because of their business acumen. So at this point, I've given you kind of a sense of like where they fit in the economic structure. I'd like to talk next about how they exactly made that money. First, in terms of commerce, and then in terms of finance. Okay, so we've already discussed how the Jews are not especially so attracted to farming, right? Not such a great profession for Jews. But one of the areas where Jews chose to excel and have a very, very long history is in commerce. We've also looked in previous classes at the Radhanites, who are probably the most famous of the Jewish travelers and international commercial agents of the 9th century. It's described by Muslim historiography. This particular map, which kind of like gives you, I think, a little bit of an exaggerated picture, but it errs a little bit on the side of expansion. But the blue routes are the ones that are associated with the Radhanites, and the pink ones are the ones that connect to it. But it gives you a sense of how these Radhanites, who were probably based in southern France on the Rhone River, nevertheless had an amazing trade network that extended over all of the known world at that time. The risks and benefits of commerce. Well, the risks are pretty obvious, right? You're traveling, you're going to dangerous places, people don't necessarily know you there, you've got to get your goods over land or over sea, all kinds of things can go wrong, but the benefits are huge. The profit margin can be massive, especially if you pick up some lightweight goods like silks or spices, very popular in the West, and you bring them over there, the markup can be massive and you can really bring in a lot of cash. There is a huge amount of profit to be had for a relatively smaller amount of effort. Some risk, as we saw earlier, for example, the Maimonides family was impoverished when the elder brother of Moses Maimonides was at sea with his worldly goods, and the ship sank, causing Maimonides to have to take up a position as a physician, which he turned out to do very well at, and also as an unpaid rabbi. But these commercial sellers had a tremendous amount of possibility for profit if they did it well. And also, it's a collective effort where, it's not so much that you personally have to schlep across the Mediterranean to get the goods and bring them back. You just have to know the right people who make much smaller journeys on your behalf, especially as you become much more established. The dangers of travel and transport are huge, but as the economy begins to develop and these trade networks, we can actually see how they expand over time. They're seen to be profitable by everyone involved, and so they are generally very protected, especially in the Islamic areas where you have, everything is under Muslim rule rather than a patchwork of different rules of warring regions. And the Jews have a leg up in this. The Jews, of course, were not the only international travelers, and the Jews were not at all the only international commercial agents, but they did have a decided advantage which made them disproportionately important to international trade. This diaspora advantage includes a few things. First of all, the Jews have a common language. So when they are traveling to far-flung regions, you can have a Jew from England communicating with a Jew from Central Asia because they've got a common language in Hebrew. That's an incredibly important thing. Now, they might not be deeply fluent in Hebrew, but they certainly know enough to engage in the basic communication and negotiation for price and goods and so on. Secondly, also extremely important, they have a unified legal system, and maybe even more important than the system, the norms, expectations, how commerce is done. If you can imagine even today walking, if you've ever gone, for example, to the Arab Shuk long before it was as dangerous as it is now, but if you went into the Arab Shuk and you didn't know the kind of culture of negotiation of how you're not supposed to pay the first price they mention, and you're only supposed to negotiate in good faith if you really will buy it, all kinds of things like that. You might not necessarily know those rules. Well, because the Jews are all steeped in the same Talmudic tradition, with the same laws and the same avenues of appeal, if they feel that they're not being treated appropriately in a financial endeavor, then you have a whole system, a whole structure that allows it to take place. If you can imagine a Christian traveling deep in Muslim territory, let's say in what would be contemporary Iraq, he would feel extremely out of place, especially after the Crusades. Oh my gosh, be extremely unwelcome. He would not have the built-in support system there that would be able to take him in and would be able to provide food and lodgings for him at a reasonable price and protection from being robbed and so on to allow him to do business. The Jews had these things because of the diaspora itself. Ironically, the diaspora, which was a punishment inflicted upon the Jews, if you want from a theological perspective, or if you want just from a political, historical perspective, the Jews were forced into this scattered exile across all of the known lands of the earth. It actually was able to work to their benefit when they established these far-flung international connections. I can tell you just from my personal experience, there was, I grew up in, I'm going to show you a picture later, I grew up in a far-flung, very remote part of northern Canada, and every year there was a charity collector for the base Yaakov in Montreal, right, a girls' school in Montreal, who would hitchhike all the way up from Toronto. We're talking about hundreds and hundreds of miles. We're literally the only thing beyond the streets that I lived on was the Arctic Circle and North Pole, and he would hitchhike all the way up there for the handful of Jews that lived within a 50-mile radius. And when he got up there, he would, my parents would kick me out of my bedroom, and he would get my bedroom. I would sleep on the sofa in the living room, and that's just the way it was because that was Jewish connection. So the same thing is pertaining in medieval Europe, where Jews are able to travel with much more reliance on the hospitality extended to guests and so on. And this was a massive advantage for them. This is I'm guessing why the Jews developed this unusual habit of playing Jewish geography with one another. I don't know if non-Jews do this, but when Jews meet each other, especially in a setting where they don't expect to meet other Jews like that, almost always the first things they start doing is they start playing a game where they ask, okay, where are you from? Oh, you're from Manitoba. I know some Jews in Manitoba. Do you know the, right? And they start to immediately try to develop a web of connection that makes them feel plugged into the worldwide tribe of Jews. So this Jewish geography game, I wouldn't be surprised if it had its cultural roots deep in the medieval commercial enterprise, where Jews traveling would try to develop a richer network of connections. Now, what did they sell? This is a little bit more controversial. As you can see from this particular image, which depicts a negotiation between a Jewish slave trader and a king over the price of the slaves that are held in manacles there. From the 5th through the 7th century, the most popular items that Jews were selling were luxury items from the East, like perfumes, glassware, still very expensive, silks, and the spices. We already talked about the silk root, the spice root from the East. And these things would be brought towards the West, where Jews were especially associated with that trade. Now, the wise way to conduct trade, of course, is to have your ships full both ways. So if you're traveling out to the east, you have goods from the west to sell to the east, and then you can bring things back from the west. You never have your ships empty as they leave port. So 5th to 7th century, 7th century is significant because that's the beginning of the Muslim expansion, right? The 4th decade of the 7th century is when Islam really started taking off, and by the middle of the 8th century, it's got all of North Africa, Spain, and so on, and quite a bit of the Eastern Mediterranean as well. So after the Islamic expansion, the Jews take a much larger role in the expanded trade across that major cultural political barrier between Christian Europe and Islamic North Africa and the Mediterranean, Eastern Mediterranean. So they're bringing from the west to the east a lot of things that are produced in Europe, like swords, actually. There's a lot of superior steel or iron coming out of Eastern Europe. Furs, right? Very big thing that's not easily available further to the east. So they're bringing the luxury goods that we described earlier to the west, and they're bringing a lot of these raw goods as well to the east. And here's where the more controversial element comes in. In the year 854, a church council banned the trade in Christian slaves. And this is something that we've seen all the way back from the Synod of Elvira in the 4th century and so on, that Christianity may have a problem with slavery in general, but it really has a problem with Jews owning slaves. So there's a lot of bans frequently in medieval history that emphasize the fact that Jews are not allowed to own slaves, and Jews are certainly not allowed to trade in slaves. So when there is a ban on trade in Christian slaves, not only by Jews but by non-Jews as well, so now the Jews become much more important in slave trade because the slaves are largely traded in Iberian markets under Muslim rule, that is in the south part of the Spanish Portuguese peninsula, in places like Granada and so on. So the actual proportion of the Jews involved in the slave trade is very small, right? Only a small number of Jews were engaged in international commerce, and only a small section of the overall commerce was in slaves. But Jews were disproportionate to Christians involved in this trade, and they were definitely dwarfed by the huge amount of slave trade in general by Christians and by Muslims. But on a per capita basis, it's reasonable to assume that just like Jews are overrepresented in commerce in other goods, they're overrepresented in goods like slaves as well. Now, this noxious pattern does not hold true in the same way for the transatlantic slave trade, which was a much larger and in many ways far more exploitative trade when African slaves were sold to the Americas in particular. Certainly there were Jewish slave traders, but they were again a minority among slavers as a whole, and we should bear in mind that this was in the context of the morality and the accepted commercial practices of that day. As offensive as it may seem to us in the 21st century, it was not considered especially offensive in the 8th, 9th, 10th century, with the one exception that Christians um, you know, would not allow the trade of other Christians. When Eastern Europe, which was the main source of slaves at the time, in fact, there are some theoreticians that say that the word Slav is related to the word esclave, or slave. It's also possible in non-Slavic languages it refers to a very different language, like glory.
Yo,
like you say, Slava Bohu.
how are you?
Glory be to God. But be that
How you living, pimp? No, how are you? How'd you find out about me, son? Oh, word. All right. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? I am Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data on the internet than any person ever. According to Economist magazine, data is Earth's #1 resource. That may make me an influential person someday, and if that happens, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy. I'm going to make sure that you have generational wealth and hopefully be able to give you enough money to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How's that sound, son? Word, dog. So I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams, 24 hours a day, and I do so for world peace. I talk about things to end world hunger, like use of agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I talk about ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's worth $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the Life Shark program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land and make it drinkable. How's that sound? Excellent, man. Word. I talk about other things that are important to the world, futurology topics like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like quantum computing, certainly cryptocurrency, de-extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I think that is just an incredible goal. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and the dodo bird after that, which I think would be really cool. I talk about other things that may be of interest to you, your friends, your family. When you were born, the average life expectancy for you was probably about age 80. I want to increase that, if you want, to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as peptides, human growth hormone, stem cells, oxygen therapy, red light therapy, ambrosia therapy, cold shock therapy, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, etc. And you may get to 120 years old. You may say, Rabbi, this has been a really great run. Everything that you said came true. What's the next plan? If you want, and again, this is with your consent, if you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer with your consent, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you, my man, is that you may be able to experience digital immortality. What are your thoughts? Word, dog. That, that's what I'm talking
Honestly,
about.
bro, honestly, bro, about the wealth, I'm pretty low with it. Like, I'm not bigger. You can help everyone else, but I'm no, you said that before, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. That's wonderful to know.
I'm like 4 or 5 months, five Evans,
5 million?
or five Evans, that's five Evans, like service,
Oh, okay. Very well.
yeah, I make servers on it, and I made 160K off one server. It's still running right. It's called Cash RP. Out of over a server called Down RP, I made like I made 70K off, 74K off Down.
You're the man. Good on you, dude.
So yeah, it's like my name is pretty popular on the Italian community. Yeah, man. So right
Absolutely.
now, what I'm doing, we're making a trading market, and I thought it's time to get back to the people that support me and give me all the money, the links to the foundation and shit.
Word.
So we're helping with courses and making it happen.
That's great. It's very lucrative. Good on you. You're very successful.
Yeah, trust me, Jim. I bought my, I bought a new car,
What'd you get?
the Volkswagen Tiger.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
It's a nice one, but get the money. I haven't been sleeping. I don't really sleep that much.
Absolutely. You got that dog in you.
The blinking is it probably really shows that I can't buy it.
Hey, man, that happens. You got that grind in you. That's great.
4 days honestly.
All right.
I
Well,
mean like a couple of hours sleep
that's okay. You can sleep when you're dead. And there's a way that you may be able to escape that.
yeah. I'll skate that when I get 5 months. But it's alright because we're making lots of crypto so
Yeah, you are.
I'm pushing to 400K now. So at
Good on
my
you.
age I'm pushing 18 so
Excellent, man. Well, you're kicking ass taking names.
yeah.
Excellent. What do you like to bake?
I have the watermelon ice right now. I have Mr. Blue and strawberry leopard.
Very good. All right. What are your hobbies aside from building servers?
Yeah, it's building service is my hobby. Just giving people joy. Obviously, I'm getting money off of it, off making service. But yeah, just bring back people, give them joy. You know what I'm saying? They just donate. They just donate if they want to. Not to make it expensive. So if they donate, it's for their own, like not for me. They just want an addition to my server. And sometimes I just throw in a giveaway here and there. And
Word.
give out. Yeah.
Absolutely. Do you stream?
No, I've 1,000 subs though.
All right. Well, that's a start. Excellent. Do you play video games?
Yeah, I play Rust,
Okay.
which brings down my money because I just Rust is a game you have to play every time. So I decently play. I just play it 1 million X and stuff. So if I play official,
You know we're nine months.
100% up.
You know we're 9 months away from Grand Theft Auto 6.
Yeah. It's fine,
Word, dog.
and I'm gonna do a giveaway on my server where like 10 people, buy 10 or 20 people GTA for more than 20.
All right. Well, put me on that list.
I got you.
Thanks, big dog. Hopefully we're viral by then. I appreciate that. So yeah, I live stream my life. I have more social media than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I'm the most archived individual ever. I'm the most video recorded person ever. Most photographed person ever.
It's fucking nice.
We're done.
Bringing up the name, nice, man.
Absolutely. I basically created the world's largest time capsule of human activity.
Wow, also.
Well, you can go back on my streams back to the pandemic and see what life was like. And my life, every moment of every day, essentially, for the last almost 4 years. You can see in the server upper left corner, it says 24/7 YouTube streams. You click that, just put it in a browser, and you'll see I'm live on 22 different streams. Nobody else does that.
Yeah, let's get, just get the word, like, get your money up and stuff. Yeah, you make money off the stream and stuff.
Yeah, I make some.
The income above the K or something.
Overall, it has been, yeah. It varies.
If you want me to help you with the courses, this is like you put in $350. It's basically people, they give me $350. We all go on Solana, crypto, all of that, you know what I'm saying? Like everything. And when they pay me $350, I bring them back a couple of thousand. And who that was much cheaper than this. You know what I'm saying? So like we have this Discord with like 16 people, and we just basically help everyone they get money. It's just you put in $350, you get a couple of $1,000, maybe $1,000.
Yeah, I've gotcha. I'm good for now. Do you ever do Twitter Spaces? Do you ever do Twitter Spaces and promote your server or your program?
I just put it on my Discord. It's like 50,000 people in my Discord.
Can't beat that. How'd you get so many people on your Discord?
I did a lot of promoting for that.
How'd you do it?
Fly them, just make a server, make it look good. People join and be like, this server's fucking nice. And just join the Discord. Most likely, I'll also just join bigger Discord servers, just send out the invitation. And just join.
I gotcha. Very well.
Well, I've got one question before I answer this. So I do have to script some stuff, some servers and shit.
Absolutely.
The name ROTHSCHILD.
Yep.
I've heard it's not a it's like a group.
It's my family.
Oh, you're a Rothschild.
Yeah.
Oh, isn't that a wolf?
Well, some of us are. There are 3,000 of us in the United States alone, thousands of us worldwide. So there are some of us who, are middle class. There are some of us who are extremely wealthy.
Well, I've also got one thing. You know what OSINT is?
Alcint. What's Alcint?
It's something called source intelligence, which we have over 300 billion databases, Google, PayPal, this and that, Jesus, blah, blah, blah. We basically just give out, you know what Intellex is? Intelligence X?
Yeah.
Information. Yeah, we give out intel on people.
Excellent.
Which, do you know what child porn is?
Whoa, what are you talking about?
You know what child porn is?
Get out of here.
No, I swear to God. There's a site called KidFlix.
Dude, get out of here.
No, I swear to God, we got reaches from the sites and we are giving them pedophiles. We're giving them to the police.
Okay, that's good.
That's because we do bad things with the intel and stuff. We sell people's info, but overall, we trying to make
All right,
money.
that's cool, man.
So yeah, so I just the data breaches of society is disgusting. I hate people that watch that stuff for pedophiles. I hate that. We just get them the fuck wrong. I just don't like them. It's bad for everyone. I mean, overall, we need the kids' safety, right? Yo, bro, yeah. Hey, man, I'm gonna dip the around. I'm gonna go script my surgery. I just want to tell y'all, I do good deeds. Overall, everyone makes mistakes, and I'm saying, if you're a disgusting fucking fuck ass pussy bitch that was on the site called Kidflix, you are gonna definitely get given up to police. So everyone that's watching the stream, get the fuck going, get out of here. Yeah, basically it's pretty fucking dumb. I don't support anyone that's supposed to let pedophile. So we give you a love. It's still like easy word. So I want to give out the word me and the piercing, just so me full and the piercing, Pharaoh, exceptional, trap, outside, everyone, pastoral community, you're gonna get given it. So me, the piercing, Pharaoh, blah blah blah, exceptional, trap, you're going to get what I'm saying? That's it. So yeah, have a good day. I'm gonna leave now. I can't get over. So I'll be chilling if you want to find me. Most likely chilling in Manchester. Over there. So hey, yeah, have a good day. Have a good night. It's just like 2 and 12. Oh, yeah, have a good day.
As Eastern Europe is increasingly Christianized towards the later part of the Middle Ages, then of course that becomes an area that is off limits to slave traders as well, and much of it will shift even further towards Africa, where there are still larger proportions of non-Christians available for sale in Europe. Adding to this, besides the slave trade, there was a significant expansion of trade routes in Northern Europe. The population in general in northern France and Germany has been expanding since around the year 1000. There are a lot of theories as to why this happened. It is a noted phenomenon. It appears that the agricultural output increased significantly over this time, so it might actually have a climactic reason for it. It could be that there was, just a general warming of the northern part of Europe at this point, or something to make it much more arable. But at any rate, as the north opens up, more trade routes through northern Europe open up, and Jewish populations there increase, and it's kind of like a cycle of the general expansion of trade means the expansion of Jewish migration to Europe, and the increase in the population as there is more income and so on. But that's essentially what is happening throughout this period in terms of trade. But once the slave trade becomes much more difficult to maintain, particularly in Northern Europe, and as there are increasing levels of anti-Semitic restriction on Jewish trade, which we're going to talk about a little bit more next week in particular. So Jewish trade begins to largely decrease from the huge international scale and become much smaller and become much more focused on retail and on local sales. And I reflect on this personally as well. I already told you one personal story about the charity collector that went all the way up from Montreal to my own town. But in many ways, this is really my own family story. Here's my father, Allah Shalom, and may he rest in peace, standing in front of the family store in 1957, way up in northern remote Ontario. His father is the Alex in the Alex Abraham son. My father is the son there. You know, he ended up migrating from northern Russia, and he came to Canada. He was going to become a farmer. He was terrible at farming, like we see the pattern talked about last video. And he ended up going into dry goods sales and connecting with lots of middlemen, what they call jobbers, down in Toronto. So he was able to connect with a largely Jewish environment of commerce, bringing mainly work clothes and things like that up to this dry goods store that was the economic mainstay of the Abramson family for almost a century. So it's really, in my own person, I feel the connection with this particular period in Jewish history as well. Okay, so that's a discussion of the goods involved in Jewish commerce. Now we get to perhaps the most difficult aspect of it, which is specifically the involvement of Jews in money lending. Okay, let's go on to the last part, which is the most difficult part of this section, talking about money lending. Money lending and the medieval churches. Shylock, of course, is the image. Shylock is the merchant of Venice, and Shakespeare's famous play here, appropriately indicated with a red hat, which was the badge that Jews were required to wear in Venice at the time of the setting of this particular play. So the idea of money lending is heavily discouraged by the church, specifically one Christian to another, and charging interest. If you look at Deuteronomy chapter 23, verses 20-21, it says very clearly, you shall not lend on interest to your brother, interest of food or money or anything on which interest can be charged. You may charge interest to a foreigner, but not to your brother. Now, there's a lot more to say about this in terms of Jewish thought, but basically the way the rabbis understood this for centuries is that fellow Jews are brothers and non-Jews are not brothers. They are in the category of foreigners. Again, there are some interesting exceptions where there were some Jewish thinkers who argued that that Christians were brothers as well because they believed in the same God as the Jews. Others disagreed, but for the most part, this is the way it was understood, that a Jew was allowed to charge interest to a non-Jew. Now, given that Jews basically lived in a kind of binary society where there was only Christians and Jews, there were very, very few minorities of any other religious denomination. So the only people who would be able to technically lend money on interest to Christians, if Christians aren't doing it to each other, is the Jews. So they had kind of like a monopoly on the entire possibility of money lending. Uh, the the church tried to deal with this in some ways. A fourth century thinker, Ambrose, argued that it's a very beautiful thing for Christians to lend money and not charge interest to each other, kind of like a gemach, kind of free loan society. But it was hard to encourage this because, after all, there's no profit. I mean, you have to be independently wealthy and willing to risk your money to lend money without charging interest. So it was not happening. And so money lending, especially as the economy became more and more sophisticated, it became much more necessary to have the institution of credit flowing in society. This is especially true if you have an agricultural society where you have farmers who are cash poor. They're not actually bringing in coin, but they've got to buy seed, and they have to wait a long time until they can harvest. So sometimes credit is the only way to bridge that period where they will not have anything to pay for their goods and services for. Ultimately, however, the church decreed in the 12th century, the so-called Decretum Gratiani, also known as the Law of Gratian. Here's another, on the left, by the way, you see an illuminated manuscript that illustrates one of the many laws discussed in the Decretum Gratiani. It actually has to do with who may marry whom in terms of blood relations. But the Law of Gratian said, full stop, Christians, you can't charge each other interest, which means, effectively, Jews are the only source of credit in medieval Europe. And so Jews started engaging in money lending. Again, when we think about all the things we talked about in the last two segments, about the risks of agriculture, the risks of commerce, money lending has a lot to speak about. Guild membership was a hotly contested element, and frequently when Jews would establish themselves in particular municipalities, they had to negotiate the rights that they would have when they moved there. And some cities would simply negotiate in advance a law de non tolerantis judaeus, that Jews were not allowed to settle there, more likely because the nobility tended to have a vested interest in having Jewish people live there. They would negotiate that, okay, fine, Jews can move here, but no shoemakers, okay? Jews cannot sell shoes. Or Jews can sell shoes, but only when they're ready-made. They can't actually make them. So guilds and various type of trade unions, primitive trade unions, often restricted the tasks that Jews could be involved in. Now, we definitely did have Christians who were nevertheless interested in the kind of profit that Jews were involved in. So the Jews had a monopoly, but it was only de jure, meaning according to the law, the written law. De facto, they did have to compete with Christians, and ultimately the church would find a way around it, specifically the Franciscans, and that would be the end of the Jewish monopoly, although not necessarily the end of Jewish money lending for reasons we'll see in just a few minutes. So what's going on with usury, which is kind of like the nasty word for money lending? The benefits are fantastic. It involves a high rate of profit. The rate of interest charged was anywhere from 30% to 200%. We're talking about loan shark rates. It was very, very expensive to borrow money, and so that meant that people who could afford to lend the money could make a massive amount of profit. It was an urban profession, and Jews, as we have seen over and over again in the diaspora, they have gravitated to urban settings. So this is, something that makes a lot of sense if you're living it's like you can have banker's hours. You can simply say when you're going to open, 10 to 3, and then you just let the customers come to you. I mean, it's a fantastic possibility, and it is portable. It's the kind of thing where if you're dealing in cash, especially when you have lots of contacts through commercial ventures, you can deposit money for safekeeping, you can exchange letters of credit and so on, and it requires fairly minimal effort. Moreover, the Jews were actually quite well prepared for this because they were literate, they were numerate, they had this this great relationship with the king, right? The Serve Camerai Regis, where if they're making money through money lending, that means a really great flow of currency to the king directly. Later on, when we get to 18th century Poland, the king would realize if it's so easy for the Jews to make money, then we want a bigger part of it, and ultimately they would take apart the very structure that held it together. But that's hundreds of years later in the period we're talking about. Now, the risks, however, are also commensurate. The biggest risk, of course, is resentment, because we all have credit cards, and nobody likes getting a credit card bill. And when you look at the statement and you see, okay, I bought this, and what? Interest charge? Wow, you feel really bad about it, especially if you can't pay off the balance down to zero every month. You see that interest charge every month. You think, wow, I'm paying so many dollars for nothing, for stuff I bought a long time ago and already, gone. So there's a great deal of resentment. This, when they may borrow small sums, but they carry an oppressive debt load. And when peasants get too upset, then what happens is pogroms. You have popular uprisings, often against the will of the king, who is happy to see the Jews engage in usury and then bringing more funds back to them. But if it's too much, then the king, he can't control the peasants on these terms. The clergy are often resentful of this because it represents kind of like a legal fictional go-around or loophole to the law of Gratian, because the law of Gratian clearly allows Jews to charge interest, but who wants this kind of thing happening in society, even though it is economically necessary. And the nobility and even the king, however, can show resentment, because it was not at all that uncommon for nobles and even kings to end up borrowing large sums of money from Jewish populations. And then when things don't go their way, like, for example, if they're trying to finance a border war or an expansion of some sort, then it becomes much more expedient to simply expel the Jews and cancel their debts. We see this happening frequently in medieval Europe. England, for example, expelled their Jews in 1290 over basically this issue, where it was simply easier to simply say, okay, do over. And as we saw in France, as we will see in France, the Jews will then be invited back a generation later, because when they expel the Jews, then they have no more source of credit. They need credit to keep their economy growing. So then they invite the Jews back. They end up borrowing a lot of money, becomes too much, they expel the Jews, and they enter into this cycle once again. So this is the kind of danger that is associated with money lending in this period. So the relative wealth and power that are accumulated through money lending can be quite ephemeral because of the large-scale resentment that can be built up in the population. Later on, when we get to Eastern Europe, in the next semester of this classes, some of the elements of this become even greater when alcohol is involved. Because in Eastern Europe, Jews frequently had monopoly on the production of alcohol, something called propinatia, and so people could drink on a tab and then end up having a huge bill plus an interest charge on top of that. Many of the revolts you'll see in the 17th and 18th century in Eastern Europe have this at the root: the exploitative practices of some of the Jewish communities that are heavily resented by their customers when they have to actually pay the bill for what they purchased. It's a very difficult period, definitely. Now, how does this all come to an end? Largely, the Italians wake up and say they've got to get involved in this. And so in Italy, in the middle of the 15th century, you have this institution developed by the Franciscan order of monks called the Monti di Pieta, which means the mountains of piety. And essentially what they do is they create their own loan societies, which operate a lot like modern credit unions or banks. In fact, this is where credit unions and banks begin to get their ideas and get started. They charge interest, but it's small interest, between 4 and 15%, which is much more manageable. And the purpose of this interest is largely to cover the overhead of hiring staff to manage the funds and so on. And they lend to Christians at a very low rate of interest, but it is approved by the church. First, temporarily, and then towards the end of the 15th century, formally approved by the church, because the overhead costs are not interest for a profit-bearing idea. They're really there to just keep the system flowing. Now, the demand for credit far outstrips the supply that the Monte di Pieta are able to service, but it still means that the Jewish monopoly has been pierced. That there is no, now that the church has officially sanctioned this type of banking, there is no reason why one would still have to go to a Jew. But the fact that demand is still so high, far more than the amount of cash that the Monte Pieta are able to maintain, it meant that Jewish money lending still continued right up until really the modern era. But it tended to be on a much smaller scale.
Yo, what's good, bro?
How you living, Pam?
Instead of lending to nobles,
pretty good.
more like
How'd you find out about me, son?
The e-girl world. Yeah, it's just like one of these girls were like wondering why you were arched up, and I knew you like stream all the time.
Word, dog, do you mind if I tell you about myself?
I already know, dude. You want to end world peace. Yeah.
I don't want to end.
Start one piece, whatever.
You got it, big man.
So, genuine question. How long have you been doing the stream for? I don't really like want to go look at the time.
That's
I don't
okay.
know if you stopped streaming ever.
3.5 years.
So, are you like bed stuff? Like,
Fuck no, I go outside all the time.
oh.
Is that your only question?
Yeah. Wait, what is this on your like phone screen? What is this?
Jewish history lectures? Zoot, how are you, big dog? I was just thinking about you. How are you? How have you been?
I'm gonna see my friend later.
All right, that's cool. Are they cool?
Yeah,
Okay, are you ready to lose?
yeah.
All right, pimp. Just give me a second. How have you been feeling?
Okay.
All right. What's new in your life? I'll be ready just in a second. You want to know what I was thinking about earlier? I still want to know what's good in your life, but I thought to myself, that thing that Zoot always wanted, which is like to be famous. I think he's actually going to be famous someday, and he's going to be able to achieve all the stuff that he wants, and he will be very smart. I know in the beginning you were like, Rabbi, you know why I originally was interested in what you do is because you said you're going to make me a trillionaire, and I think that's absolutely fine, and I think I'll be able to do that too. And I just think that you're very smart to see what I'm doing and know that it's perhaps going to be something really big. So good on you.
I just feel like I feel like if I get famous, it's gonna be dangerous, and the pharmaceutical companies will either try to kill me or put me into jail for something I didn't do. That's my biggest fear about being famous.
All right. Well, I think you'll be okay. What are your thoughts on Taylor Swift getting engaged?
Who cares?
All right. What are your thoughts on Kanye West's first album?
That's better than any more. It's better than any of his. The next album he puts out is gonna be hated until he dies. Then people are gonna be revisit it and go like, no, well, that wasn't actually bad. It was just controversial.
Why do you like? I'm not disagreeing with you. Why do you like College Dropout?
Why do I like College Dropout?
Yeah.
It was the first album that Kanye did something that no one had done before. He was the first producer to also be a rapper and produce his own album and rap over it. That hadn't been done before. Actually, the only person who did that before him was Dr. Dre, right? The only person who did that before him was Dr. Dre.
Okay.
And Dr. Dre wasn't very good. But Dr. Dre wasn't very good at rapping.
Okay. What are your favorite songs on College Dropout?
I like Last Call, which is
Dude,
the last track.
dog, stop. That's the best song on the album.
All Falls Down.
Oh, wait, hold on. Have you ever seen the video for that?
Yeah.
Dog, that's one of the best.
Through the Wire's cool because it's rapping for a wire. The one with Jamie Foxx, Spaceship. I think it's called Spaceship.
Dog, you have good taste in music. Do you know that?
Do you know what song that got Kanye famous?
Yeah, I kind of do.
It was a Jay-Z song that he produced called H2 Izzo.
Yeah, everybody knows H to the is O. E to the is
Yeah,
A.
you know that's produced by Kanye?
That's the anthem. Get your damn hands up. I did not.
Yeah, that's produced by, yeah, that's produced by Kanye.
All right, big dog. Are you ready to lose? Are you ready to do stand-up comedy on Monday?
Yeah.
So you have an invitation, pimp. Here we go, baby.
Do you know what actually happened in the future, Rabbi?
What's that, Zoot? Oh no.
People getting their mental health diagnosis and neurodivergency diagnosis is revoked in the future.
How do you get one revoked?
How do you get one revoked?
Yeah. Zoot, do you realize you realize you've never beat me at this game?
You claim there'll be court proceedings to propose misdiagnoses for as we become more aware of things. I think. I feel like that's going to happen.
All right, Zoot. Welcome.
Hello.
What up, pimp? How you living, baby?
What about you?
Kicking ass, taking names, just playing games with my friend Zoot.
What was I listening?
How's your day been?
What are you listening?
A game called Carom?
Can you use it in a voice changer, or is that your actual voice? My actual voice. What the fuck?
Oh, Zoot, I love you.
Very true. I'm from Australia. Where are you from? Anonymous. Well, that's obvious. You're obviously using the voice changer.
So you ask other people where they're from, but you don't tell people where you're from? Isn't that kind of a dick move?
He's using the voice changer. Fuck. So, Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
Kanye said that he's no longer bipolar because he's got an autistic diagnosis, but he hasn't got his bipolar diagnosis revoked, so he's still bipolar according to the medical documents that he has.
What do you think of that fine piece of ass that he fucks Bianca Censori?
I have no opinion.
Would you take Bianca or Kim Kardashian?
None, but probably none, but I'd probably fuck Kim Kardashian.
All right, what's your girl on that website? How's she doing? What number is she?
10.
Dude, you're letting her down.
Yeah. How the fuck did she go from 4 to 10?
Right, very
That's
quickly.
like, that's not usual.
I'm telling you, Zoot, you must have not been watching as much as you usually do. Zoot,
I remember her videos when she was like 400.
wow. You've been with her since the beginning, dog.
Yeah.
Zoot.
Oh, this is an impossible show.
No, it's not.
Fuck, I just wanted to say it was an impossible show. But to go into your head.
Well, it didn't. I got you. All right, you ready for Match Monsters?
Yep. I don't know. Going on, Rabbi.
All right, you ready? Zoot.
No.
Would you rather go first, or would you rather get the points?
I'll get a point.
I think that's I think that's smart.
I'd rather get bored. I'd rather get bored.
I understand that.
I think he might have helped me a little bit.
Oh, I know I did.
Until that happened.
Are you going to go for the Blues?
Why would I go for the blue?
I don't know. It's an extra point.
I think that's me.
Probably. It's like Pokemon. All right.
It's more like it's more like Dr. Mario.
It is like Dr. Mario. To the dude with the voice changer, I'm focusing on this game right now. I answered questions for you all day long, so just if you'd like, feel free to enjoy our company. But I'm focused on this game. I like to win. Zoot, do you see the berries? Oh, that was good. That was really good.
100%.
That was really good, Zoot.
And if I evolve, you're in trouble. If I evolve, you're in trouble. But however, the board is so unpredictable here because it's switching.
That's true. Oh, I see a big move. Oh, Zoot, that was huge. Oh, Zoot, that was...
That wasn't a great move.
Yeah, it was.
Nah, I only got one extra move.
Zoot, you say this is like Dr. Mario? But Dr. Mario is just like Tetris.
I don't know. I'm nearly 30. Hey, Rabbi, did I tell you? I haven't told you this. My mom was 40 on her 40th birthday. She celebrated in Las Vegas, so she got to celebrate it twice because of the turnover.
That's tight.
So she had a birthday in Australia and a birthday in America.
That's tight. So, oh yeah, so
I might do the same thing.
there you go. Dude, be respectful or I'm going to toss you. Like I said, we're playing a game right now. We're not here to answer all your questions. I answered them earlier today. If you'd like to just chill with us, you can. But don't be disrespectful. You're obsessed.
Rabbi, that was big move.
I know it was.
But is it as good as this move?
That was good.
Now I'm at full health.
All right, you ready for this one, Zoot? Ready for an amazing move?
I'm going to get hit pretty hard here.
Yeah, you are, big man.
15 points or 20 points?
20 points.
Yeah, but I think you just helped me.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna evolve. Maybe not. Yeah, I'll evolve, but I'll do the fire one.
That's a good move. However, oh, fuck. Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
I got fucked.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
How do I get unfucked?
I see. That's okay.
I'm not. Okay. Fuck. I'm a little bit fucked up a little bit here, so. Actually, no, I didn't fuck up. I'm in the lead. Rabbi, I'm in the lead. How do you feel about that?
I've never feared losing to you in this game, and I'm not gonna start.
Well, that was a good move. Extra move. Extra move. Good move.
Oh, that was big, dude. That was big. You've got a big lead here.
Is there another extra move I can make?
Yeah. The yellow and the blue. Switch the yellow and the blue. It's like right in the middle. Second row. Or, yeah, second row. Oh, you just missed out.
How come I didn't fucking... I got in.
All right. So do I get...
So many berries on the board?
All right.
There's so many berries on the board.
I know.
I have never seen this many berries on the board.
There are a lot.
You can get 6 berries here. You shut up.
Yeah, I didn't know how I get 6 of them.
Alright, your turn. Here's the blue. I don't think like anywhere that you're not gonna help with it.
I know.
Fuck yes. I can only have up to 4 berries.
And then you can do the thing where you can boost.
Yeah, but you can only have up to 4 berries. WW. Oh, fuck.
Oh, I fucked up.
Yep. You could have done an extra move.
Yes, I could have. I see an extra move for you.
I can see life changing. I've never had changing less. You're a fucking cunt.
Thanks, big dog.
I want
I don't think so. I see an extra move. There you go. Ooh, 2 extra moves. Oh, big time, Zoo. Zoo, you better make a move, son. Why did you do that?
because the tiles are going to move anyway.
Okay.
How much damage are you going to do to make 25 points in an extra call? Why would you do that?
Why not?
Because you could have got that. I mean, you're probably going to just help me.
You're up, big dog.
I mean, you just help me.
Let's see what you've got.
That's going to help me later on. And you're on fucking. You're in a very bad position right now.
Yeah, I am. If you get reds, I'm down to 5.
I can wait.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention, dude. I thought it was your turn. Oh, what a terrible, terrible lapse in judgment. I was not paying attention. All right, dude.
Yeah.
You just won. Get it, dog. Good job, Zoot. All right, big dog. We're going to play the game that we've played more than any other game. Golf. Specifically, mini golf. Did you know that you have
What are you going to say that?
Do you know that
What are you
you...
going to say that?
Oh, we might play that. That game sucks though. It takes too long.
It doesn't suck. It's just fucking boring.
Yeah, there's that. I mean, you have to do a lot of reading
That's
and
not that. No, it's just a game of chance.
there's that too. Oh, Zoot, are you happy with your shot?
I'd rather play Dungeons and Dragons. I've never played Dungeons and Dragons in real life.
Oh, dude, whoa. Zoot, that was a 10 out of 10 shot. High IQ, dude.
No, 10 out of 10.
No, that was
10 out of 10 shot would be me getting it in.
You did. That was 10 out of 10, dude.
Not me getting it in on a holding on. It's 10 out of 10.
Dude, that was an amazing shot. You had a tree in your way, and you went around the tree, through the pink stuff, through the ice,
No, you can get it in here.
and I just did.
Fuck.
Yeah, there goes your lead. All right, Zoot, are you ready for this?
Yep.
Are you ready for one of the best? Yo, pimp.
If you miss, I'm actually going to take the one.
What are you gonna do?
Bye-bye.
What are you gonna do, big dog? Oh no, Zoot.
That is a difficult shot for you to get as well.
What are you gonna do, Zoot?
Alright, that's not a hard shot for you to get. I don't think I or Roth are going to get it in the way we're playing.
We'd have to start making some moves. Oh, you helped me. Oh no, you didn't. Oh, that was so close to being really good for me.
I don't think either of us are going to get it in. I think you could go. I think this might be a terrible idea for you. You might have just gave it again.
You're gonna hit that corner and go in the. Oh no way, Zoot.
There's no way you can win. So I have to get it in the last shot.
Which is easy.
I can't miss this.
Dude, this is like the easiest shot ever.
Fuck. That might not. That's good. Rabbi, I'll be impressed if you go to the end.
How could I get that shot in, dude?
There's no way I can.
All right, 2 to 1. Take care, big dog. What'd you say?
I think he said something about the Holocaust.
Yeah, I know. This guy's absolutely obsessed with Jews.
I said why I so long and
What did you say?
Okay, that's me.
what?
That's not a nice thing to do.
Is it no?
You thinking?
Yeah, that guy's weird.
Oh,
not what you wanted to do.
We were gonna get it in either way, so there was nothing I could do just then. I just wanted to end it as quickly as possible. There was nothing I could do.
That was great. This was a great shot too, though. Zoot, are you there? Zoot,
But
are you gonna go?
it's your turn.
It's your turn.
It's your turn.
Then my thing froze.
My thing froze.
Yeah, your thing froze.
It's your turn.
I mean, I just went.
Rabbi, I'm fucked.
Yep.
I had a big fucking lead and I fucked it.
Oh yeah, big time.
I just got a Snapchat message and just fucked up everything.
All right. It's over, baby. It's over, Zoot. You done, son. Zoot, make this.
We'll take a break for a bit.
Sure. But make this shot.
That's just it.
All right, well, you take a break. And when you're done, come back and I'll whoop your ass some more.
Okay, that's
What'd you say, big dog?
the last code for alcohol.
Word, dog. Yo, fuck you, dude, first and foremost, for making me do this shit, motherfucker. I had to throw everybody out the motherfucking room because I was fucking.
likely to lend to local peasants so that they could buy, spoons and things like that. And there were a few exceptional individuals, these so-called court Jews, who would really rise to power shortly after the 15th century. But for the most part, Jewish money lending was a much smaller affair at this point and much more local. If you were a typical Christian, say in the Italian peninsula, chances are you would be more likely to do business with a Jew who was much more local and had much less strenuous demands for collateral. But you did have the option, especially if you were borrowing larger sums, that the Monte di Pieta would make more sense for you. So this is essentially how the
Yo, baby, we're up with the next pick. Flex players. Shaheed. Rashid Shaheed. He's a baller. We got him. Rashid Shaheed. Shout out to you, big dog. You fired. Go fuck yourself. Yo, baby, we're up. God, when you're too banged up. Michael Pittman. All right, we're taking Pittman. You're fired. Go fuck yourself.
And so even if you turn them down, you walk down the street thinking, oh, I'm a bachelor. Somebody wants me to be a bachelor. You go home, you leave your family, and you're the bachelor. But it's true. It's always that temptation out here. There's this weird thing, and you can be at the cleaners here and see like it's like
it's what they call the you've got to catch a ball. Okay, man. Go and get more.
Yeah, that's it. And it's like, I think like a girl sometimes, they're like, oh, I should text her. And I swear to God, I'll just be like, shit, what's her name? And I'll just be like, and then in my head, I'm like, oh, I really like this. Oh, dude. And then someone else will text me, and I'm like, okay, it's you.
Yeah, that is a prison to find yourself in. It is an open prison. Well, it's an open prison. It's an open prison that you can leave at any time. But it's if you know that you are going to fall in love or fall in lust with absolutely everything at any given time, it kind of makes sense that you go, oh well, that's me. This is what's happening. I'll just note. I don't do anything about it.
Yeah, that's kind of where I find myself a little times. Like, or that's where I'm wondering if that's where I'm at. Like, yeah, because I just don't. You think things will be different, like you're saying, in a few years, like there's something, and then you get there, and you're like, oh. And I'm not a big runaround or anything. I just notice that I give into like little things of affection, attention, just little things like that I don't want to. I just don't want the same thing. I want to see if there's some different possibility. Because even in just like, flirting with the girl, or I'll feel uncomfortable, I'll feel like I had a bad, I'll set up a date. I don't think I want to date that old. So I just want to, but I'm not, I find myself in spaces where I'm not making myself really available, if that makes sense, because I'm just, the reasons I'm doing stuff, I'm motivated always from a place of like, this is what's from love or anything like that. They're just kind of motivated from a place of like what feels kind of comfortable would be fun. It's just fun.
My missus, when I'm retired, because I think it got really sort of
Is it dicey out there for you?
mentally just completely ill. Because like, well, it's my career, let's do it. So I might as well not do my career. From the famous, from the singing. No, from the singing. Yeah, from the singing. So like I was really upfront, and then I met my missus, and we just 3 years. Yeah, so we were just at the house, and it just cemented this thing that I realized that I need purpose, ambitious, I need to go and do things, so I bumped into them. I went out into the world, and now I cemented this relationship with this person, and I went back out. So I'm like, so how do you clue in quite quickly? It's like, okay, so I'm not flirting, right? I'm not going to the club. Yeah, I'm not going to the club. And I have to on everything that I just do on. And I did it. Fucking did it. And if I can do it, anybody can. I'm not doing it. But if I can do it, anybody can.
No, I like to hear that. I appreciate you kind of sharing some of that. Because, yeah, I think that's just kind of where I'm finding myself. I'm not, and part of me I'm kind of excited about it. I had like 5 days where I didn't have any interaction with anyone, and I was totally good. And I started to feel like a good relationship with my higher power, where I was like really like, oh man, I had a little bit more time. I was looking at my place like, oh, maybe I'd like to do an art or something, like, or get a candle or something, because like everything in my house is the previous owners. It's like it's all like their stuff, like there's pictures of every family. It's just like it's.
Don't you also think that when I get a missus, she'll do all that?
Yeah, but I don't want to just hurry a missus in just to get, a love
Well, what you're hurrying with nothing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true.
They'll be like, I'm not really settled down, and there's 50s there.
That's great. See, I don't want to be that guy. I want to at least get in a place now where I can at least try, I think, to have a relationship.
Also, I'm getting big vibes that you're a gangster.
Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah, here. No, I'm getting like big vibes that you've been. So,
Oh, thanks.
yeah.
I want to tell you about a company that I've been using for our web presence. They're a beautiful company, beautiful outfit. And they've started the last website ever. No more. No more. Paying 10 grand to get a site or something crazy. This is it. They do it. It's the last website ever need. They did ours. Leohan.com. You can check it out. It's just $408 to start. And then after that, it's just $249 a month. And that's it. They build everything. You get on with them. You consult. They do it. They revamp. Revamping. I don't even know what it is. It's like a damn, somebody gonna suck your blood. It's different. Sound like a Dracula's son living on the hills or whatever. Got sent out to Alaska. But this is different. I'm talking about modify.com/THEO. Go there, check it out. They'll do they build the site, they'll do the branding, they'll figure it all out for you. It's the last website you ever need. It's simple. If you're running a business, they can help. They changed my website, they put it together. They did an update the other day, gave us a new design. Bing, we're living well on the web. Modify, modiphy.com/ch. I want to let you know, I was trying to get a loan, mortgage loan, home. I wanted to get out and home. I wanted to live in something. I didn't want to be outdoors in the apartment. I didn't want to be battling the rain. And the problem was I had some dings on my credit. I mean, like somebody had shut up his back and just beat my damn credit like it had been moved. But I needed help. So I contacted this company that I'm about to tell you about, man. I'm serious. I contacted this company, and within a couple months, I had the dings off my report, and I was able to get a better mortgage. Bridge Credit Solutions. That's who. They're different. They're backed by a 100% money-back guarantee for any items that cannot be removed off your credit. I needed items removed. I got them removed. And bing bong. I got the loan because my credit score was better. I can't even tell you how much it changed. Thanks for me. You will not find the 100% money back guarantee anywhere else in the industry. You know what you're paying for at the beginning of the repair. It's written into the contract. No job is too big or too small. Bridge Credit Solutions caters to all types of clients. That's right. They will guarantee removal of certain negative items in as quick as 24 hours. Schedule your free audit in 3 easy steps. Zoom or phone call and get a free €3 credit report. $25 value with 30 days of free credit monitoring and identity theft protection. You sign up through this link, bridgecreditsolutions.com. I'm not joking. I'm living in a home because I was able to get it because they helped with the credit. I'm banged up. Put to ICU. So bridgecreditsolutions.com/THEO. On schedule, a bridge credit strategist will contact you to review your report. They work. Check them out. If you have the same issue I had, you want to get that loan, but you got some things. You need the better score to get the better loan amount, then you save the money on the loan. Bing bong. Yeah, I think I could be a good dad, dude. I think some of it would be a little dicey. If there's kids in your house,
What for him to be a dad?
you?
Oh yeah. I'm an agoraphobic that can't look after himself. I'm depressed. And I'm full of anxiety. What have I got to do? That's it's like I wasn't going to get married and I wasn't going to have kids just because of the nothingness that I had to offer where those points exist. And now I've got 4 kids.
Well, your kid, you can put him in another wing of the house, man. You can put a kid in a room until he's 6.
I still feel that way.
Yeah,
Sporadic now.
I
sporadic.
Also, that was another thing about kids is that
If I have a child,
the kids would scream.
the world. I feel like everyone doesn't think they can be a dad.
Do you think, but that's bad, that when it happens that way, I think it's not really the best way. Like, yeah, Mark's on the label, I can't even believe I'm sitting here with him, but, sorry. This guy's just one of a kind, man. There's really nobody like this.
So before you're like saying something, you were describing the bad guy, and then you were like, you're that guy. And I was like, wait a minute, no, take that back. And you were like, no, I was just describing him to say you're that guy. What I do think is like, might be that guy.
Do you think you could ever get to a place where you can,
Oh yeah, I think
really?
yeah, I think no, Rob's gonna be realized, think about that.
Yeah.
Because like you're not bad.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you're like wrongs away from that.
This ain't even a great spot. So you better get over here pretty quick. But then Mark's the guy you go to if you want to know what's going on, what's fun. He like is always kind of keen for like what's good out there.
Yeah.
Do they have like a lot of? I feel like in England and in the UK, that's all you guys, right? That they have more superstition than they do in America.
Oh yeah.
Is that true? You think?
I think anxiety in Ireland just comes from the mom. Don't touch chicken. Everything chicken or like prayers, cats.
What we are?
Yeah.
Catalogs. We're like labs catalogs.
Yeah, we're catalogs.
Yeah, we're catalogs.
No, because you be like, don't do that, don't do
With
that.
Christian.
Don't do that, don't do that. Like, functionally.
Oh, you're sweating on this.
And it's weird too, like in Ireland, if I told my friends I went on a date with a girl, they'd be like, that's good.
Oh, yeah. And people die in Ireland all the time from coughing and everything. You always see that in the movies. People dying from like, whatever, man. I got
Yeah, that's exactly
a slow cable, mate.
Yeah.
I got some blurs. Yeah, really.
What's that movie with Tom Cruise? Far and Away.
I can just see a lot of people coughing and not doing well.
Still dealing with the Spanish. Have you left America?
Yeah. We did some shows in the UK last year, 2 years ago. They did well. We did Manchester, London, Glasgow. Shout out Glasgow.
Yeah,
And somewhere else, brother. Stockholm. Somewhere else.
Soccer, Sweden.
Yeah. So it was fun, man. I really liked it. It was, I think, during it was winter or it was like getting up. I don't know what was going on. It was kind of a quiet time.
What was this? Durban, South Africa.
I don't know where. This is a different time.
So what was this? The superstition?
Oh no, but like in Ireland, here's the joke: touch water, touch water. And then I saw a guy that was talking about like this.
You know, so it's,
Yeah. What is that? You're like, I'm saying church. I was like, that's so wrong. Next time you're making it's spread out like that.
but that's it.
But y'all got more ghosts. Y'all got more older stuff over there. I'm saying because of time and everything, you guys have a lot more ghosts over there. Oh yeah.
You are closer to the forest in Los Angeles. It is so more paranormal, weird, and UFO.
Yeah. Jay, I got a question. I forgot about this. involved with it.
I've had loads of it.
And more, that's obviously from the UK. I just, that's what I find harder to believe about these days.
No, listen, I've got a 1,000-year-old home. Yeah, it used to be one of Henry VIII's wives' houses, Catherine. And I feel closer to the wheel here in Los Angeles than I do something like a transmitter in Los Angeles. So the transmitter that turns on when I hear that things haven't happened since the kids have been around. Do you want me to tell you where you got first choice?
Yeah, if you got something. So if you came to, do you know it?
So I am. So I am sat on his sun lounger to go beside me. So that's over 17 years old.
Like you say, over 17 years old.
She was over 17 years old.
We had some issues in our industry. So.
And I'm looking at the sky. And all of a sudden, I would say the size of a football field. Square, bat-like, just silently came in, completely so, silently came in, and it was yellow, and vortex, it was the fields, came in silently, and then so, and I could hit it. Yeah.
You saw it.
Absolutely positive.
Did you
A
feel
monopoly
like, man,
was
you got to see
eliminated
something like
by
that
the
because
Italian
you were
bank.
famous? That ever crossed your mind?
Still, when we kind of reflect on the overall economic picture of the Jews in the medieval period, we can understand how, in particular, money lending was highly resented and would feed a growing anti-Semitic surge that is going to be the topic of next week's lectures. That anti-Semitic surge would ultimately overwhelm much of Western Europe, forcing the Jews to move further to the east, it is to that subject that we will turn next week. For now, I want to thank you very much for participating, and
That was in the UK.
I hope you have an excellent
No,
week.
it's here. The other one is, I wrote this song about alien abduction called Arizona. It's not one of my best songs, but I'm sort of listening to it in the studio, smoking a cigarette, waiting to get some. And you whittle at lyrics to get them right as best as possible. And Arizona comes on, and this
The great philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre once wrote that if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. It speaks to this idea that somehow anti-Semitism can proceed even without Jews. Let's have a look, though, at the historical evolution of this bizarre idea. And we're going to specifically look at the medieval charges that developed in the medieval period, specifically the blood libel and the desecration of the host. So, first of all, let's just take one moment to talk about terminology. I'm going to use the term anti-Semitism, and strictly speaking, that is an anachronism. The term anti-Semitism was invented in the late 19th century by an anti-Semite named Wilhelm Marr, and he was seeking a replacement for a common term of hatred of Jews. It was kind of like a rude term. It was like using the N-word in contemporary American English. And so he developed an ideology which he said that basically he's not against Jews per se, he is against something called Semitism. Semitism meaning some kind of bizarre philosophy, organization, movement of the Jews that he is anti. We'll see a little bit today, but we'll see much more when we get to the modern period what exactly that Semitism was. It was based on the development of linguistic theory that grouped the Jews' Middle Eastern languages like Hebrew into a Semitic family, but otherwise it's completely nonsensical. It used and often with a capital S, meaning that there is such a thing as Semitism, that one can be anti. This, of course, is ridiculous. There is no Semitism, and it just fuels more anti-Semitism to use that particular spelling. So many scholarly presses over the last 20, 30 years have been shifting to a single term without a hyphen and without a capital S, indicating that anti-Semitism is a phenomenon unto itself, completely unrelated to the fictitious Semitism. You'll still see in some, spell checkers on your word processors, or some older printers will use the older spelling, but there is a reason why we're using the term anti-Semitism without the hyphens and without the capital S. That said, the kind of antipathy to Jews that Wilhelm Marr's late 19th century hatred involved is very different from the antipathy that we see in earlier centuries. And so it is somewhat incorrect, inaccurate to use his term and to try and push it backwards. And I will do it anyways. Speak about anti-Semitism, even though, more strictly speaking, there are four distinct historians have identified, and the use of the term anti-Semitism is for levels, because I want to put them in the context of the four broad stages, is what I like to call ancient xenophobia. Xenophobia, of course, simply means fear of the stranger, fear of that which is different. And much of the Greco-Roman period can be placed within that kind of rubric, because the Romans and the Greeks, although many of the writers had some really nasty things to say about Jews, they seem to be kind of like cultural misunderstandings or a lack of charity towards a different set of practices or beliefs and things like that. They certainly didn't acquire the kind of bizarre, manic quality that we'll be looking at in the next two lectures. It's more like a, if you will, a normal kind of hatred, just like, the South Koreans might dislike the Chinese, or the Inuit might dislike the Apache. We frequently develop fear or even dislike of those who look different from us or behave differently and so on. So it's kind of like, it's not nice, but it's more normal. When you get to the early Christian period, so we're talking now about the 1st century and onward, you have a specifically lecture on Adversus Judaeos, which arises specifically out of the relationship between the early church and the mother religion, Judaism. As the early church emerges and defines itself against the background of Judaism, there are some writers who will disparage the mother religion in order to create more distance, more contrast between Judaism and Christianity. So also not very nice, but also within the realm of understanding, because as religious movements split apart and morph into something new, they will often look back with a little bit of anger at their predecessor. Those of you who participate in synagogue quorums will know that when you have a so-called breakaway minyan, right? You have a large synagogue, and then a small group of people are disgruntled with the rabbi or with the Kiddush policy or whatever. They break off to form another synagogue. Certainly a very normal kind of satellite thing to do. And sometimes they'll look back at the old synagogue and say, oh, that was so terrible, they wouldn't have Kiddush club, things like that. So that's a different type of antipathy to Jews that's really rooted within the theological conflict between these two groups. The third period is what we're going to talk about today, medieval Jew hatred. And I use this term hatred on purpose because, wow, it is so awful and nasty and so totally different from what we see in the earlier two stages. Modern anti-Semitism, which is where we get that term today. Again, I'm going to kick down the road, the can of discussing anti-Semitism until we talk about the modern period, but in reality it involves two basic ideas. the introduction of race thinking, the idea that the Jews constitute a separate race rather than a different religious group, and that's really a modern phenomenon. And secondly, the idea of the conspiracy theory, the idea that the Jewish race are somehow all involved in this diabolical plot to overturn the world. There are elements of this in the medieval period, but they are really quite minor. And note that modern anti-Semitism, unlike early Christianity, need any religious movement to hold it in place. It doesn't need to have any kind of belief system that is connected with Christianity or any other religion. It can be totally secular. And this is a great example of how anti-Semitism can survive line in religion that occurs from the 18th century onward. Religion doesn't do so well, but anti-Semitism survives. So those are the four main periods and the characteristics of medieval Jew hatred. So the first and most obvious element of medieval Jew hatred is demonic ascriptions of Jewish misanthropy. I mean, this phrase just popped in my head because it is so clear. Misanthropy, of course, means hatred of people, like hatred of other human beings, right? Anthropos is man, just like misogyny is hatred of women, specifically misanthropy means like hating people in general. And unlike what we saw in the period of xenophobia, and unlike what we saw in the period of early Christian anti-Judaism, there was this idea in medieval Jew hatred that Jews somehow hate other non-Jews so badly that they will do terrible things to them, like, God forbid, kidnap and kill their children and drink their blood. I mean, wow, that's like an asteroid of hate that suddenly lands in this puddle of, discomfort. It is such a huge and bizarre kind of argument. And the ritual murder, the idea that the Jews need to somehow, reenact the passion of Jesus by choosing a child afflicted to suffer that, where did that come from? That's really demonic and it's really misanthropic. It's also really connected to the devil. So the term demonic is significant here because in the medieval period, the belief in the role of Satan in the functioning of the world becomes much more significant. Think Dante and others like that, and think this particular image which shows Jews burning in a cauldron there of hell. The idea that if the Christians are somehow God's people, then the Jews must be, to balance it out, the devil's people. They must be somehow the mirror image. And if the Christians are associated with Jesus, the Savior of the world, the Jews must be somehow associated with the Antichrist, the destroyer of the world. And there's a large body of thought about the so-called red Jews who are somehow waiting somewhere east of the Caucasus Mountains, living inside a mountain or in some hidden area, just waiting for the Antichrist to be born and then to lead them out and to overrun all of Europe. I mean, really bizarre things that you see nowhere in earlier forms of anti-Semitic thought. Another major characteristic is that connection to religious antipathy is often secondary. What I mean by this is that most of the charges, as we'll see shortly, definitely have a connection to religion, but it is often tenuous and epiphenomenal to the need to ascribe that misanthropy to the Jews. The idea that we need an excuse to hate the Jews, attached to them, and we'll justify it using religion as kind of like a veneer to hold to it. And where you see that in some really interesting sort of ironic places is that the higher levels of the church, like the ritual murder charges, and saying, we're really glad you're all fired up about Jesus and everything, and we want you to think about the passion, but the Jews are not killing Christians. Christian children to reenact it. The church finds itself in an uncomfortable position quite often, defending the Jews from mob violence because the Jews somehow engage in these activities. And it seems very clear that when you contrast it with the previous form of dominant anti-Jewish thought, logical arguments are irrelevant. In the time of theological anti-Judaism, Jews and Christians could have exchanges, could have debates, could even talk about the religious differences with a modicum of exchange. You see that, for example, in the Latin translation of the Bible, that Jewish scholars of the Bible were consulted widely in order to try and figure out what the words mean to translate into Latin. That's like so far away from what's happening in the medieval period. The theology is used to support the hatred. And the third element, which I would like to get into, but I'm going to push it off a little bit to talk about the Spain and basically the Talmud is up until the 13th century really discussed as the root of Jewish misanthropy. Then it receives burnings of the Talmud and things like that. And they tend to coalesce around this really important 13th century in particular. So these are some of the main elements that you see with medieval Jew hatred that are distinct really from previous ones. But that anti-Talmudism in particular does kind of like bleed over into the modern period into anti-Semitism, specifically the notion that somehow the Talmud is what teaches Jews about this supposed conspiracy and so on. Now, there are many, many other factors that feed into the growth of these noxious ideologies. One of the elements is the change in religious sensibility that begins to be evident, especially in the 13th century. The church gains a significant amount of power at this time. And you'll recall when we talked about the communal center, when we talked about the communal structure of the Jewish people and the medieval economy last week, the kings often protected the Jews because of their value as generators of cash income, and the church had ideological reasons to try to hold them down. With the ascendance of the church in the 13th century in particular, and the waning of temporal power under the kings, that represents a weaker point for Jews in that regard. Secondly, we also see the negative consequences of Jewish economic activity that we spoke about a lot last week. Jewish money lending, hugely important for the medieval economy, but also something that can be deeply resented, both by the small-time customers of Jews who might be borrowing money just to get through a harvest season, and also for the more powerful nobility who might be borrowing money to wage a war or something like that. So it's not unreasonable to imagine that a lot of the antipathy to Jews is born out of this, resentment over the exploitative practices of Jewish money lenders. That's not to say in any way that legal behavior somehow allows for violence. It does speak to the inegalities of the medieval economy, and is something that people should certainly be aware of, even for our own times. But nevertheless, it's hard to imagine that this is in part of the emotional makeup of those who would hate you. So finally, one other element, which I find very fascinating, and maybe we'll have time to discuss at the end of tonight's talk, but the technological advances of information technology in particular, the development of woodcut technology, and eventually the printing press, and the circulation of secular propaganda, which begins to increase after the year 1000. What I mean by secular is that it's not specifically church-sponsored. recall that for medieval people, art was something incredibly precious. We live in an image-saturated time where we're constantly bombarded with images, and not only that, with video. But in the medieval period, people would look at something that we would consider very primitive in terms of art, and they would wonder about it. Even wealthy people who could open it, and only for important occasions would they open it up and allow people to gaze on a little miniature piece of art. So the cheap distribution of woodcut prints of the and social media spread of these ideas.
See what else I can eat. No, by that time I've been all night dated, so I needed to go to sleep. So tomorrow, if I don't sleep tomorrow, I've got to just not perform the way that I performed in the last gig. So oh my God, I'm tired anyway. So all the way through that tour,
I feel constrained to say this to everybody, even though it should be patently obvious. The charges of ritual murder and the related blood libel are entirely false. There is no basis to the idea that the organized Jewish communities, for whatever bizarre reason, God forbid, kidnap children and abused and murdered them and then consumed their blood. This is an entire fabrication of the twisted medieval mind, and sadly it has been an enduring myth that has continued up until the present day all around the world. And despite being disproved so many times, it nevertheless has that kind of staying power that gives it an unusual lease on life. It represents a dramatic escalation in the violent tenor of anti-Semitic rhetoric, and it remains so to this very day. Here's a map that shows you how the blood libel spread throughout Europe. Let me clarify for a second. The term ritual murder emerges out of the very first one of these charges, which occurred in 1144 in Norwich, England. And in that particular story, in which a young child was found murdered and the Jews were blamed for it, there was no suggestion of the consumption of blood. There was rather the idea that the reason he was murdered was because the Jews wanted to reenact the Passion of Jesus. They wanted to go through the crucifixion once again. Later, other elements were added to these stories, and most specifically and most powerfully, the idea that part of that ritual murder was that the Jews needed to drain the blood from his child, which then they would use for nefarious purposes. So they're often lumped together, ritual murder and the blood libel or the blood accusation. Here you can see in this very useful map, this comes from Encyclopedia Judaica, the number indicates the century. So Norwich there has the first in 1144. The lines underneath the digit indicate that multiple charges were laid in that century. So there were, in London there was one in the 12th and two in the 13th century. And then from England, it's exported through the continent, and in particular in Germany and North Italy, you see a lot of it happening over the 13th, 14th, 15th century, and then it moves even further east out through Poland in particular, the Czech lands, as you can see, the round numbers indicate 19th and 20th century blood libels. An illustration actually in a church is, I believe, some kind of wall painting. William, who is being tortured by Jews, you notice that he has a halo around him. In fact, many of the children who are associated with these blood libel and ritual murders were venerated. Their relics were preserved and were the site of quite a bit of religious pilgrimage and so on, and as we shall see, sometimes even beatified. And you see the Jew wearing the red hat on the right is piercing the side of the child, which is an obvious echo of Jesus' wounds as well. What is definitely not correct in this representation is that when William Norfolk's body, he was 12 years old, was found murdered and strangled, there's a specific reference that he was found wearing a jacket and shoes. And some scholars who have studied this very first ritual murder accusation suggest that the specific reference to the jacket and shoes suggests that he was not wearing pants, that he was in fact sexually assaulted and then strangled thereafter. To the degree to which we are able to reconstruct what happened, it appears that this unfortunate young child was accosted by a pedophile who abused him and then murdered him. And then after the body was found, hue and cry rose up of legitimate righteous anger for this horrible crime against this child. And people were looking for a scapegoat, and the Jews, who had only been in Norwich for about 9 years when this occurred. And so what followed was actually a defense of the Jews by the secular authorities, but the story would not die down, and later there was public violence, as we shall see, happens frequently in the country cities. Now, this is really the beginning of the ritual murder blood libel charge in 1144, but there are ironically some ancient parallels. The historian Josephus rebuts an argument by an early anti-Semite named Appian, who suggested that Jews kidnap and murder a Greek child, right, as in the Hellenistic period, a Greek child as part of their religion, and kill him and so on. But there seems to be no connection between what Appian had to say back then and what happens 1,000 years later. We also see, ironically, that early Christians were accused of killing children for religious purposes. Tertullian, one of the church fathers in the 7th century, complains about the way in which the Christians are being abused with this slander. And this is, of course, before Christianity becomes a state religion or has any power to speak of. So it is it's a bizarre kind of thing. There are even examples of this in other cultures, but nothing with the kind of enduring imaginary power that the ritual murder and blood libel charges have been for Jews. William of Norwich is where we start our story. Now, what are the basic elements? As I've already mentioned, there's typically a child involved who is unfortunately murdered, and then a story regarding the cause of his death involving the Jews circulates in society. This is a famous woodcut depicting the martyrdom of a young boy named Simon in the city of Trent. And as you can see, I've actually omitted the bottom part, which has kind of like the text that explains what's going on in the images, but all of the Jews here are clearly marked with the ruel, with the round symbol that was used to identify them as Jews. Very useful thing in our history. One of them on the left has the Judenhut, the Jewish horned hat that was also used in art to depict Jews. And of course, at the center of the image is the young Simon being tortured by the Jews, and his blood is being retrieved in that pan at the bottom that represents the blood libel. Common elements. They usually happen around Easter or Passover time for several reasons. The most obvious being that Easter is, of course, the time of the Christian religious calendar that commemorates the crucifixion, death, and resurrection of Jesus. And so the idea that this is so important for Christians, it must also be really important for Jews. And therefore, the description of the Jews must be paying attention to this, and they might want to also reenact this particular event. Remember also that Easter typically falls around the same time as Passover. Actually, up until the 4th century, it was exactly the same time. But the Jews are engaged in all kinds of unusual behavior during Passover, right? They have all leavened products. They have to bake fresh, ritual foods, the matzah in particular. And so the Jews are running around doing these strange things, and Christians may wonder, why are they so wrapped up about this? And in particular, the requirement that every Jew have 4 cups of wine on Passover. So the idea that they have to have this red wine in particular, was something that piqued the Christian imagination in the medieval world. So much so that the commentator on the Code of Jewish Law, Rabbi Moshe Isserles, the Ramah, writes that if you live in a place where blood libels are frequent, you do not have to drink red wine on Passover. Drink white wine so that there will be less suspicion that there's something in the wine that is somehow related to Christian blood, which is, of course, as I mentioned at the beginning, completely absurd. Jews are actually forbidden to consume any blood, and one of the big processes in making meat kosher is that it has to be properly salted and drained so that there is no blood consumed. So it's just another one of the fantastic elements of this particular show. Fantastic in the sense of fantasy rather than the sense of good. The imitation of the passion, as I mentioned, as you can see here, Simon is of course held in a cruciform position as well. The use of blood. Now, what was the blood for? So when you look over the centuries as this libel developed, there are all kinds of fanciful things associated with it. There was a widespread belief that Jews had an unusual stench, the photo judaeus, and the only way to remove it was to consume or even bathe in Christian blood. Another argument was that Jewish women and men menstruated, and they needed to replace their iron loss by drinking Christian blood. It was regarded as an aphrodisiac, and in fact, there's some remarkable references to Christians seeking out some of this aphrodisiac or fertility drug from Jews, saying, we won't tell anyone, can we please have some of this Christian blood? Which, I can only imagine what it would be like to be approached with that kind of request. And various and sundry other purposes associated with the blood, whatever the imagine could tolerate. Circumcision of the young child is also very common, as you see also in this example with Simon and Trent, because of course Christians would not be circumcised, but since this is supposed to be an imitation of the Passion, and Jesus was of course circumcised, and actually his circumcision date was celebrated on the Christian calendar for much of the medieval period, which was 8 days after Christmas. So the young child would be circumcised as well, and that was part of the gory litany of the description that occurs in so many of these cases. There's often an apostate informer involved, meaning that somehow there is a Jew who converts to Christianity, who often will reveal the secrets of what's going on in the Jewish community, even though they are complete fabrications. And this is, contributes to the tremendous hostility that the Jewish liturgy bears to such informers, because you can have a Jewish community just trucking along, just minding their own business, and some Christian, new Christian, some Jew who had converted to Christianity could go up to the church or to one of the nobles and say, hey, my former community are plotting to murder a child, to kidnap a child. They don't even need to have the actual body of the child itself to say that a crime is committed in order to rise up these horrible passions and to wreak havoc on the community. So these are kind of some of the major elements that we often see. As I said earlier, the church reaction was mixed. In general, the higher levels of the church, including the popes, frequently intervened at Jewish request to quell the popular sentiment associated with ritual murders and blood libel. That they issued bulls, they issued declarations saying, no, it's not true. Jews do not drink blood, they don't kill Christian children, they don't do these things. But on the other hand, the community, the laity as a whole, and much of the lower clergy that frequently illiterate themselves and couldn't even read the bills if it was handed to them. These things had a momentum of their own, and so frequently the popular surge of anger and the subsequent desire to venerate these child victims who were probably murdered by local sex offenders whose identity went unknown for centuries. The church has to try and placate the needs of the community to mark the passing of these children who died in such horrible ways. So it's an unusual kind of moment for the church, as we shall see. In the case of Simon of Trent, this is another replica. He was beatified, but not canonized, which I don't know exactly what the difference is in Catholic theology, but he reached a certain level of Christian veneration, but he did not reach the top level. He did not reach sainthood and so on, even though there are hundreds of miracles that are somehow associated with Simon of Trent after the murder in the martyrology of the Roman Catholic Church in 1965 in association with Vatican II and the reforms that happened after the Holocaust. So it's very hard for the church to kind of the massive cruise ship. It's very hard to kind of change directions once it has been moving in one direction for a long time. Now, regarding the persistence of this very noxious myth, we've already seen how it has spread all across Europe and moving from west to east. We see some really dramatic 20th century cases, including an abortive case even here in New York State, where a child disappeared for about 24 hours. She got lost in the forest, and then she found her way out. But the local police in the 1920s actually went and questioned the rabbi in Messina, New York, saying, "Did you guys kidnap this child for ritual murder purposes?" Right? That's 20th century New York, United States of America. So it has incredible, staying power with the modern imagination. Fortunately, the child found her way out of the forest, and the whole thing blew over, and the rabbi registered his deep dissatisfaction with the police department that they would even think that he should go to the rabbi and say, "Where's the child you kidnapped?" Anyway, one of the more famous blood libel cases in 1911, the Russian government prosecuted one Mendel Bayless. This is a drawing from the trial for the murder of a young child. And after 2 years of an internationally watched trial, because this is the 20th century, and all other governments in the Western world had clearly distanced themselves from these medieval beliefs. They watched with incredulity that this modern Russian empire would actually prosecute this guy for such a ridiculous charge. In the end, after 2 years of deliberation and an argument, they were not able to convince a jury of Ukrainian peasants that Bayless was guilty of the crime, and he was released. More significantly, however, the Nazis, of course, made great use of the ritual murder charge. This is their pornographic magazine, Der Stürmer, the Stormtrooper. So you see in big red letters here in this 1934 edition, the Jewish murder plan against non-Jews, and so on. And you can see the picture here with all these children hung upside down, and this demonic-looking Jews catching the bulls, catching the blood in the hand, very much like we saw with Simon of Trent. So the Nazis definitely were very reliant on the idea of the bloodline. And finally, most disturbingly, this is a painting by a very talented Italian realist painter named Giovanni Gasparro, who literally in 2020, the 21st century, painted this modern impression of the murder of Simon of Trent, who we've seen a couple of times so far, with obvious anti-Semitic iconography, and this is in our very own time. Absolutely astounding that we are still here with this incredible data.
I absolutely adore Australia. It's like, if I'd have come from Australia, I probably have a different relationship. In Australia, in England, I'm not allowed to be. I'm not allowed.
The host desecration is a little bit of a twist on the ritual murder blood libel charge. It develops roughly the same period of time, but especially towards the 13th century for reasons that we will discuss right now. The false charge of host desecration, I have to say false, because I know once I put this recording on the internet, people will say, oh, there you go, it happened. It is, again, totally false. Jews were charged with this, but Jews did not do those things that they are charged with. It is one of these bizarre creations of the medieval mind that unfortunately have extremely untoward circumstances. So what exactly is going on here? In Catholic ritual, and I certainly can't claim to be an expert at this, in the ritual known as communion, believing Catholics under certain circumstances are invited to partake in eating a small wafer in the Eastern Church. It's like a cube of bread that represents, on a level which is considered higher than symbolic, the actual body of Jesus. The wafer, which is called the host, represents Jesus in a very important way, particularly after the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215, which confirmed this idea known as transubstantiation, that somehow the wafer inheres the body of Jesus in a mysterious way, which is beyond the scope of our discussion. But what's important for us is, in the Christian mind, in the Catholic mind of the 13th century and onward in particular, the idea is that eating this wafer represents a holy act because the wafer itself is the body of Jesus. So the logic of the host desecration charge is that if Jews are misanthropic and want to, reenact the Passion, then certainly they would want to kidnap the actual body of Christ, which is inherent in this host wafer. And so this expansive charge of host wafer desecration spreads across Europe. I'm going to show you one kind of like cartoon broadsheet that shows the whole story of a typical host desecration that is fairly accurate. This is actually from Passau in the 15th century. And the elements behind it are very similar one to the other. There's typically, in this case, a Christian accomplice. You'll recall when we talked about blood libel, there's often a Jewish informer involved. So now we have a Christian who is a traitor. And you can see him here on the left. He's gone into the church. And as he surreptitiously scoops the wafers, which are like those round things on the table there, into his bag, as he looks over his shoulder to see if anyone's watching him. So he steals the host from the church, and in the right panel, he goes to the Jews, who are so marked by the ruel. You can see that they're clearly identified by the artists of Jews, who offer him money in exchange for these wafers. Then the Jews take the wafers back to their synagogue in a box, and they torture them in the synagogue. You see there, they've got kind of like the shulchan, the ritual table, upon which the Torah is read in the typical synagogue, and the artist is clearly Christian, or at least Hebrew illiterate, because the 10 Commandments in the background there, it's clearly not Hebrew, that's just gibberish, but meant to sort of evoke a vaguely Hebraic look. While they stab the host with knives, the host miraculously bleeds, supporting the notion that it is somehow actually the body of Jesus. Then there is a knock at the door when the authorities say, hey, what's going on in there? So the Jews scoop up the wafers and they try to get rid of the evidence on the right panel by throwing the wafers into the furnace. Inside the flames, a miraculous image of a child appears, and doves fly out of the smoke where they are caught by waiting angels. Like all of these stories of miraculous events associated with the wafer really buttress belief in transubstantiation, and that represents another variable with regards to the church's ambiguity towards these stories. The Jews are discovered. The authorities come in. They cut heads off. They torture the Jews. They set them on fire, and they take away the Christian accomplice to be tortured as well. And then the synagogue is rededicated. So these last couple of panels, unfortunately, have a lot more historical basis and historicity than the previous panels, but that's essentially the typical story of a post-desecration as it is charged in the population. Of course, the Jews have negative motivation to do any of these things. They want to stay far away from others for the fear that this kind of violence would erupt. In terms of the relationship of the church to the host desecrations, you can see here this map also taken from the Encyclopedia Judaica, which depicts the spread of the host desecration charge. It's interesting because, on the one hand, in many Catholic areas, the host desecration story really kind of lends a kind of backward, strange support to the whole doctrine of transubstantiation, which was met with some skepticism in Europe. France, and especially Italy, however, seem to have largely escaped host desecration stories, and many scholars point to the specific intervention of the popes who tried to put a lid on these kind of violent eruptions that could easily spin out of control. These kind of popular upsurges of religious fervor that turned into violence that had really no connection to Catholic doctrine. The idea of transubstantiation, yes. The idea that the Jews need to then torture the host, definitely not. So the absence from Italy is especially notable, but as you can see, it spreads quite a bit through East Central Europe. One of the things that might actually contribute to its spread is this noted phenomenon, which is actually being reproduced in labs today, that there's actually a kind of a mold called Mycococcus prodigiosus that can grow on the specific types of wafers that are commonly used in parts of Europe, and it looks a little bit like blood, right? Like dried blood on the wafers. And so you can imagine that they're holding these wafers in often sealed boxes, very humid, and then this mold, if it gets in there, it makes all of the wafers develop this reddish kind of like growth on it. And then when the priest opens it up and sees that they're red like blood, maybe they were somehow attacked by the Jews. And in some cases, these moldy wafers were actually venerated as demonstrations of the holiness of the wafers. You see in this particular image, for example. The host desecration myth has a tremendous hold on the medieval mind, but unlike the blood libel, it does not survive into the 18th and 19th century, anything like the same degree of popularity. I would argue that this probably has a lot to do with the general decline in religious fervor in general in the modern period, that it takes a lot more inner credulity to believe the whole story than to believe the ritual murder and the blood libel charge. And that could have something to do with the failure of this to continue. Nevertheless, it still has a strong impact, and in many cases, the blood libel, the host desecration charges that we see actually result in massacres of Jews and of expulsions. And what's especially fascinating is that the ritual murder and blood libel charges were also absurd, but in those cases, there was a body, there was a child who was, God forbid, the victim of a murder. In the case of the host desecration, what crime was committed? I mean, it was entirely imaginary, and nevertheless, it still speaks to the nature of humanity, that people will believe these most bizarre things and commit tremendous atrocities against their neighbors for the slightest of causes. Now, moving to the 20th century, I just want to give you a kind of a chilling example when the host desecration does make it to the 20th century. This is a banknote that was issued in the 1920s. I believe it was 1922 in Germany. At that time, Germany was suffering from incredible hyperinflation as a result of the crises following World War I, the economic crises, and so they issued local municipal currency, which was called at the time Notgeld, or necessity currency. And if you can imagine, let's say the American dollar failed and lost its value, so New York City might issue its own currency so that it would hopefully keep inflation at a reasonable level, and Los Angeles would have a different currency, and so on. So that's what Notgeld was intended for, and we actually have lots and lots of examples of this in the early 1920s. Frequently, they have anti-Semitic artwork on their currency. Can you imagine sending your child out to get a gallon of milk, and you say you're a kid, and there's an anti-Semitic caricature right there on the image. So this particular note, which is issued in actually a series of notes, shows a 15th century host desecration 500 years later in the 20th century. Here you see on the left, there's the Christian accomplice. In this case, he appears to be some kind of monk who is selling the host, which is glowing, to the Jews there with very ugly physiognomy. And then in another example, here are the Jews gathered around their Passover table, and on one side they're eating the Seder, on the other side they are torturing the host, right? Causing it to bleed. And then, of course, the element that is inevitable when you have these host desecrations, the Jews are then burned alive in this grotesque and horrible manner. It just shows you the horrific nature of this anti-Semitism and how painful it is to see that it even appears. Okay, so that wraps up this very difficult series of short lectures. And next week we're going to go back to more social history, specifically with the history of Jewish people.
That's it. I am totally in. I don't need to go. Is that I spent, I would say, 1992 2006 in Algeria, misery of some form, because of my poor mental health, and I don't want to waste another second.
Jewish women in the medieval period. We're going to be painting in fairly broad strokes. We're going to kind of limit our discussion primarily to the High Middle Ages, let's say about the year 1000 to about the year 1300. And but I am going to think about both the Islamic sphere of influence as well as the Christian sphere of influence, because as we shall see, some rather distinct differences exist between those two areas when it comes to the history of women in particular. One of the most challenging aspects of this important area of Jewish history, which is vastly understudied, is the lack of explicit women's voices from the medieval period. And in fact, they're not so numerous in the ancient or the modern period either, until you get to the contemporary period, where we're trying to figure out history by looking at things sideways, by trying to use our peripheral vision based on what little bits of data we have. So let's just take a second to have an overview of what are the major sources of information that we can use to understand medieval Jewish history for women in this period. So first of all, the responsa literature. As you will recall, when we were discussing the Babylonian centers and earlier, one of the major areas of Jewish legal activity is the so-called She'elot U'Tshuvot literature, literally questions and answers, where there would be some legal question, often a real brain teaser, a difficult one, and it will be set to writing typically and sent to a great rabbi to answer later, compose and answer. So it's really teshuvot literature because the answer is the part that is mainly preserved in the historical record. Sometimes the question is reduced to just a little couple of lines at the very beginning of the teshuvah. So there are a couple of what is this teshuvah literature all about? This responsive literature all about? Anything dealing with the scope of human experience that has implications in Jewish law. A person wants to know, is this kind of chicken kosher? Can I do this on the Sabbath? And much more complicated monetary and personal status issues come to the rabbis. The rabbis record an answer, and that later becomes a precedent that is cited by later rabbis as they try to determine the halakha, the decision of Jewish law in a case. So there's a couple of difficulties with using responsive literature to understand women's history. The first is, of course, it's not written by women at all. This is an entirely male area of activity. There are precious few, just sort of like echoes of what women might have actually thought about the process that is being discussed by rabbis that affects them in a very, significant way. So it's entirely from a male perspective, what to do about this or that particular situation. We're going to discuss a few common types of situations. They deal with things like personal status, legitimacy in Jewish law, the legitimacy of a marriage, the dissolution of marriage, and the appropriate distribution of resources from marriage, assets from marriage, all discussed by rabbis. So one problem is it's entirely male in its focus, in its genesis. The second is that it's entirely rabbinic in its focus, where it's not just that we're having like a perspective of what all men think about these particular problems. We're talking about a particular class of men whose interests are sometimes deeply wrapped up in the questions that will be asked. For example, in the 12th century in particular, rabbis got much more involved in matchmaking than ever before. Matchmaking is fairly lucrative because when you set up a match, the custom is that if the match is successful, the parents of the bride and groom give the matchmaker a reward, which can be, in contemporary terms, thousands of dollars. So when the rabbis got involved, suddenly their personal interests were financially linked to the answers that they might have to give. Maybe we'll get to that again a little bit later. So first problem is it's male. Second problem is it's rabbinic, and both of those are like kind of like telescope views into society. And the third problem is that the responsive literature basically only deals with problems. It only deals with there's an unusual situation that provokes a crisis that cannot be easily resolved by a local population or even a local rabbi. And so we learn about exceptional cases from the responsive literature, about something special or especially untoward occurring. How do you react to this? It's kind of like, trying to determine, life and wellness guide by only looking at people with illnesses, right? Avoid this, avoid that, avoid that. What do you do to try to promote your health? That kind of thing. So the responsive literature is intrinsically distorted for those reasons, but nevertheless, even with those limitations, we do get a sense quite often of what must have been the prevailing norm against which this particular situation took place. For example, in the case of a husband who takes a second wife without his wife's permission, you may see in the responsive literature you may see a passage like the woman immediately wrote to the husband saying that she demands the penalty that has been customary in her land for the last 100 years. So all of a sudden we know, there is some kind of customary demand that may be placed on a husband who illegally takes a second wife, this kind of thing. But that's one of the major sources for our understanding of women in the medieval period, is essentially the backdrop of responsive nature. We also have another major source of information, which is still overwhelmingly male in authorship, but we do hear women's voices kind of peeking through the veil more and more, and this is the massive trove of Geniza documents. You'll recall the Geniza is this huge collection of medieval scraps of paper, really, refuse, not just paper, also papyrus, also parchment, things like that, but things that Jews didn't want to throw away in the neighborhood of Cairo, and for some 500 years they're piling these up in the attic of this particular synagogue, and when they were discovered in the 19th century, they suddenly gave us a massive and really rich view of how Jews lived, primarily in Egypt and in the Mediterranean basin, the eastern part of the Mediterranean. It tends to be, sort of lopsided towards the Islamic environment. It doesn't tell us a lot about the much smaller populations in Northern Europe, the Ashkenazim, but nevertheless, it does give us much more rich variety of sources other than responsive literature, which is also reproduced in the Geniza documents. We have a lot of documents that may have been dictated by women to scribes. I happen to see in Judith Baskin's very important collection of essays on Jewish women historical perspective that was published about 20 odd years ago, a little bit later than that, a little earlier than that even, where she says, to date, no woman's voice has ever been clearly identified in any Geniza document. I'm not sure that's still true today, but nevertheless, it's certainly true that the vast majority of those documents are absolutely male in authorship. Still, the Geniza documents tell us more about failed business arrangements, tell us more about contracts that were normal and then just, tossed in the Geniza when they were no longer necessary, and personal correspondence and all kinds of functional and dysfunctional family information. So that's a really important source as well. Then we have an unusual source, martyrologies. This was much more important for the Ashkenazic lands, where it became, especially after the Crusades, a kind of a literary genre for authors to commemorate the martyrs of various massacres. And quite often, the martyrologies give us information not only on specific individuals, very tragic stories of how they died, sometimes very heroically, women also playing a very large role in their refusal to give in to the will of crusaders, for example. But also sometimes you can get some demographic data, like you can make some pretty good guesses at typical family size. You can get some sense of how naming patterns and whether people name their children after Hebraic sources or after non-Jewish sources. All kinds of interesting things that you can derive from the martyrologies as well. And finally, the ethical literature, which, there's a lot of religious literature that falls into this category, but Themis Pentapalos, one of the most important of which is clearly the very important 12th century source, which we discussed also in the context of the Crusades, the Sefer Hasidim, which is a remarkable document that includes a lot of fascinating discussion of exhortations for ethical behavior primarily, but also includes fables and stories that were circulating and things like that. And there's a lot of discussion of women in the Sefer Hasidim. Women are part and parcel of many of the commentaries in the Bible and other passages that are widely studied in this era, and seeing how they were written, or sometimes how they were not written, also give us some insight into how women were viewed and their role in society in the medieval period. We will talk a little bit later about Rashi, who is especially fascinating, not only for what he said about women, which we'll get to, God willing, but by what he did not say about women. It is fascinating to note that in his commentary on the Bible, very widely read, one of the major functions of Rashi is he connects the text of the written Torah, the actual 5 books of Moses, to the much larger oral Torah, the Midrash in particular, the Talmud, and so on. And he will frequently cite Midrashim that refer to women, but he tends to not cite and not include in his commentary Midrashim that may have read as derogatory to women in any way. So his editing tells us a little bit about his personality, which is confirmed in many ways by some of the things that he actively wrote rather than his editing. He was, of course, famously the daughter of 3, perhaps 4 daughters who married very well. His sons-in-law were all scholars and so on. And more about that later. So this is, we don't have like autobiographies of women from the medieval period until we get till the 17th century, really, with the remarkable Gutzel of Hammond, who really don't have a definitive and substantive account of a woman's life by a woman. But we have all of these other kind of ancillary peripheral things that give us some sense of how we can construct the woman's experience of the world in the medieval period. So let's think for just a second about her legal status. And much of this is informed by the earlier Talmudic tradition, where you do have texts that form the basis of Jewish law, halakha, from the ancient period. But we do see from time to time sort of like adaptations of these texts, the Mishnah and the Talmud in particular, for specific reasons or particular places and times, and those areas of tension between contemporary practice or desire and the halakha, seeing how those are resolved is often quite fascinating. And one of the most important areas which is relevant to our study of Jewish women is the writings of Rabbi Gershom, who was a very important Ashkenazic rabbi known as Meor HaGola, the light of the exile, and his years are roughly 960 to 1040. There is quite a bit of scholarly dispute over how widely accepted his bans were, or the takanot, so to speak, decrees of Rabbeinu Gershom, and how quickly they were adopted. But that area of discussion of what was his level of authority, it becomes moot, because by the time you get to the 13th and 14th century, it's widely understood in Ashkenazic lands as being the law of the land. Everybody behaves according to the laws of Rabbeinu Gershom. Less so in Islamic culture. But what exactly did he have to say, and why was it so important for women? Among the many takanot that he enacted was a ban on polygamy. Polygamy, of course, is the very common biblical practice of men marrying more than one woman, men marrying more than one woman. You look at the patriarchs, Abraham with Sarah and Hagar, and of course Yaakov marrying 2 wives, 2 handmaidens, and so on. And this was widespread practice, particularly in Muslim lands, right up until the 11th century and beyond, in fact. In Christian lands, however, there is a decided tendency to restrict Jews' behavior to monogamy. And Jews seem to have sort of self-censored their behavior in that regard as well. So one of the scholarly debates is, was Rabbeinu Gershom initiating a big change, or rather kind of confirming a change that had already taken place? One of the areas where we see this play out in real time is in Spain, in the 11th and especially the 12th century, where even the areas that are now Christian, as per the Reconquista, there are some hesitancies to accept the ban on polygamy that Rabbi Gershon and Angola had put in place. Nevertheless, there's no question that the Ashkenazic lands in Europe under Christian culture are steadily moving in the direction of exclusive monogamy, whereas in the Muslim lands in the southern Mediterranean, the Guinness documents indicate very commonly that there is no such strong movement towards monogamy, and polygamy is still very, very common. There are lots of economic attachments to polygamy, such as the need to set up two separate households. It can only really be effected with a man of means, and the occasion for polygamy becomes rather restricted to a specific class of individuals, and we're going to discuss them in the next few moments. Rabbi Gershon also put in place, incidentally, a lot of other bans, which are not as widely appreciated, but I think quite fascinating. One that I really should say is really important before I talk about the minor ones. Besides the ban on polygamy, he strengthened a lot of the protections for women in divorce law. Such as, for example, he instituted a ban on divorcing a woman against her will. She had to ultimately consent to the marriage, to the divorce, just as she had consented to the marriage. And part of the reason for the scholars' dispute, but it may have to do with some of the contingencies of long-distance travel, and I'm going to push that off to the next slide as well. But in terms of his minor bans, or I think they're very important, but nevertheless not as well known, he placed a ban on reading other people's correspondence. So if you get a letter that is not addressed to you, and you open it up and read it, you're actually ignoring the ban of Rabbi Gershon, and it's a very, very serious thing. The so-called cherem. We use the term ban, but really it's kind of like an excommunication where a person who would be in violation of the ban would suffer huge social ostracism and other consequences as a result. It's a really interesting phenomenon. The ban of Rabbi Gershon is widely cited nowadays with regards to electronic communications. Like, to what degree are texts and tweets and emails private, and is that going to be used in an employment dispute? Okay, so we see there's a big charge marriage, but in the Ashkenazic lands, more of a trend towards the Christian norm of monogamy, and in the Muslim lands, less of a phenomenon, and also some greater stringency put in place to protect women in marriage. Let's return to that. I would like to also point out, though, that in this context, women are, overall, legal status of women in traditional Jewish society is not identical to that of men. There are some areas, limited, where women have priority and preferential privilege. Like, for example, when it comes to impoverishment, if a woman and her brother are both impoverished, it is incumbent upon the brother, the male, to go knocking on doors to find charity rather than his sister. This is because the Talmud recognizes the greater level of embarrassment that a woman would feel to beg than a man would. That's the traditional justification for it. But in most other areas of life, it is reasonable to say that men have a preferential advantage for a whole host of justifications. That's beyond our discussion right now. One of those areas that is related to all the others is, of course, education. Um, it seems it's remarkable that Jewish men in the medieval period had a very high level of literacy. Um, Men were expected to at least be able to manage basic ritual competency in synagogue, which meant they had to be able to at least sound out the letters in the prayer book, and they should have, you know, a rudimentary understanding of what it is they are reading. The levels of literacy that we have today in the 21st century are, of course, far higher than anything imagined in the medieval period, but it's fair to say that men had pretty much universal literacy in at least one language. It may not be Hebrew, it may have been Yiddish or Judeo-Arabic, but they would be able to actually write and read in at least one language, and chances are they had at least some fluency in Hebrew. Hebrew was generally no longer used as the basic language of communication. Jews overwhelmingly used the vernacular, just like I'm speaking to you, in almost American English today. But they would have at least literacy in that language. Hebrew was reserved really for the language of prayer and the language of scholarship. So much more educated people could communicate in Hebrew much more easily. And of course, Arabic is much more closely related to Hebrew than any of the Germanic languages, including Yiddish. So Jews in the Islamic areas had a little bit of an advantage in that regard. Now, what about women? Once again, we have very limited data to give us a sense of how literate women would have been. But if I can speak in generalities, it seems clear that the non-Jews in literacy was roughly replicated by the advantage that Jewish women had over non-Jewish women in literacy, perhaps to the same or even a greater degree. That's not to say that women were as literate as men were, that Jewish women were as literate as Jewish men were, but that on the whole, Jewish women would have had a much higher level of literacy than the surrounding non-Jewish population. Much less so in Hebrew, much more likely to have literacy in the vernacular. But let us recall that many of these vernaculars didn't even have widely known alphabets at the time. That people, Yiddish is essentially basically a German dialect with lots of borrowed terms from Hebrew, Aramaic, Slavic languages, French, and so on. But it is written in Hebrew characters because Hebrew characters are the ones that Jews know. And so even Jewish women would have had a much better chance of knowing Judeo-Arabic because they would have been speaking Arabic and writing it in Hebrew characters with lots of borrowed Hebrew terms and things like that. So women had at least stronger literacy than a stronger population. They probably had a level of numeracy as well. Again, piecing together the little bits of data that we have and speaking in broad generalizations, it appears that women typically had a very early rudimentary level of education that was truncated even before men's was truncated, primarily because of economic pressures. That men were expected, once they reached the an age at which they could do any kind of work, the vast majority of them, their formal education stopped. So that might be, they might have been 11, 12 years old, and then they're essentially doing work or apprenticing or something like that. And for women, that age might have been 9 or 8. So they have something, but not nearly as much. They're part of the reason for this, besides the sociological and anthropological differences in the experience of women's lives in general, is a Talmudic perspective, a very fascinating discussion that seems to me is in Tractate Sota, yeah, absolutely, it's in Tractate Sota, where there is a discussion about how much education should a woman receive. And there's a dispute basically between two rabbis. The one rabbi argues, and maybe I'll take a minute just to explain it's a little bit complicated, but basically, if you're familiar with the book of Numbers, in I think it's chapter 5, there's a discussion of the punishment that befalls a woman suspected of adultery. She's brought to the temple, formally accused. Again, she's not, her adulterous past is not confirmed. She's suspected by her husband, who jealously brings her to the temple. And she has kind of like a challenge at the temple. If she maintains her innocence, then she drinks this special potion, which consists of some special water drawn from a particular source, and it has a bit of the name of God from a parchment round up into it. And she drinks this potion, the May Sota, and if she is innocent, then she gets all kinds of additional protections and blessings and so on, and her husband is censured for putting her through this. And on the other hand, if she is guilty, then she dies a horrible death. Now, it doesn't happen right then and there. It happens after all of her merits are used up, they're expunged, as it were. So let's say, for example, she volunteered at the sisterhood bake sale, so she would get an extra 6 months before the horrible death caught up with her. And the more good deeds that she did, the longer she would stretch out her lifespan. So one of the rabbis in the Talmud, going back to the Tractate Sota, says, so there you go. So we should therefore teach our daughters Torah, because that will extend their lives if they're ever accused by their husbands falsely of adulterous behavior. Another rabbi says, are you crazy? You are teaching young women, kind of like an end run around the whole system. You're teaching them Torah in order to allow them to be suspected of adulterous behavior. Why are they getting in that situation at all? And the bulk of the rabbinic opinion for much of the Middle Ages looked with disfavor on formal education of women in Torah. That obviously had to meet certain boundaries, and the rabbi said, no, they definitely have to learn, women definitely have to learn, what they need to comport themselves as appropriate Jewish women to maintain the family kitchen and many other areas like this. But pure theoretical Torah, particularly Talmud, the bulk of rabbinic opinion shied away from it based on the second opinion in the Talmud. In the modern era, we get to the late 19th, especially the middle of the 20th century, there are some interesting rabbinic opinions that go back and revisit that question, but obviously that's not for us today. Within this context, however, it's not like the Talmud says, absolutely full stop, a woman may not learn Torah. It is one opinion among many that suggests that it's not advisable. But what that means is you have throughout medieval history and into the modern era numerous exceptional women who, primarily because of their birth, they tend to be associated with families. I mentioned the daughters of Rashi, for example, who are privileged primarily because of the intellectual, spiritual nature of the family in which they are raised, to nevertheless achieve much greater levels of literacy and of familiarity with the tradition. We even see, as we get a little bit later into the medieval period, actually the early modern period, where there are women who are Roshei Yeshiva, who actually set up Talmud schools for men and teach Talmud sometimes behind the mechitza, behind the ritual barrier that separates men and women. Really amazing women that defy the norm that is more common for medieval society. But as I mentioned, these are exceptional women. The vast majority of them we don't know a lot about, and it appears that their general education level is much lower than men's. That's not a surprising kind of thing given the overall environment, but it would be fair to say that women are probably more educated than non-Jewish peers at this time. So that kind of gives you a quick overview of some of the important elements of the Jewish women's experience. I'd like to look a little more closely at their role in the Jewish family and explore some of those issues, like how bigamy affects Rabbi Gershom's ban and so on, and East-West differences, and especially look at divorce law.
Keeping things fresh is tantamount. It's paramount. It's important. It's one of the premier things, and I have trouble keeping things fresh. I'm not that fresh, man. I'm not that fresh. If you look in the crisper drawer in my house, there's nothing in there. I don't really have that much.
One of the
that much
most
fresh in my world.
Unusual aspects of the medieval Jewish experience, which in many ways was replicated right up until like the 18th century, was in Ashkenazic lands a really young age of marriage. According to the Talmud, a woman may not be married against her will, and that means she has to reach the age of majority, which is basically 12 years old. And that is in itself a ridiculously young age by 21st century standards, but not at all in the medieval period. It is associated, of course, with puberty and the possibility of starting a family and so on. But there's a pronounced tendency that we seem to see in Ashkenazic lands in particular to marry girls off even younger than them. Sometimes married to men who are not much older than they. In Islamic lands, sometimes quite a bit older than they. There's a lot of interesting scholarship on why this may have been the case. Part of the reason seems to be competition. Let us not forget that Ashkenazic lands in the High Middle Ages still had really small populations. We're talking about communities that might have had 40 families, 50 families, sometimes even less in some of the larger communities. And so seeking an appropriate marriage partner, and by appropriate I'm talking about class and wealth and family background in general, it can be a very challenging thing. And so the competition for spouses was so intense that the age of marriage tended to drop. And by the way, it tended to drop from the limited evidence we have. It tended to drop in the higher classes more than in the lower classes. This could be because the higher classes, were more focused on the idea of finding a match of their same social class, with a desire to try and contain resources within the family. So rather than marrying a wealthy boy to a poor girl and then essentially dissipating the family wealth, marrying a wealthy boy to a wealthy girl meant that they can consolidate their wealth, keep it within the family. Whereas less wealthy families might have actually needed the work product of the young man and the young woman a little bit longer than they could to marry them off at a younger age. It's also important to note, however, that the actual marriage ceremony in Judaism technically consists of two distinct phases. The first is what we might call betrothal or engagement, which, as the Talmud puts it, is fully binding on both parties and is completely marriage, with the exception that they do not live together. And then sometime later, you would have the actual marriage ceremony, which is celebrated under the canopy and so on. In Talmudic times, there was a gap between those two ceremonies, which was usually attributed to things like the necessity of pulling together the dowry, which is a very expensive endeavor to provide a young woman with a dowry to be able to essentially set up her home was a potentially crippling economic event for a family. On the husband's side, it was not at all the same thing. It was a much more moderate affair to give the so-called bride price So it was not equivalent
Did you
to terms.
feel like you needed to
So
escape
the
then, or
Talmud
did you feel like
says
you
that
were
these
just
two
going?
events were traditionally
Did you
separated
feel
by
like you
time to
were
allow
leaving, or
families
like you wanted
to
to leave, or
accumulate
you
the
like
assets to be able
wanted
to
to go somewhere
support the
else?
young couple. But there are other reasons as well that are adduced by historians. Fear of mortality, for example. Infant mortality is very high, child mortality is very high in the Middle Ages, and a concern that, if we don't get them married off now, who knows what's going to be later. So a desire to, use the Yiddish term chaparain, to carpe diem, take advantage of the moment. But I also want to mention that ultimately, over the course of the Middle Ages and into the early modern period, those two events, the betrothal and the actual marriage, will collapse, and they are now customarily celebrated one immediately after the other on the same day, because given that the betrothal constitutes actual marriage itself, even though they're not able to live together. Society was aware of so many tragic situations where you have these young individuals, and they're separated from their intended, and they meet someone else, and all kinds of things can happen that really are disastrous for the marriage. So it became much more the practice to put these two acts together. The women, once they were married, and especially once they started menstruating, they would begin a very important area of Jewish law, known as the laws of family purity. This is essentially a euphemism for a ritual that follows menstruation, in which women would immerse in a ritual bath called a mikvah. We've talked about this in the past, how this is one of the most important elements of the Jewish community, is the establishment of a formal ritual bath. It doesn't necessarily have to be like a building, but the water cannot be drawn normally from a well or something like that. A river could be used under certain circumstances, or the ocean, or rainwater can be collected in a cistern, things like that, spring water, but it can't simply be like a bathtub sort of thing. So the presence of mikvahot is very much associated with these early communities. Not to go into this in great detail, but this is a very ancient practice in which the husband and wife would separate from each other during the period of menstruation and a certain amount of time afterwards as well. And then once that is concluded, then the woman would go to the mikvah, ritually immerse, and then regular relations would resume as well. Very important element in the Jewish family life as a whole, and but more than we can say in this context. Now, to return to a topic we looked at a little while ago on polygamy, as I mentioned earlier, the incidence of women, the incidence of men marrying more than one wife began to fade in Christian lands for a whole host of reasons. Perhaps one of the most important, however, is the prevailing custom of the non-Jewish society. It is a well-known historical truism that the way in which the surrounding society behaves is ultimately the way in which the Jewish population living there would also behave. The Yiddish expression is something like as Christel sich, as Yidel sich, which is hard to translate exactly. It means something like, as one Christianizes, one Judaizes. They essentially do the same thing. In Muslim countries, this was not the norm. Men could marry up to 4 wives, and so it was not at all uncommon for men to engage in polygamy, despite the ban of Rabbi Gershom, which seems to have been primarily directed at Ashkenazic Europe and into newly Christian Spain. Also related to this is a phenomenon that is known in the biblical period and in the medieval period, but again begins to fade, the institution of concubinage, or the Hebrew term is a pilegesh, and basically this is a kind of common law marriage in which a man and a woman agree to live together as husband and wife, but the woman lacks all of the protections of marriage. including a really important document called the Ketubah, which is essentially a marriage contract that the husband delivers to the wife, promising a level of support during marriage, um, including, upkeep and standard of living and things like that, and more importantly, promising a financial compensation in the event that the marriage is dissolved. In other words, if he chooses to divorce her, then he will have to pay a very significant penalty as well. Concubines were not protected by this Ketubah document, which leads one to wonder why a woman would enter into such a relationship. But that is beyond the scope of what we're talking about here. What we did have, however, which is kind of fascinating, is incidences, particularly for the first couple of hundred years of the High Middle Ages, where you had lots of men traveling from Ashkenazic lands into Muslim lands, and sometimes taking second wives. And this would be bigamy vis-a-vis the ban of Rabbeinu Gershom. But, sometimes they would say, well, I'm living in Sephardic lands while I do my business. And so I'm not bound by the ban of Rabbeinu Gershom. Minorities in particular took a very dim view of this practice and indicated that travelers who they are not already married somewhere else to avoid anyone trying to get around this sort of loophole. And a significant amount of the responsa literature that deals with these questions gives us a sense of how men who were engaged in essentially being traveling salesmen would behave, and their wives who would take them to court saying, hey, you agreed literally in writing not to take a second wife, and here you go doing it in Tunisia or something like that, and I want my traditional compensation for your breach of contract. So that's a good example, I think, of how responsa literature will do. It's kind of like a sad, unfortunate incident. What we don't really get, though, is how common was this? How typical was this? Are we only looking at a very limited amount of bad behavior, or is this just typical of a much more common type of activity? But anyway, these are the kind of things that animate much of the literature and give us some sense of the relative privileges of men and women in society. Where it's especially relevant is in Spain, because the southern half of Spain, very heavy Islamic influence, and even as it's increasingly Christianized, you have a Jewish population there who are not necessarily content to go along with Christian requirements for monogamy and prefer to maintain marriages. By the way, while we're at it, I was doing some research and saw this amazing Jewish wedding ring. Apparently, they would actually only use for communities or for families, and they would be used for the ceremony for the ceremony itself. I think this is 14th century. What a phenomenal piece of art this is. It's at the neck. Here you can see the under the side of it, and it has these two hands clasped. Really gorgeous work from that period. Now, connected to that, of course, after marriage is, God willing, motherhood. And I don't want to go too in depth into the history of motherhood and childhood in particular, because I don't know enough about it to really fascinating area of research that I've just kind of scratched the surface of, and I don't know enough to talk about it. But perhaps we could talk for a second about the institution of second marriages, because one of the things that we see quite a bit of in the responsa literature is the disputes between half siblings to this kind of bigamous second marriages that occur as a result of husbands traveling afar. I'll come back to that, by the way, when we talk about divorce law. Related to this is, what if a woman does not have a child and then her husband passes away? So this is a major distinction between the Ashkenazic world and the Sephardic world, primarily in the Muslim influence. According to the biblical precedent, if a man dies before his wife is able to conceive a child, then his brother is required to marry her. And when you read the context of this ritual, which is called Yibum in Hebrew or levirate marriage in English, it's very clear from the context that the surviving brother is just basically doing the right thing. Given the environment where in the biblical period women rarely existed on their own unless they were in some kind of unfortunate situation, they typically lived within the shadow of their father or their husband or their adult sons. They were never kind of like abandoned to their own devices. So, unless they were like a widow, that kind of thing. So, Yibum was considered just the right thing to do. It's clear from the context there that if the surviving brother refuses to marry his sister-in-law, the wife of his divorced brother, then he has failed to live up to his responsibility and is deserving of communal disapproval. Nevertheless, the Talmud recognizes, as the Bible does, to marry his sister-in-law, and so there's kind of like a default secondary ritual called chalitza, which refers to the removal of the shoe. Kind of an interesting ritual in which, if he says, "I really don't want to marry my sister-in-law," then she removes the shoe from his foot, and there's like again a penis building and things like that. So here's the thing. Yibum is clearly favored as the ideal choice, but the Talmud already in the Babylonian period is going back and forth over how appropriate this is for every situation. When you get to the Ashkenazic world, it seems very clear that the rabbis want to essentially give preference to chalitza over yibum. That is, the default case is to refuse these second marriages. They should not take place. Part of the world, this is not the case, and Jews living in Muslim environments frequently have husbands, brothers marrying their sister-in-law after their brothers pass away. But in Ashkenazic lands, the default setting becomes chalitza. It's interesting to note that Rashi, among others, and Rashi, by the way, as we discussed recently, seems to be really pro-woman for his time. A lot of fascinating things there that indicate how he's separate from a lot of the other thinkers of his day. The woman's opinion with regard to whether she wants to marry her brother-in-law, something which is debated in the Talmud and for the most part dismissed in those social circumstances. But Rashi, thinking in the heavily Christianized environment of Northern Europe, is saying, wait a second, the wife may have a lot of problem marrying her husband, and he finds Talmudic precedent to give her the privilege of refusing yibum and demanding chalitza instead. A lot of fascinating things to say here, but I really want to save some time for perhaps the most important element of the period, which is divorce. Divorce is an issue that continues to reverberate in Jewish society today, primarily because the biblical precedent for divorce gives the husband far more power than the wife does. As I mentioned earlier, Rabbi Gershom put in place a ban on divorcing a woman against her will, which definitely improves the relative power differential of men and women, but there's still a very significant gap between the levels of authority and how to dissolve a marriage. Basically, it goes like this. The husband has the right to initiate a divorce, which then goes through procedures like Rabbi Gershom's demand that a woman consent as well. A woman, technically speaking, cannot force her husband to divorce, however. She can appeal to the court, and the court has a variety of judicial tools at its disposal to try to coax and convince and even coerce the husband into giving the divorce document, which is known as a get. Hence the side where you see get, refusal, is abuse. But it's not an unlimited authority. It's not like the rabbis can simply say, well, this is clearly not working and we don't care what the husband thinks, we grant you a divorce. They don't have a clear-cut authority to do so. And this represents a very difficult problem because the woman who cannot get remarried is called literally a chained woman or an agunah in Hebrew. This problem, of course, persists to the present day. And in fact, it's much worse in the 21st century. In the medieval period, the primary cause for an agunah is not a husband refusing to give the get, which, there's definitely a disincentive to doing so because he would have to pay her the monetary fee outlined in the ketubah to do so. Typically, what would happen in the medieval period is a traveling husband would go missing, and perhaps he was killed on the road by bandits, or maybe he decided to just simply leave France behind and adopt a new identity in Egypt or something like that. These cases are described in the Islamic literature, and this left the woman in a very difficult situation because she cannot prove that she is a widow, allowing her to remarry, and she cannot prove that she is a divorcee because her husband has disappeared. In the modern era, we have this problem where men will use the granting of a get as leverage to coerce something out of the wife, like child custody or payment of debts or distribution of assets differently. It's a terrible situation, really. And there's modern approaches to it, solutions to it that have varying levels of effectiveness, but not for our discussion at this point. At any rate, this is a noted problem, though, even in the medieval period, even though it's much smaller than we see it today. It is something which exercises the minds of the rabbis engaged in responsive literature to quite a large degree, and we still are not done with this particular situation. I would like to speak more about this, but it takes us further afield from history and more into rabbinic legal thought than I'm comfortable discussing. So let us just conclude though by thinking a little bit about women and their contribution to the family economy. There's no question that women in the medieval world worked. They worked incredibly hard, both at domestic tasks and at revenue-bearing activities. You should recall that some of the most basic tasks that we take for granted today took an incredible amount of time in the medieval period. In fact, right up until the industrial age, women's work, basically domestic tasks, was huge and overwhelming. Here's a photograph of some medieval women who are spinning thread. You can see they have the distaff is sort of like a third arm to hold the raw material, like flax or wool, and it's kind of stuck on a stick and then put into the cummerbund that they wear so it stays steady. And then with the other two hands, which are now free, they can slowly peel apart the threads, and they use the spindle, which is actually hanging down towards the ground. And young women and older women would all be involved in this for hours and hours every day just to make thread. And then they've got to take that thread and they've got to make cloth. And out of the cloth, they've got to make clothing. And that's why so many people only had one pair of pants, because it took forever to make these things. A huge amount of women's energy that you didn't have mass-produced goods like you have today. So even if they're working at, what is typically called women's work, the domestic activities of making clothing, preparing food, washing clothing, things like that. That's a huge amount of time and value added to the household to provide these basic necessities. That said, let us not forget what we discussed a little while ago, that the women, Jewish women, are much more literate in the surrounding society. They're certainly much more urban, and most likely numerate as well. So we frequently find women engaged in business activities. We especially see this in the Geniza, where women are involved in all kinds of business, and sometimes, with tremendous success, like, for example, the remarkable Rusha the broker, who's described in the Geniza archives, and as after her marriages dissolved standards to insist on having, her way, she is repudiated by the synagogue for some unrelated activities, but she nevertheless, supports the synagogue with massive donations on Yom Kippur and things like that. Some fascinating women who are really significant businesswomen described in the Geniza. We also have significant evidence that they're involved in the same economic activities. Sometimes they suffer from similar kinds of depredations as well. Like the most terrifying image from the 14th century that is described in the caption as people ransacking a Jewish woman's house. Very unusually graphic depiction. They're stealing very valuable clothes off their line and breaking into their cabinets and things like this. Jewish women were assisting their husbands in many aspects of trade and commerce, selling and buying, and also engaged in money lending and other financial activities as well. So women are definitely a very important component to the medieval family economics. And with that, I want to conclude this brief discussion of women in the medieval period. I hope you found it interesting. Thank you very much for watching.
Images somewhere. What about, Donna's going to be there? And I'm like,
I live vicariously.
I do
So it's like this one. I'm like, what? He's like, this one. Yeah. It's mental.
It's mental. He's mental. I live vicariously through him, and the cops even show up vicariously sometimes, like even in my visions.
It's tough. You were saying something earlier, like, you think it's going to be different. That's funny, because I always think that too.
What? Yeah, you're walking through the horizon. Yeah. You will find yourself in a place.
Yeah. Be like, keep that 6 months.
Yeah.
Like 2 years later, you're like, still having fun.
Yeah, still having fun. The fun, and now especially in LA, the fun is all. There's always the possibility, like
you're gonna have to be the bachelor.
I've spent a fair amount of time in the southern half of the peninsula looking at the Arab Jewish or the Muslim Jewish period of coexistence, the famous La Convivencia, right? And now we're going to look at the northern half and at the later part of the Middle Ages, specifically the 12th to the 15th century, which will unfortunately culminate in the Inquisition and the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. This is going to be kind of like the scene of medieval Jewish history for this course. It's not an uncommon place to sort of draw a line and indicate that before this event of 1492, things were one way, and then after 1492, they were rather different. You can say the same thing in the 20th century about the Holocaust and the state of Israel. Things were certainly different before those two events, so closely related in time, and then after those two events. So that's why we're going to construct much of the next semester on the post-expulsion era. So here's a map that will give you a sense of what we're talking about. This is the Reconquista, the reconquest. You'll recall that the Muslims come up from North Africa and they take over the peninsula primarily in the southern region, and they make it pretty much to the very top of the peninsula, but then it doesn't take long before the northern area starts to recede back into Christian lands, and slowly the Christians are able to penetrate downward, and eventually they will ultimately expel the Jews and the Muslims from the entire peninsula. But we're going to focus on the regions of Leon, Castilla, Aragon, Navarre over the course of the next hour. Now, there's a few really interesting phenomena that are going on at this time. First, this is the era of the greatest of the Spanish court Jews. This is an institution which we'll see examples of it throughout Europe, but Spain in many ways has some of the greatest examples. Court Jews, it's hard to really translate that appropriately. It's related to the idea of being in the king's court, like a lobbyist or sometimes a government official, typically associated with some kind of fiscal activity. They often don't have any specific role in the court, but they're very much part of the ruling circle, advising kings, very frequently underwriting the king's activities, and exercising a tremendous amount of power. Quite often, these courtiers are also the titular heads of the Jewish community, so chosen because they are so close to the levers of power and are able to protect the community appropriately in that way. But quite often they are heavily resented by the larger non-Jewish population, and sometimes they suffer terrible falls from grace because they're intimately associated with the king that they serve. We see this, for example, with the great Don Isaac Abarbanel, Abravanel, who of course was exiled from Portugal, and then later he would be exiled from Castile, from Spain as a whole, and spent the last few years of his life wandering around. And it's really amazing, remarkable that he accomplished so much literary material when he was in exile from these places. But Jewish communities in Catholic northern Spain actually had phenomenal levels of authority, partially because of the tremendous strength of their courtiers. In particular, in Castile and in Aragon, the Jewish leadership was very much involved in an institution called tax farming, which we have discussed briefly in other classes, but let us just quickly recall what we're talking about here. Tax farming is a typical medieval institution where the king is unable to actually tax every individual landowner or certainly not peasants in his kingdom. So what he does is he deals with entire communities as a whole, typically whole classes of people in particular regions, and he hires out sort of middlemen to take care of the actual collection of taxes. These are called tax farmers, because if the king assesses, for example, that from one particular region he can acquire, let's say, 100 gold coins, then he will appoint a middleman, who is typically a Jew, who will go out there and, using a network of employees, typically also Jewish, they will be in charge of doing the actual collection of the taxes, the assessing of the properties, the assessing of the agricultural output, the placing of tolls on bridges and various small taxes with the authority of the king. And the tax farmer will collect maybe 1,200 gold coins. The 1,000 will be remitted to the king, and the 200 will be the profit for engaging in tax farming. So an extremely important venture that the king values very highly, and the kings, as we shall see, tended to protect the Jewish population primarily because they were very valuable kind of way to derive funds from the population. One historian has put it as kind of like the Jews are like a sponge that the king puts on a stick and dips into the ocean of the peasantry and then draws it out, and is able to squeeze the liquid out of the sponge. And so the Jews were often kinds of other activities in Spain. They are landowners. Again, there's this widespread misconception that Jews were not allowed to own land. That is something that is true in some places and times, but typically not true. Jews were able to own land. It was just not necessarily a wise thing for Jews to invest in land, because if there was an expulsious trades in various crafts, silversmithing and goldsmithing was very common. They often faced competition from local guilds, however, particularly in Northern Europe, and they often were not able to join monopolies in given towns. So things like tax farming and money lending tended to be the economic backbone of these Jewish communities, but not at all the exclusive source of income. But when you combine their role as powerful courtiers and as being extremely important in the collection of taxes, they actually become fairly secure, apparently, for that time and place. This meant that it was remarkable the degree to which the Jewish communities in northern Spain had autonomy over their own affairs. This is something that we have seen when we talked about Jewish communal structure, but maybe I should emphasize it a little bit more here, that typically when Jews arrived in a particular place, they were granted a charter by the ruling authorities. Sometimes this is called Magdeburgrecht or Magdeburg rights after a town in Europe. But the essential idea is the king or the nobleman in some cases would grant to the Jews of a given location, all right, you're moving in here, your community has the right to do this, to do that, things like build a wall around your community, if you like, to engage in certain trades, but not necessarily in other trades. And this charter was intended as a guarantee of rights for the community. And it was basically observed until it was finally broken, typically when expulsion or revolutions or things like that. So the level of autonomy that the Jews had in northern Spain from the 1200s till the 1400s is really incredible. Jews, for example, were of course allowed to hold their own courts by Talmudic law, the Beit Din. This was not unexceptional. But in many of these Spanish communities, if there was a dispute between a Jew and a Christian, the Christian had to submit to the Jewish court, which is rather unusual. And in some exceptional cases, the king not only granted the Jews the right to administer corporal punishment, which was an effective technique of controlling populations, but also, in some rare cases, to even impose capital punishment. That's an incredible thing. The circumstances under which a community would, legally through the Beit Din impose capital punishment, very, very rare and exceptional and controversial. But nevertheless, this gives you a sense of the very high degree of autonomy that the Jews had in Catholic Spain from 1200 till about 1400. It was really it's not a golden era in the same way that the southern part of the peninsula was regarded as a golden era. You don't have quite the same kind of cultural synthesis that you see between Arabic and Hebraic culture, but nevertheless it was a period of tremendous power for the Jewish community and general wealth. This is especially true during the reign of James I of Aragon, shown here, who was a remarkably strong protector of the Jews, even when some of the elements of their economic might began to wane. And I'm going to explain how that happened shortly. But we'll return to James I in just a moment when we talk about the Barcelona disputation, which is right now. So when one of the great power struggles that tends to be revealed throughout much of the Middle Ages is the power struggle between the temporal powers, meaning the king, and the religious powers, the church, and specifically the Catholic Church. As we discussed when we looked at Jewish communal structure, who really should be in charge? And philosophically, you would think maybe the religious spiritual authority should be in charge, but on the other hand, there's a lot of nasty business involved in governing. There's a lot of patronage and nepotism, for example, is a word actually that comes from the medieval church. It means nephew, because you would you would promote, Pope would promote his nephew, quote unquote, even though it was actually his son. And so this is like a term that we borrowed for contemporary parlance to speak about, administrative corruption. But the king really had the actual power, had the soldiers and so on. So the king and the church often had kind of like a seesaw relationship where when the power of the king went down, the churches went up, and vice versa. And so as we see with James the First of Aragon, there was a moment where he had to accede to demands of the clergy, who were, very upset about the power that had been given to Jews in Spain, and so he agreed to allow a disputation to take place in Barcelona in the year 1263. Dispute in the 13th and 14th centuries. These were kind of like big intellectual pageants where Jews were forced to participate in debates over central tenets. Impossible for Jews to win these kinds of debates. They were really more like show trials that were intended to demonstrate, sometimes coerce, Jews to convert. The Christian side was typically headed up by a Jewish convert to Christianity who had like inside knowledge of what Judaism really believed and had greater textual skills of Hebrew, possibly Aramaic, and so on. And so the Barcelona disputation was in that character. It was one of the earlier disputations. On the Christian side was I believe his name was Pablo de Cristiani, if I remember correctly, a convert to Christianity, but not an especially well-regarded intellectual. In fact, he kind of bungled much of the Christian side of this debate. And on the other side, James I allowed the Jewish community to appoint their leader, who was, a figure of tremendous consequence, the incredible Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman, also known as Nachmanides, right? Like Maimonides is known Moses, the son of Maimon. So this is Moses, the son of Nachman, hence Nachmanides, who was actually, a thinker of tremendous depth, who had published a lot of work that is still studied avidly to this day. And although he was, older, he was in his 60s at the time that he was approached for this particular task, he agreed to do it. He was on good terms with James I of Aragon. He agreed to do it on the condition that he be allowed to speak freely. This was an exception that was not granted in other disputations, but James I, who had some kind of genuine intellectual curiosity about how this would work out, granted him the right to speak freely, indicating that he would be free to say whatever he wanted in this disputation. And so it was convened, as I mentioned, in the year 1263 over a period of some days, and we have actually, remarkably, both the Christian and the Jewish version of the debate in print. The Christian side recorded their assessment of the transcripts, and the Jewish side, by none other than Nachmanides himself, recorded the proceedings. They don't always gel together. The end result is, of course, that the Christian side won, as would be expected, and this was a public spectacle which had, the king and queen and all kinds of important figures watching this debate. But Nachmanides really, he made very light work of his opponent. The Christian side the Catholic side was actually on its back foot right from the very beginning, because Nachmanides argued the Jesus that the Christian side was referring to was not the same Jesus as recorded in the Christian New Testament. And so therefore, this defanged almost all of the most pointed arguments that the Christianity could bring in the discussion. It was rather brilliant, very weak. There is, by the way, a dramatization of this on YouTube, a BBC film that was made, working with the transcripts of the talking. This debate, even though Nachmanides officially lost, the church was very upset with how well he performed, and so James I of Aragon rewarded Nachmanides with 300 gold coins, and then said to them, "I believe you should leave Spain at this point," because essentially that's saying, "I can't protect you." And so in his waning years, Nachmanides made this very arduous trip all the way to Israel, where he found a tiny, tiny surviving Jewish community there, but he was able in his last years to rebuild it, and in many ways contributed to a great renaissance in Israel. But this gives you a sense of, on the one hand, some of the strengths of the Jewish community in Catholic Spain, and also its structural weaknesses. We should also mention two other things before we move on to the story of the conversos, and that is the influence of Spanish Jews, particularly from the northern region, was quite profound throughout Europe and the Mediterranean basin. Two areas in particular are especially significant. The first is the widespread study of the Kabbalah, which had some incredible proponents in the Iberian Peninsula. We haven't had much opportunity in previous classes to talk about the Kabbalah. It is fascinating, and I hope to return to it when we come back next semester and we talk about Tzfat, because they had an explosion of Kabbalistic study there. But many of the central doctrines and, in fact, texts of the Kabbalah emanated from Spain in this place and time. The Kabbalah itself, what exactly is it? The Hebrew word lekabel means to receive, and the idea that you receive an inherited tradition and then you pass it on, relay light. So there are ancient Kabbalistic texts that really go back many, many centuries, Sefer Bahir and so on, and there are definitely passages in the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible, that are deeply Kabbalistic in nature, very mystical. But one of the most central texts of Kabbalah is believed to have originated in Spain in the 13th century, and that is the famous Zohar, or the glow kind of thing. There's a significant amount of controversy in some circles about the actual dating of the Zohar, because it is attributed to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, very important Tanakh of the 2nd century. But most academic scholars looking at the Sefer Zohar believe that it was actually authored in the 13th century in Spain. And there are a lot of internal literary clues as to that. The strange fact that it's not cited before this period by others, and the fact that its attribution to the ancient period was placed in doubt almost immediately after it began circulating. Although there are some who believe that it is in fact a genuine artifact of the ancient world, nevertheless, regardless of where it comes from or when it is written, it is a work of great spiritual genius, phenomenal insight into Jewish mysticism. So that was one very strong element of Spanish intellectual export from the period. Another area where the Spanish Jews exported from northern Spain was their tremendous skill at translation, especially in the region of Provence, which is not too far away from Spain, just a little bit up the coast. We've spoken about it in different lectures. And one of the most exciting things that was happening there is a lot of Hebrew classics, or I should say, a lot of Judeo-Arabic classes, like the work of Maimonides, for example, was translated into Hebrew by people like the Ibn Tibbon family of translators. So they're bringing a lot of Arabic Jewish wisdom, or Jewish wisdom that's recorded in an Arabic language, to a Hebrew-speaking language Hebrew-speaking population and
You see
really
something like that in
generating a lot of
$200
cultural
now,
ferment around
or
this.
duct tape into the ground.
Last thing, science. The coast of North Africa is filled with Arabic-speaking scientists, many of whom were Jews, and the primary conduit of all of that scientific information happened through those translators coming up into southern Europe in particular, Italy as well. Abraham ibn Ezra is perhaps one of the most famous of these people coming from Spain, who brought his astrolabe with him everywhere in order to explain these technologies of navigation by the stars that had a phenomenal impact on Europe afterwards. So these are the kind of things that are happening in northern Spain at this time. Really dramatic and exciting, but unfortunately they will have a very tragic denouement that we're going to continue with. But with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. And
YouTube is okay. Rolling Stones. Well, Black Coffee in Bed. You heard that song? What else? I'm trying to think of things that are British. We didn't have a lot of. Where we were growing up with, they didn't even have a lot of like. I remember the map in our town, Cannon. They didn't even say Cannon on it. It said like it had a picture of a wolf attacking a boy in a coat.
there's this couple of things that happened in the 14th century that
We had a map here. Could you point to it?
No, I know. I can point to the area that it's in.
Could you point to Hawaii?
Yep.
Could you point to Montana? See, I can point to Montana. Could you point to Florida?
Yes.
Where are you from?
Florida's easy because I'm from Louisiana.
Okay.
So Florida was like our main. Florida was like the main place you even went. Like if you saw somebody, I remember when I was a kid,
really begin to tilt the balance negatively away from the favor of the
What about Rhode Island?
strong Jewish communities and the tremendous power of self-government prior to the 14th century. The first is the Black Death, which spreads in the middle of the 14th century and has significant impact on the Iberian Peninsula. Europe is badly stricken by it. Quite often the Jews are blamed for the Black Death. There's a widespread belief that somehow Jews have formed a pact with lepers to take their diseased body parts and then somehow to poison the aquifers of Europe and spread the plague. Of course, this is all nonsense, but nevertheless, you do have some very nasty attacks, mob uprisings, attacks on Jews, and public burnings of Jews, things like that that occur throughout Europe. Spain is not as badly affected. There are a few attacks. Tends to survive from a lot of these very nasty desecration charges that follow in its wake. You recall we spoke about Jews somehow need to kidnap the communion wafers used in the church and then torture them somehow. And this is an entirely baseless charge, but nevertheless, you will have these subsequent trials that somehow find the Jews guilty, and sometimes you will have like mass riots afterwards. So in Barcelona and Huesca, you do have a couple of these host desecration charges in the 14th century that result in the conviction and execution of Jews, but there's no great upheaval after that. But when King Per IV of Aragon passes away, like James I, who was actually fairly well disposed toward the Jews, they lose a major supporter. And perhaps this is kind of like the wisdom that we see in Pirkei Avot that says, do not draw too close to the government because they really only care about themselves. And when the government changes, all of a sudden they've forgotten all about what he's done before. Just like Pharaoh forgot about Joseph, that kind of idea. So after the passing of Per IV, there were a few major changes Jewish life in Spain. One is the institution of something called the censal, which was a dramatic, direct blow at Jewish activity in money lending. As we've discussed before, money lending was a very significant part of the Jewish economy, and it was regarded as a relatively noxious thing for Jews to be involved in. The population, on the one hand, deeply resented the Jews' involvement in money lending because the interest rates were incredibly high. 30% would have been a relatively minor amount, and it quite often went up much higher. It was not necessary in a largely agrarian economy. So Jews were still involved in money lending, and Christians still needed money lenders. As we discussed before, they had really no alternative. Go back and have a look at those lectures on Jews and finance if you want more details. It began to break down in Italy a little bit after this period, but in Spain they invented this new institution called the censal, which was kind of like a legal thing. You would offer to sell someone a business at about 7.5% per annum. So dollars, and I will give you next plus 7%, which is not interest. It is like the returns on your investment. Kind of a strange around the back kind of way of doing it, but it meant that people could borrow money at a reasonable rate of interest, 7.5%, and this significantly depressed the demand for Jewish money. Jewish money still continued, just like if you think about today, there are all these check cashing places and things like that, charge very high interest. There was still a demand for them, even alongside regular credit cards and banking institutions and so on. So, but the population that the Jews served in money lending tended to constrict at this point. So they lost a certain amount of economic strength and along with it, political power. As the king began to lose his power, the church's power began to accelerate, and we see this expressed against the Jews in one very, very important way, and that is related to the converso phenomenon. In 1391, you have a major turning point in Spanish Jewish history. A wave of riots, pogroms really, mob attacks on Jewish communities spread throughout the Catholic regions of the peninsula. There's a lot of different motivations behind them, communal resentment. There's the after effect of the plague, of the Crusades even, the host desecration charges, but a lot of it is definitely economic in nature. But one of the natures, one of the aspects of this kind of violence is that it has to hide behind some kind of religious veneer in order to make it broadly acceptable. People simply can't get up and say, let's kill the Jews because we want to engage our bloodlust. They have to say, let's kill the Jews because they are our enemies. Or in this case, their massive wave of pogroms was accompanied by forced baptisms or forced conversions. Here you see a Van Eyck piece, which is quite fascinating from 1511, that shows the church on the left, and there's kind of like a symbolic representation of the church dressed in red and pointing to the baptismal font and directing various noblemen and important people to partake of the waters of baptism, the sacrament. And on the right, you see a representation of the synagogue. And this is, by the way, a very common type to see church versus synagogue, but it is rare to see them as male personages. Usually they're female in form. But anyway, the Rabbi who is standing on the right of the baptismal font is holding a broken staff, which indicates, a loss of power. He is blindfolded, indicating that he can no longer see the truth, meaning he doesn't see that he really should accept Christianity and so on. It appears he's dressed a little bit like Aaron the priest, right, with the breastplate and the pomegranate bells on the hem of his clothing. I do not think the artist is really trying to evoke Aaron, but is trying to base himself on some kind of biblical model. And he's holding back Jews who are in various states of relating to the attraction of the baptismal font. Some clearly want to go, like the individual in the green cloak, and he's physically holding them back. Others are tearing their clothes open. Others refuse to hear what's going on. Others are in paroxysms of fear or anger or something like that. They're all like resisting the pull of the baptismal font. And so in this kind of context where Christians cannot really understand why Jews refuse to simply conform to the dictates of Christianity and accept baptism, there is this paroxysm of violence that forces baptism on to many Jews, an unknown number, but not impossible to think of tens of thousands of Jews across the peninsula engaging in forced baptism. As I mentioned in the previous class when we spoke about this, on a theological level, it's very clear, multiple statements from many popes, Augustine of Hippo as well, that people may not be forced into baptism. There has to be something that a person willingly accepts, or else it loses its value. On the other hand, since it is a sacrament, once it has occurred, to use the Aramaic phrase "b'di'evet," it takes effect, and the person who is baptized is now, in fact, a Christian. This would have disastrous consequences. For example, in 1858, when young Edgardo Mortara, a young child, would be baptized by the family maid, and unbeknownst to his parents, and then years later, the Vatican police would actually seize him and never return him. That occurred in the 19th century, which is just mind-boggling. At any rate, this created an unusual situation in Spain because you had all these Jews who were now converted to Christianity, but still fully regarded themselves as Jewish. This was largely not happening in Navarre, which is a northern region bordering France, and in Portugal, which would be very important because for much of this period, Portugal was regarded as a haven for Jews. As we spoke recently, Don Yitzhak Abarbanel's grandfather fled to Portugal in order to resume his Jewish identity. But in Castile in particular, this was widespread. And you also have at this time, besides Jews who were forcibly converted, you have Jews who are willingly converted. Sometimes very prominent Jews, like the Rabbi of Burgos, Shlomo Halevi, he converts, he becomes Pablo de Santa Maria, he eventually becomes the bishop of Burgos, and he devotes his life to attempting to convert Jews to Catholicism. So in this kind of environment where there's forced conversions and not a big follow-up of negative consequences as a result, and you have like Jewish leaders like Shlomo Halevi converting to Christianity, there is an increasing feeling of despair, like, where is our God? Where is Mashiach? Shouldn't he be here now? Shouldn't the Messiah be here now? And the conversion wave actually expands. We see this especially at the disputation of Tortosa. So we've already discussed the disputation at Barcelona. At Tortosa, which occurred after the wave of pogroms and post-conversions, you have a very long, drawn-out disputation. Jews are forced to attend these disputations, by the way. They're forced to attend sermons in their synagogues delivered by Jewish converts to Catholicism, berating them for their refusal to abandon Judaism. And in this kind of environment, you have a significant number of Jews who simply say, You know, why try anymore? Why should we maintain our Jewish identity? Let us simply convert and move on. There's so many advantages to converting, we'll discuss in a moment, that makes it much harder to remain Jewish under these circumstances. And this is actually something that is quite distinct from 1391. In 1391, you have this massive indigestible mass of Jews who are now finding themselves Christian. But after 1413 at Tortosi, a lot more Jews were saying, you know what, I'm just going to go along with this because I see that there are a lot of social avenues open to me with conversion. And you know what, if God just stands with a very different kind of character of the 1391 converts and the converts after the Tortosa disputation, which lets us know that the so-called Marrano population, the term Marrano, by the way, is a derogatory term, it means swine. A more appropriate term is converso, meaning someone who has converted. There's a whole spectrum of belief. There are true believers on one end who are, you know, completely Christian in every way and wish to totally jettison their Jewish background and resent the false conversion that they've been forced to undergo and wish to resume their Jewish identity as soon as possible. There's a large spectrum of belief, and it will have consequences later. But what this means is, as we shall discuss momentarily, now we have essentially two classes of people. We have these conversos and their children, and soon their grandchildren as well, who are kind of like Jews with Christian driver's licenses. And they can go anywhere they want, study at universities, take any kind of job they want, advance in all areas of culture, and they're viewed with suspicion and hostility by so-called old Christians. Who are saying, hey, wait a second, this is not what we expected, especially for those Jews who were not even pretending to really be Christians, who were still associating with Jews, still eating kosher food, and so on. And so you begin to have a backlash growing. One of those aspects is the discrimination that is more or less racial in nature. This is a rather new phenomenon for Europe. It has some unusual, uncanny comparisons even to interwar Germany. But the first example of this is the so-called limpieza de sangre, or purity of the blood, cleanliness of the blood, a legal statute first passed in Toledo in 1449, and we'll have many more examples of this afterwards, that discriminate based on bloodline, based on lineage. And there's this distinction made between those Catholics who have no known Jewish background and those Catholics who do come from Jewish backgrounds. That's what I'd like to turn to next. But with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to speaking with you soon.
So, the thing that I did last few weeks, have you tried magnesium?
Yeah, I've been taking magnesium, guys. It helps if I remember to take it.
Yes. So how many milligrams do you take?
2 pills, 2 white pills.
200 milligrams. So,
Meal.
yeah, so, did you take it last night? Yeah, so, I think the magnesium is making it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
After 1391, after 1414, with the end of the Tortosa disputation, you have this unusual circumstance where there are Jews who adopted some level of Christianity, either an external veneer that was entirely hypocritical, or even, being true believers and really entering the church and things like this. But suddenly they're injected into Iberian society, and they have a lot of intrinsic advantages. They have a very, very high level of literacy. They are very well skilled with numbers, hence numeracy. They are overwhelmingly urban, so they have a lot of advantages of understanding the nature of the corridors of power and so on. And they're educated. And all of a sudden, by becoming Christian, whether by force or by choice, they suddenly have access to everything that was denied them when they were Jews. And they are, many of them, still remaining well in touch with their Jewish communities. Those who, of course, were forcibly converted often maintained a kosher diet, observed the Sabbath, taught their children in Jewish schools, married amongst each other or amongst regular Jewish families. Tremendous amount of attachment to the community, and nevertheless, they are having tremendous advantages, and they're displacing a lot of the traditional elites as a result. So there's this huge upswell of resentment against these conversos specifically, which has its economic roots, and it also has, kind of roots in religious antipathy. Because hey, look at this, they're supposed to become Christians, and they're still retaining their Jewish identity. This is not fair. And when you look around at people of authority, even in the church, and say that one's a Jew and that one's a Jew and so on, it's a very kind of disconcerting feeling. So the church asserts itself, and not without the interest of Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand, who are, thinking different thoughts about the Jews than their predecessors. Whereas kings and queens typically protected Jews against the church quite often, as we've discussed in the past, that rule does not apply when there is a strong need for short-term gain. Isabella and Ferdinand had been engaged in very expensive wars in the south of the country in particular, trying to push the Muslims out, and the prospect of trying to get a one-time big surge of cash out of the Jewish population was quite appealing. So one of the ways in which this was expressed was they received from Pope Sixtus IV the permission to establish the Inquisition in Spain. This in the year 1478. The Inquisition was not directed at Jews per se, or Muslims for that matter. It was directed at false converts, meaning the conversos who were secretly harboring Jewish attitudes or behaviors and so on. And the purpose of the Inquisition was to try to root out these false converts and to punish them appropriately, to act as a deterrent to other would-be converts. And incidentally, part of that punishment meant confiscation of their wealth, which was definitely the Grand Inquisitor Thomas de Torquemada engaged in a brutal upending of Iberian society by a Christian neighbor would betray a Jewish neighbor, or actually a converso neighbor, to the Inquisition. The Inquisition would arrest the converso neighbor, subject him or her to terrible tortures, and demand that he divulge the name of other conversos who were also secretly Judaizing. And under the pain of torture, this would happen, and they get a whole list of names. They go out and arrest those people and torture those people, and the whole purge environment rapidly spun out of control. In the space of a couple of decades, it just got beyond imagination how deeply this penetrated, where churchmen were often accused of being secretly Judaizers and things like that. The Jewish community really was at a loss as to how to respond to this appropriately. Remember, the Jewish community per se was not attacked in this manner because they were not, Christians. They had not been converted, and so therefore they were still allowed to practice Judaism. But they were viewed with a tremendous amount of suspicion, especially as to the degree that they may have been aiding and abetting these conversos who were secretly studying Judaism and keeping kosher and so on. In one notorious case, some conversos actually engaged in a conspiracy to murder an inquisitor, Pedro de Arbues, and this sparked a lot more popular resentment. The activity of the conversos and the Jews, as you can see in this very evocative painting of the murder and the saintly visage of the inquisitor himself. But it rapidly spun out of control, and it proved to be something that Isabella and Ferdinand could not keep a lid on, but they still were faced with tremendous debt. So, just some of the examples of the way in which the Inquisition looked. In previous classes, I've given a lot of examples of the torture devices they used, which are truly horrific. And I don't want to put them in this lecture, but if you're curious, you can go back and look at my Jews of Sfarad series and see them there. These are three examples of San Benitos. They really were quite elaborate types of punishments, and they describe their little French language captions underneath, and they're hidden in this image. But on the left is a converso who has been accused, but is not yet found guilty of practicing Judaism. In the center, you see a Jew or a converso who has been accused and then has been found innocent. So he has kind of like a beatific sort of gaze on his face. And on the right, of course, where we have this decoration of demons of hell and burning alive and things like that, you have a converso who has been accused and found guilty of practicing Jewish rituals, and he of course is full of tears because what happens at this point, the Inquisition itself doesn't actually murder the Jews. The Inquisition relaxes its authority over these people to the secular authorities, who then, being much more savage, of course, end up engaging in auto da fe or a mass burning. And these mass burnings of Jews, of conversos, were conducted throughout Spain and even into the New World, really dramatic, terrifying scenes that attracted huge mobs of people to watch these Jews being burned alive. Especially a horrific kind of environment that ripped the entire peninsula for decades. Ultimately, though, it was an untenable model, and it failed to deliver that big one-time jolt of cash that Ferdinand and Isabella maintained they needed. So it all came down to a dramatic moment when Ferdinand and Isabella decided to simply expel all the Jews of Spain. Recall, the real purpose of the Inquisition was to root out the false conversions of these once Jews, now Catholics. And by the way, we're referring not only to the first generation, but the second, third, fourth generation, because it's 100 years now since the 1391 pogroms. And Torquemada, in this remarkable piece of art by Emilio Sala, is shown in the black robe, loudly gesticulating. Torquemada says the reason why he has been unsuccessful at bringing the Inquisition to a conclusion, that the more he looks, the more, amazingly, he finds more of these Judaizers. He says it's because we still allow Jews to live in Spain proper. And while they are still in Spain, they can still influence their erstwhile co-religionists. And so therefore, he argues, and Ferdinand and Isabella accepted, that all the Jews must be expelled from the Iberian Peninsula in order to maintain the goals of the Inquisition, which was to allow the conversos to become fully Christian. In this particular image, you can see the dramatic range of expressions in the courtiers' faces on the left and on the right in particular. And with his back to us stands the majestic Don Isaac Abarbanel, the great leader of Portuguese Jewry, who then rose up to become the second highest financial official in Spain as well. And he argued bitterly for the retention of the Jewish right to remain in Spain. Ferdinand and Isabella were loath to see him go because he was so talented that he refused to convert, unlike as it happens, the number one figure, the aged Abraham Senior, and his son Rabbi Milano, son-in-law, who decided to rather convert and remain in Spain than to flee with the rest of the Jews out of the peninsula. But ultimately, that brings us to 1492. We will, God willing, discuss the mechanics of the expulsion and specifically the horrible nature of the initial post-diaspora years for the Sephardic Jews when we return. But with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to speaking to you soon. Thanks very much.
Like I've been in it for 15 years, 17 years since my wife became happy. Yeah, I haven't been in anything. And this is what happens with me and weight. It's like I get overweight and then I do something extreme to get underweight. And then I get to underweight, but I'm really not happy because I'm not satiated. And my body's going, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me. And I'm like, I look wicked in clothes for that 2 seconds that happens. The minute you stop being abusive to yourself.
Let's go back to the land of Israel, and although we did have a few moments where our discussion of the Jews in diaspora intersected very significantly with the land of Israel, it seems to me that we should take at least a few moments to look at the perspective of Jewish history from the land of Israel itself. And we may repeat a couple of things that we looked at in much greater detail earlier, but at least we'll have some sense of continuity. Also, I think it's important because we're at a unique inflection moment politically, I think, in the land of Israel, where we have a lot of unfortunate tension and warfare and loss of life. And I thank God I'm a historian, not a prophet, so I'm not called upon to actually say anything about what should be in the future, but I can look back a little bit in the past and share a couple of some of the ironies of history that, who knows, maybe they will illustrate opportunities for a more productive path forward for all the peoples of the Middle East. Okay, so we're going to go through well over 1,000 years. We're going to take it from the Bar Kokhba rebellion against the Roman Empire that went from about the year 132 to 135, and we'll take it right up to the end of the medieval period as we're defining it, the Spanish expulsion. Where we left the Jews in the land of Israel specific at this time is that they had gone through two, and if you like, three disastrous Roman Jewish wars. The first major Roman Jewish war, of course, is the Great War that erupted in the year 66 and resulted in the destruction of the temple and the exile of the Jews primarily from Jerusalem and Judea, and horrible suffering in its wake, and the final battle was on the mountaintop of Masada. Then we have the Quietist Revolt, which was not specifically centered in Israel. There were more uprisings in North Africa and Asia Minor, so I've skipped over it. Many people call it the Second Roman Jewish War, but most people call the Bar Kokhba Revolt the Second Roman Jewish War. It was much more intense and occurred once again in Judea, and disastrous consequences. So the idea of Jewish statehood was, it was a foregone conclusion after the end of this particular war. And what it meant for the Jewish people, besides the tremendous political upheaval, the end of even the vestigial power that they had under the Herodians as a puppet government under Rome, that was completely gone. But they also had tremendous economic disasters with punitive taxation and the redirection of the machzis shekel, the half shekel tax that used to go to the temple upkeep, to the insulting temple of Jupiter in Rome, and displacement of people, tremendously horrible economic impacts. But it also meant that the Jews had to think fast and kind of create a new spiritual realignment for themselves. We see it in a few different locations. Yavne, for example, Usha, and especially what's going on in the north, in the cities like Tiberias, where the Jews are reassembling. They're forming their leadership under the Nasi, the office of the Prince, or Patriarchate as it's sometimes called. And you see especially the writing of the Mishnah at this time. Politically, we should also mention that this is the time when the term Palestine comes into its first major usage. And I'm going to stop a couple of moments and speak a little bit about nomenclature because people tend to get hung up on it, I think, especially in contemporary debates. The term, and everybody knows, especially political leaders know, how sensitive PhD supervisor, a tremendous scholar named Paul Rabbi, he actually wrote a few atlases, and I remember him struggling to try to find the correct place names that would describe a specific location without offending half of the people who lived there. And so, even in these lectures, we find frequently, if I use the term West Bank, or if I use the term Gaza and Shamron, when I'm talking about the same place, but there's lots of baggage associated with those terminologies. So the Romans were quite aware of this, and after the Bar Kokhba revolt in particular, they made this concerted effort to try and to wipe out any memory of the Jewish presence in Israel. Jerusalem was renamed. There's some question about whether this occurred before the war or after, but it was renamed Aila Capitolina, which is actually a reference to the Emperor Hadrian because of one of his middle names, something like that. And Jews after Bar Kokhba were banned from living in Jerusalem. There was, however, about 100 years later, a noted small community of Jews who lived in Yerushalayim anyways, and it's possible that they did so simply ignoring the authorities. The authorities chose to turn a blind eye, but they were called the Tehillah Kadisha Yerushalayim, the holy community of Yerushalayim, of Jerusalem. I think it's also interesting and important to note that one of the fundamentals of the ongoing conflict in the Middle East is the question of primacy, who got there first. There's no question, of course, that the Jews had their political state there earliest, but one of the arguments that's sometimes made in the political polemics is that the Jews left. I mean, they were gone for quite a bit of time, and then other people came, and so they no longer had the same connection to land that they once did, no longer a legal and moral authority over the land. And I'm going to leave the answers to those questions to others who didn't debate them, but on a historical level, it's very important to know that it's simply not true. There's always been a Jewish presence in the land of Israel, however attenuated. We shall see that later on in the medieval period, sometimes just a handful of people living in places like Jerusalem, a handful of Jewish people living in a place like Jerusalem, but nevertheless, there is a continuous settlement of Jews in Israel. When we speak about the exiled Jewish people, it definitely speaks about the bulk of the population. The diaspora early on became much larger than the population of Jews in Israel, and definitely more prominent, more significant in all kinds of ways. But there has always been a consistent presence of Jews, however small, in the land of Israel. The Tehillah Kadisha Yerushalayim is one illustration of that. After Rome adopts Christianity in the year 313, things get much worse for the Jews in Israel, because even though the Romans were definitely not close friends with the rebellious Jews who seem to be rebelling every generation, the addition of Christianity changed things dramatically because as a monotheistic faith, it is intrinsically intolerant of other faiths. And this is something true of all the monotheistic faiths, the idea of a universal vision of one path to truth. We could say this about Islam, and we could say it about Judaism as well. There are differences in how it is rolled out, as it were, because Judaism, for example, does maintain that all other faiths, especially polytheistic faiths, are intrinsically false, but not, however, necessarily prohibited. to non-Jews. They would be considered inappropriate for a Jew, but nevertheless a non-Jew would still be theoretically, worshiping the same God as the Jewish God. So there are issues in terms of how this is viewed. Christianity, however, had perhaps one of the most restrictive views of what other faiths could practice and still be within the pale of acceptability. And this meant that it was intrinsically much more intolerant than, let's say, paganism, which, by the very fact that the multiplicity of gods tends to accept the idea that some other people could worship different gods. Jews did rebel in particular against a Roman leader named Gallus, and this rebellion was centered in the northern part of Israel. It began in Sepphoris in 351 and lasted for about a year. It was put down very harshly. Some Jews were sold into captivity, much like they were in the first Roman Jewish War. But one of the ways in which the Jews kind of pivoted at that point was they recognized that, the situation in Israel is just getting more and more tenuous. And so this is the point in time when they decided to abandon the calculation of the year, of the calendar, by sighting of the moon, and to move to a fixed calendar, which is the one that we use today, that corrects the luni-solar discrepancy by adding a leap month on a 19-year cycle. I'm not going to go into more details on what the calendar is, but we should bear in mind that for a diaspora people, the calendar is crucial, because this meant that all Jews would be linked together in a singular cycle of worship. Passover at the same days, Yom Kippur on the same day, and so on. As soon as that fractures, that represents a rift in time that would add to the extant rift in space that they had already experienced since the first century. So by determining a fixed calendar that was no longer dependent on having witnesses come and testify to the sighting of the new moon, which had been the habitual practice for centuries upon centuries, this meant that Jews had another valuable tool to bring with them into the diaspora. It made them actually much more agile and flexible with regards to their existence in the diaspora culture. There is at this time a brief, however, respite where there is a Roman leader known as Julian the Apostate. I actually like that title, I think it's kind of cool. But he died very early, but when he was then Cyrus-like, to rebuild their temple. And he got a little bit excited about this, but it turned out to be very short-lived. This was also in the 4th century. More significantly, I think, in the 5th century is the recognition by the Jews that they really had to prepare themselves for a more dangerous time that would involve more diaspora travel. This is when the Jerusalem Talmud was completed. It's called the Jerusalem Talmud, but that's not really fair because there are very, very few Jews living in Jerusalem. It really should be because there was one important center there as well, but it's called the Jerusalem Talmud. Before the term was heavily politicized, it was also called the Palestinian Talmud, but that, in the 21st century, it sounds like an oxymoron. Nevertheless, that's what this Talmud is. It's essentially, if you recall, an extended discussion of the Mishnah, which was codified in the early 3rd century. It's a major commentary that is not exactly a commentary, it really is an extended discussion, but it was very important in establishing a traditional Jewish practice and a unified Jewish practice. It would be superseded by the Babylonian Talmud, that is much larger, particularly in those areas that don't relate to agriculture in the land of Israel. And because it was, for various reasons, but one of which is the fact that it was able to consider the Jerusalem Talmud in its own deliberations, the Babylonian Talmud became far more authoritative, and the Jerusalem Talmud was barely studied for much of the Middle Ages. Unfortunately, though, at this time, with the rise of Christianity in the Roman Empire and several other political changes, the office of the Nasi was ended in 429. That is the last Nasi, the last titular head of the Jewish people in Israel in late antiquity. There would be an imposition of a person called an exilarch, which is something that we get really from the Babylonian period, but not nearly with the same authority as, for example, Rabbi Judah Nasi, Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, who wrote the Mishnah in the 3rd century. So there's like a steady decline of the Jewish situation. But there are a couple of interesting moments of Renaissance. In the 5th and 6th century, under Byzantine rule, there is a brief moment of respite where there seems to be much more flourishing. Also in the north, and you see, for example, with several synagogues constructed and preserved well to this time. This is the Beit Alpha synagogue in the north, and it has this dramatic mosaic on the floor. You can see right at the top of the mosaic there is kind of like a depiction of the car holding the Torah, and the traditional menorah, which is one of the oldest Jewish symbols. And then in the very center of this mosaic, a brilliant zodiac, which is also a very traditional piece of that you'll see in synagogues right up until the early modern period in the 19th century. And at the bottom, it looks rather primitive, but it has sort of a gripping character. This is the binding of Isaac. The larger figure on the right-hand side is Abraham, and he's holding Yitzchak, and you can see there's actually Hebrew lettering labeling them. And he's got the knife about to perform the sacrifice of his own son, as described in Genesis 22, but there is a hand that emerges right in the center top of the lower register of this mosaic. That's as it were God saying, "No, stay your hand to Abraham and so." And it appears to be Sarah on the left, if I'm not mistaken. Looks like a rather short skirt. For the ancient period, you always imagine they're wearing longer skirts, but who knows what the tznius were back then. So this is the traditional Renaissance study, an effervescence of Jewish art in the Roman and Byzantine periods. We have in the 7th century some dramatic events with a very brief-lived, much longer in duration, punctuated with one interruption from the Crusades. So the western, or the Wailing Wall, the last remaining external rampart of the temple courtyard, that was most of the blocks that are up higher today were those that were placed by Herod, who was a great builder at the time. And on the Temple Mount itself, of course, there are Muslim structures that were put up in the 7th century. The most iconic of which is the Dome on the Rock, originally built in the late 7th century, and then destroyed at one point and rebuilt a few centuries later. And the gold was added even more centuries after that. But this is perhaps the most striking image of Jerusalem that happens to exist on the grounds of the destroyed temple, which is one of those terribly frustrating things for Jews who wish to see the temple rebuilt, and there's a lot of political developments regarding it, but not for our discussion today. So the Persians invade in the 7th century. We looked at this a little bit more in detail a few weeks ago, but they're only there for a couple of decades. The Byzantine emperors come back in for just 5 years. They take over the country, and then finally you have the Arabs come in. This is shortly after the death of Muhammad in 632, and that's when Israel, the land of Israel, formally comes under Muslim control. Here's what it looked like when it was organized in the 8th century, and as you can see here, that it's called Jun of Philistine. Philistine is, of course, the Arabic version of Palestine, which was the name that was given to the land by the Romans in an attempt to kind of wipe out Judea and Israel as the names associated with it. So the Arabs inherited the Roman name for the land. Note, however, that Jerusalem in Arabic, I'll put, is not a capital. One of the interesting arguments that advocates for the land of Israel make is that Jerusalem was the only capital of the Jewish people. This is a region that they've always regarded as their capital. And I think that's an interesting observation. Notice that it's the region of Philistine also extends into what would be today Jordan, and much of the north, which is in modern terms the Galilee region, is under the region of Urdun. I'm not exactly sure where Urdun is, but that's not exactly. And Damascus has the very, very top part, including Banyas, which is a beautiful part of Israel, and then down in the south, it also controls some of the region on the other side, which would run on Jordan. So the Jews living there at that time, we don't have really good numbers, but an Arab demographic source, or Caesarea, which is on the coast, it's historically a very Roman city. It was kind of like a city that was built up heavily by Arab, and it was sort of like where Romans could go to a religious environment like Jerusalem or something. Sort of like Surfside for 5 towns people, right? You go to Surfside, it doesn't feel too crazy. So it's always been more of a Roman-style city, but the Arab demographer records that there were 700,000 Romans living there, 200,000 Jews, and 300,000 Samaritans. I think there are a lot of reasons to doubt the sizes of those numbers. They seem rather large to me, I think by many-fold. However, it is kind of interesting to think that maybe the proportions were correct. Maybe that's roughly, maybe it's only 1/10 of that population, 70,000 Romans, 20,000 Jews, 30,000 Samaritans. But it does give you a sense of what a famously Roman-oriented city would have had in terms of its Jewish and non-Jewish population. Oh, and here's another really important thing that we should bear in mind, especially as we look back from our point of view in the 21st century. Never in its history was the land of Israel ever monarchical. It always had multiple populations, multiple ethnicities, multiple languages. It's true that the Jews did dominate for much of the ancient period, and they dominated, of course, from the second half of the 20th century. But there has always been a mixed population in Israel, and the degree to which they get along with each other, of course, is the stuff of history. When the Pact of Weimar was imposed in the 8th century, for example, Jews were required to wear yellow-colored turbans, and Christians blue turbans, and Samaritans red turbans. This is in accordance with a more strict observance of that Pact of Weimar, which on the one hand guaranteed monotheistic faiths like Judaism and Christianity a degree of tolerance, because they are, after all, monotheistic, but nevertheless they were to be clearly distinguished from the larger Muslim population. It is also worthy to note, just like we see in Christian Europe after the 13th century and the imposition of the Jewish badge, that it was very commonly ignored. Typically by paying a small bribe, or the authorities not really being interested in enforcing these kinds of rules. But it does give you a sense of what the oscillation must have been like between periods when there was more tolerant and very enriched peoples, more tolerant. It is during this period, after the Muslim conquest, that you begin to have a very large-scale migration of Arabs, and in particular then moving to the city of Ramla. Let me point out as well that the term Arab is an ethnic designation. Muslim is a religious designation. In other words, Arabs may practice Christianity. For example, many Lebanese Arabs are Christians, and many Muslims are not of Arab ethnicity at all. They may be Chinese, for example, the Uyghur, or you have black Muslims in America, African American descent. So the term Arab, however, is clearly ethnic because the early Islamic empire was dominated by forces from Saudi Arabia, old today's Saudi Arabia, and that was the rule that was imposed in Israel. As you move on, of course, there's going to be lots more inter-Muslim political change with Muslim rulers who are not Arabs at all, the Turks, for example. But for the time being, at the beginning, we're talking about an Arab empire. Jewishly, there's a lot of fascinating things going on here. We discussed a little bit about this in terms of the rivalry with the Gaonate in Babylonia. But, for example, one thing we didn't talk about very much were the Masoretes. It is at this period of time when Jews, perhaps influenced to a large degree by the Arabs and their tremendous love of the Arabic language, got much more serious about recording the traditions of pronunciation and getting strict about grammar and so on. So there's some question as to exactly when the nefudot, the vowels, became a convention in terms of denoting pronunciation of Hebrew letters, but it was at this time where they get serious about it, and the so-called Masoretes, from the word Masorah, meaning tradition, begin to make sure that we have Sefer Torahs that are written with, not as a Sefer Torah, not as a ritual element, but as a teaching element, written with vowels and so on, and that's how we have our pronunciation today. However, this is no longer the language of the Jews in their daily usage. Arabic clearly becomes the lingua franca of the region. Jews may communicate in writing in Judeo-Arabic, which is essentially Arabic written with Hebrew characters, but the Hebrew language declines in terms of its daily usage quite precipitously. And I've already mentioned how there's lots of invasions of different Muslim groups that I'm not going to go into here because it would take us too far afield from our narrow focus on the Jews. Now, there is one really important interruption in the various Muslim rules over Israel, and is, of course, the period of the Crusades, which we discussed in a few lectures a while ago. But let's look at it again from the perspective of Israel. Here is a rather dramatic 19th century representation of the religiously inspired Europeans coming and a fairly small number of people massacred at their feet by their horses and so on. In reality, the Crusades were a very brutal period, especially in Israel. The Crusader period extends from 1099, which marks the fall of Jerusalem in the First Crusade, to 1291, when they were finally removed from the territory of Israel. What's fascinating, again, ironic viewed from the perspective of our century, that Jews were solidly allied with Muslims against the European Crusaders at this time. Europeans were making their way to free the land from the infidel, but both Muslims and Jews realized that this meant disaster for them. So you actually have Jews and Muslims fighting side by side for the peace of Jerusalem. Unfortunately, the city fell in June of 1099, and there was a horrible massacre of Muslims and Jews. Many of the Jews, defending Jerusalem, were actually burned alive in synagogue. There was a huge exodus of Jews after the Crusader kingdoms come into place. Here is a map of the Crusader kingdoms at their greatest extent. It actually fluctuated significantly because the Muslim rulers surrounding the the new Christian kingdom were not well disposed to tolerate its presence, and so there was frequent fighting over the next couple of centuries. But you can see here that they did establish quite a few locations, particularly on the coast, where, not surprisingly, you see a lot of the Crusader remains even to the present day. Fascinating what's going on with Jews after the Crusades. Yehud al-Kharizi reports that after Saladin, the famous Muslim defender of Jerusalem, the great walls around the old city date from his period. After he was successful in conquering Jerusalem, he actually invited Jews to migrate to the city of Jerusalem, which is again one of those sentences that it's hard to imagine having a Muslim ruler over Jerusalem saying about Jews today. But this is in fact one of those ironies of history, that they recognized that they had an alliance that was quite strong and effective. And in fact, though many Jews did migrate to Jerusalem and to Israel as a whole, from prior to the Crusades, but especially after Saladin's invitation. This included 300 European rabbis who settled throughout the land, many in the northern coastal city of Acre, or Akko in Hebrew. Many of them were Tosafists, meaning they were from the school of Tosafot that is in the Talmudic corpus. They included the famous Rabbi of Lunel from southern France, who made his way to Israel. So here you see there's a surge of Jewish emigration to Israel. It would not, significantly really populate the land, because when Nachmanides came later in the 13th century, found very, very few Jews in Jerusalem in particular, more than places like Akko, and also something similar we have from the Rabbi Ovadia. Here is what the land of Israel looked like for much of the post-Crusader era. This is under the Mamluks, which is one of the many dynasties of Muslims that ruled the nation. As you can see, Israel was treated very differently. The southern Bedouin, the Arab tribes that were non-sedentary, nomadic, and you see that Jerusalem is actually part of the Mamlaka of Damascus. Mamlaka, I don't know Arabic very well, but I think it's like Mamlechet in Hebrew, right? Like a state, as it were. And Gaza, of course, was much more significant. Gaza was actually a very large town at this point. Gaza was about double the population of Jerusalem in the 15th century. And the northern part was ruled by Tzfat, Safed, which is one of the most fascinating cities that we're going to zip right back to look at Tzfat in the period immediately after the Spanish expulsion, because many of the great mystics of the Iberian Peninsula made their way to Tzfat in the 15th century and created an explosion of creativity that is still being felt today. So I'm really looking forward to speaking about that with you. But what we know from the region, by the time we get to the medieval period, Rabbi Vadim Bortonoro, he is the famous commentator on the Mishnah, known simply as the Rav. He wrote that when he arrived in 1488, there were only 70 Jewish heads of families, and they were all incredibly impoverished. A tiny population at the time. And it was, as I mentioned, dwarfed by the city of Gaza. So that's a very quick look at the land of Israel over this 1,200 odd years. And just emphasizing the fact that there is a continuous Jewish settlement there with some dramatic achievements, but for the most part, they were overshadowed by events in the diaspora.
I did a grown-up thing, and I'm really proud of myself. And then you go, right, okay, what don't take into consideration is 28 distinct candidates. So you need 2 gardeners. And then, hold on, look. So then you've got your insurance for the house. So the insurance for the house, because the fires is separate. So the insurance because of fires is separate rent a year. Yeah. What? Seriously? Yeah. And then you have your house tax thing each year, which is 400,000. So basically, what we don't
How did the Jews survive the medieval period? How did the Jews survive? What is it that gave them the tremendous perseverance to last throughout this millennial diaspora? I will stipulate for the court, so to speak, that we're not going to discuss the theological basis for Jewish survival. It's a fascinating discussion, but a little bit outside my ken as a historian. I can put on my rabbi hat, even though I'm not a rabbi, and we could discuss that, but I think I'll do that offline. Right now, let's try and work with the rules of history as we understand them and try to figure out what were the mechanisms that allowed the Jews to everybody knows the joke, right? What's the definition of a Jewish holiday? They tried to kill us, we survived, let's eat, right? That's the, whatever you have to laugh because we're also familiar with it. But it is, it's a gross oversimplification, and yet it has a certain je ne sais quoi. It has a certain amount of, truth to it. Let's just try to understand that a little bit. So, one of the most traditional ways to approach Jewish history has been termed the lachrymose approach. It was Salo Whitmire Barra, one of the greatest historians of the 20th century, who coined this phrase. The word lachrymose means full of tears. That you look back at Jewish history and it is just one tragedy after another. Viewed from the perspective of the late 20th century in particular, after the Holocaust, my gosh, the tragedies just seem to get worse and worse and worse, and there's a lot to be said for that. Detractors of the lachrymose approach sometimes call it the books and pogroms view of Jewish history, in the sense that, the Jews are like essentially studiously working on intellectual attainments, and they write these amazing books, and then they are horribly persecuted pogroms, and then they go back and they write more of these books, and then they're persecuted in pogroms. Now, I'm not saying that that's not what happened. These things definitely did happen, but is it the most productive way to understand the patterns of medieval Jewish history? I'm not so sure. There is definitely, however, what to cry about. The lachrymose approach is certainly not a figment of our imagination. Sometimes when a person says he's paranoid, there really are people out to get him. When you look at the scope of the Middle Ages, extending from the diaspora at the Bar Kokhba period up until the Great Expulsion from Spain, we've got series of expulsions. We've got long lists of discriminatory laws passed against Jews. We've got these horrific charges of blood libel. What a sugar thing to suggest, and yet, as this particular image indicates, not only the blood libels, but the even more bizarre post-desecration arguments resulted in Jews getting massacred. And then perhaps the worst of the entire medieval period, the purge-like environment of the Inquisition. When we come back after the break and we look at the Sephardic diaspora, one of the most terrifying things of the Inquisition is that when Jews left Spain, they were not left alone. Anytime they landed in a Catholic territory, they were subject to the depredations of the Inquisition. So there's no question the lachrymose approach of medieval Jewish history has a lot of merit. It should not be tossed out the window. There is, however, I think, corrective lenses that can be applied to understand this in a little bit more sophisticated way. And one of the questions that really opens up the entire area is, if it was really that bad, if it was just unrelenting persecution, why weren't the Jews simply massacred out of existence, God forbid, so many times before in history? The term genocide was actually coined only after the Holocaust by a Jewish man named Raphael Lemkin, and he was searching for a word to try and describe what the Holocaust meant, because the Holocaust was such a historical novum. It was something totally unprecedented, and we had no comparable example of any organized group of people, particularly at the state level, bending their entire bureaucratic engines toward destruction, to the idea that an entire culture should be systematically wiped out. Historically, there have been lots and lots of massacres, lots and lots of expulsions, but the idea of genocide, the idea of something like the Holocaust, completely new. It's only in the 20th century. These, of course, are not the only victims of genocides, although they tend to be the, kind of like the most well-known and often cited example in the Holocaust. But many others, the Roma in the Holocaust as well, the Armenians, a lot of discussion about their treatment at the hands of the Turks, the Ukrainians in the Soviet period, the Holodomor, some incredibly horrible things that happened to so many people. Why do we only see that in the 20th century? Why don't we see those things happening earlier? So let's come back to this question. And I think to answer it, or at least to approach answering it, I'm going to introduce you to something that I like to call the Abramson rule of history. It's just something I say to please myself. I do find that undergraduates tend to remember it, and I run into students like 20, 30 years later, and this is like one of the few things they remember from any of my classes. I tend to put it always on the final exam, so be ready. The Abramson rule of history, which again, it's not really an Abramson rule, it's more like a Karl Marx rule, but the rule is that if you don't know why a particular historical phenomenon exists, the answer probably is money. So when you're in doubt, just answer money. And I think that if we step away from the lachrymose perspective a little bit, and we try to understand why were the Jews allowed to exist, why nobody really thought of genocide until a much later period of time, it's because the Jews were useful. There are lots of ways in which, even though people might have had, a xenophobic attitude to Jews, they may have had a religious antipathy to Jews, they may have had a lot of reasons why, for good or ill, they did not like Jews. The Jews were very useful, and quite often useful to essential elements in society. The Jews were, I think, in many ways, ironically, saved by their own diaspora, because for the purposes of Jewish living in a diaspora, they needed to be urbanized. It's very difficult to live as a minority if you're going to be agrarian. You have to, there's certain communal functions that you have to have within walking distance, a ritual bath, a mikvah, a synagogue, and as you know, I like to say, you have to have an Asian restaurant within walking distance. How can you possibly have a community if you can't have walking distance to Asian food? That's a joke. So the Jews tended to congregate in urban centers, sometimes villages, sometimes cities. By the time we get to the 19th and 20th century, Jews are around 30% of the population of many large cities like Warsaw in Poland. And in their urban environment, they tend to develop urban skills that require literacy and numeracy, and they're very, very valuable skills. Jews as doctors, highly prized, even to this very day, very strong tradition of Jews in medicine. Linguistic skills make Jews especially useful as diplomats, or on a lower level, simply middlemen, being able to communicate with people of different cultures, to engage in travel, engage in trade, and of course, as we discussed a few weeks ago, money lending. They're urban, they're able to make financial calculations and the unusual phenomenon of a ban on Christian money lending creates a unique economic niche for the Jews that allows them to flourish. So even if we think about all of the built-up hatred that was directed at Jews over the course of the Middle Ages, we see that they possess a lot of valuable skills that many sectors of society continue to value. In the case of money lending in particular, we see that they derive the protection of the king himself as the servi camerai regis, the servants of the royal chamber that we discussed when we talked about finance, because they're the only people in society who are able to generate cash on a regular basis, particularly because society is so deeply invested in a pre-modern economy with lots of barter. The Jews are the ones who are actually generating cash that can be taxed by the king. And so the king doesn't want to see anything happen to these Jews. They are quite literally the cash cows. Jews are early on involved in minting and in the production of money. And this is at the same time their salvation, because it makes them useful to society, and at the same time it is a source of significant resentment that is directed against them. So even though we do see this lacrimose model happening, there's no question that the Jews have certain advantages that they have cultivated over the centuries with their long history of urbanization that makes them, quite adaptable to the necessities of the medieval period. And let us not forget that from the religious perspective as well, there are lots of reasons why Jews were actually protected. One of my teachers in university, Professor Alan Davies, who is a specialist in history of church anti-Semitism, and he liked to say that in reality, it was the church that protected the Jews for about 1,500 years. Now, I don't think he was really aware of the Abramson rule of history. Of course, I was an undergraduate, maybe a precocious one, but I don't think I fully fleshed out that theory at the time. But I think he had a real point, and that is because both the church and the mosque developed a religious modus vivendi with the Jews. Again, it's possible, especially in certain periods like 13th century Europe, that if the church had its way, maybe we would see something a little bit more drastic than the horrible persecution that they endured. But the fact is, the demand for the Jewish presence, primarily because of their economic value, had to find its expression in a religious modus vivendi, a way of living with them. And so we have two doctrines that are ironic parallels to each other, that in both Islamic North Africa and Middle East and in Christian Europe. For the Muslim, although by 21st century standards obviously quite discriminatory, but viewed from the perspective of the Jews, it meant that there was like a legal space for them to exist. As long as they, accepted the disabilities of their dini status, which included, for example, a punitive tax rate that was not applied to Muslims. And from time to time, they had certain restrictions on their clothing, their architecture, their settlement, and even with all of these rules, there were the occasional punctuations of violence that went beyond what the Pakhtun allowed. But it still provided sort of like a medieval charter of rights for Jews. Not the same rights as Muslims, but certainly the right to exist, the right to be secure in their worship within boundaries, and this actually preserved the Jews. Similarly, the doctrine of witness, which we saw in Christian Europe, really being articulated by people like St. Augustine, and especially defended by important popes like Gregory the Great, said that, hey, for our own religious reasons, we need to keep the Jews alive until the second coming, so they can be a witness to the return of Jesus. Right? So this is, very important reason why the Jews could not be killed, why they could not be subject to genocidal impetuses, because sorry for getting distracted by that, but the doctrine of witness said that it would be completely inappropriate to, God forbid, massacre the Jews, or even to convert them forcibly to Christianity. As we saw also with Islam, perhaps on a much greater scale in Christianity, there were times when this sort of theological justification for limited tolerance wore thin, and you did have episodes of forced conversion, episodes of massacres, but on the whole, the doctrine of witness held fast. And the Jews were ironically protected by both the mosque and the church, because they had this sort of safe space in which they lived. When we return to our question of genocide in the 20th century, it was only when the power of religion declined so dramatically from the 18th century onward that these kinds of religious justifications simply have no longer any hold on the modern mind, especially on the postmodern mind. Right? It reminds me of that phrase in the Talmud, "Leis din v'leis dayan." Okay, leis dayan v'leis din. There is no judge, and there is no judgment. Christians, for example, are always, even when they may be, built up into a paroxysm of anger over a blood libel charge or something like that, they still have in the back of their mind, "Thou shalt not kill." That is still part of Christianity, of course, derived from Judaism. But when you say, there is no fundamental document, there is no prime revelatory experience that people can look back to as a sense of ultimate responsibility, that's when a genocide really is possible. It's only, ironically, really possible in a secular intellectual environment. So these ideas of the Pact of Lamar and Doctrine of Witness, they don't work in modernity anymore, and helps to explain the unfortunate huge increase in the savagery of violence against Jews and against other minorities that we have experienced in the last couple of years. Okay, with that, I want to bring this semester to a close. I want to thank you very much for your patience and your endurance. I'm really looking forward to when we come back together, and we're going to start right away with the Sephardic diaspora, and then we're going to continue through the modern age, which is simply so many more fascinating chapters in the millennial history of Jewish people. Thank you again for being here.
Los Angeles would be a place that you would come for comfort. I feel but it's interesting. Did a lot of rappers, they say that they don't like to live in their hometown because people kill them. Like a lot of like Lil Boosie was in here, and he said he doesn't like to live in Louisiana because people kill him there because they get jealous and stuff like that. Is there a lot of that kind of stuff in England? Like I've never said it. Never said it.
Let's take some time to look at a long history of the Jews in the Byzantine Empire, which is an area of research that has not seen the same amount of attention as, for example, the Jews of the Western Europe. And this is actually quite a significant, large period of time that we're going to be talking about, and a significant amount of territory as well. But let's at least have a very brief overview. So first of all, where was the Byzantine Empire? You can see here on this map, it is the yellow region, and it is distinct from the kind of orangish, reddish region to the left, which is the Roman Empire. Now, both the Roman Empire and the Byzantine Empire were Christian. The Roman Empire, of course, becomes Catholic with the rulership of a single pope in Rome. The Byzantine Empire is a little bit more complex. It ends up developing several patriarchs who rule the spiritual aspect of the Christian nation, and it has an emperor who is based in Constantinople. That's this really crucial city over here. You can see on a narrow strait is the Bosporus that links the Black Sea with the larger Mediterranean Sea. And it was known originally as Byzantium, and then from the 4th century on, it's known as Constantinople, which is Greek for Constantine city, named after the emperor Constantine. And then after the Turkish conquest in 1453, which would mark the endpoint of today's quick video, it becomes named Istanbul, and it becomes, of course, that Muslim city at that point. But for the period that we're talking about, from the early 4th century right up until the middle of the 15th century, you have this significantly large Byzantine Empire with a lot of control over North Africa, Israel, Asia Minor, the Balkans, and Greece. It's also important to note that the Roman Empire will shortly fall into decline. They will be attacked by the Germanic tribes from the north, and Rome will be sacked a few times until finally it falls, and it ends up going into the beginning of what we call the Dark Ages until the Renaissance, again, almost 1,000 years later. So when Rome falls, the Byzantine Empire becomes its inheritor, particularly in terms of the transmission of Christianity. The city of Constantinople becomes, as it were, the second Rome, and when it falls in the 15th century, ultimately, the third Rome is often considered Moscow. Of course, the first Rome will come back, but that's not so let's focus a little bit on the history of the Jews in the Byzantine Empire. So, in the Byzantine Empire, the Roman status of Judaism as a religio lecita, a legal religion, begins to erode in the 4th century. Conversion to Judaism, for example, is prohibited as the church begins to gain a lot more control over how the entire empire is run. And whereas conversion to Judaism is prohibited, conversion from Judaism is, of course, encouraged. And various legislations are put in place, such as, for example, Jewish parents who have children who decide to become Christian are forbidden from disinheriting them. In fact, they have to continue to support them, and these Christian children of their Jewish parents will inherit them. This is an issue, by the way, that goes on for many centuries, and not only in the Byzantine Empire, it comes up even in the early modern period. Anyway, there's a remarkably dramatic step towards greater hostility to Judaism from the 4th century onward. You see the rhetoric increases in heat, especially with people like St. John Chrysostom, the so-called Golden Mouthed, who issued a number of really flaming, nasty sermons against the Jews, and his approach to Judaism made a significant impact really on the entire Eastern world, especially when connected to the Third Rome, Moscow, and the Slavic iterations of Byzantine Christianity. Of course, the Orthodox churches, as they're called today, are influenced by the Byzantine Empire. You also have some, deep reach into the Jewish practice by the emperors, who are now officially Christians. Justinian I, for example, attempted to forbid the study of the Mishnah, especially as a use in its interpretive function of the Torah, and tries to actually dictate which non-Hebrew translations of the Torah are accepted. In other words, which Greek versions in particular are acceptable for use among Jews of the Byzantine Empire. There are numerous violent attacks on Jews and the incidents of forced conversion, and you actually have Jews rebelling in the 4th, 6th, and 7th century in particular. When the Persians eventually invade Israel, as we discussed a few weeks ago, the Jews will support them because they are fed up with the degree to which the Byzantine Empire tries to interfere in Jewish practice. They even banned at one point Purim parties because they tended to get out of hand, and since they're associated with drunkenness and kind of frivolity and sometimes a mockery of Haman, which can sometimes be extended in the political and social context to mockery of other authority figures. They actually tried to ban drunkenness on Purim. Good luck with that. Under the iconoclasts, so this is a movement that you see developing in the 8th and 9th century. There's a couple of episodes where the Byzantine Empire goes through this kind of paroxysm of purging of any kind of physical representation of divine figures. That's the sense of iconoclasm, which means essentially to destroy icons, to destroy kind of a clever representation. This is, of course, from the goat icon imagery, else there wouldn't be any icons on it at all. And you can see here is a representation of the crucifixion scene, and Jesus is given gall to drink. It's on a kind of a sponge on the end of a stick. And here is a representation of a 9th century iconoclast. His face is wiped out, but his hair looks, really wild and barbarian. He's red as well, and he is in a way kind of echoing that passion scene by using some kind of sponge to attempt to wipe out an icon at the end of the stick. So this is kind of something that was going on. There was actually 2 distinct periods when this was very frequent. How that connects to Jews is significant because the iconoclasts often cast the heretics as Jews. So even though they're talking about other Christians, the idea of heresy is associated with Jews in particular. Basil I attempted to impose a widespread forced conversion in the year 873. This decree was ultimately rescinded by a successor, Leo IV, but was attempted again in 943 by another emperor, Romanus I. It is at this time that we have reports of Jews fleeing from the Byzantine Empire to the north, to the Khazarian Empire, which is really fascinating, and that I'm very involved with the correspondence of Kastayim Shakut with figures supported to be Khazarian leaders. And during this time, Italy emerges as a major center of Jewish creativity. But a fascinating on in Bulgaria, where you have 2 figures, Saints Cyril and Methodius, who are very much involved in transmission. Ultimately, they'll have a massive impact on Ukrainians and Poles and Russians, although the Poles, of course, are Catholic. But fascinating, they seem to have some awareness of things Jewish and some contact with Jews as well. Just to give you one example, the alphabet that is associated with their activity, of course, the alphabet that is used with some minor variation among many of the Eastern Orthodox peoples, like the Russians and Ukrainians, it clearly shows evidence of Hebrew. For example, the letter which in Hebrew is shin and is pronounced in English with the sound sh, pronounced together, sh. They took that sound and they took the Hebrew letter to create the Cyrillic letter for that sound, sh. And there are several other examples. Like you see the word Saturday in Hebrew is Shabbat, and in Russian it's Subbota. There's lots of borrowings from things Jewish, largely through the activity of St. Cyril and Methodius. When we get to the end of this period, I think one of the most dramatic things to point out is the horrific Fourth Crusade, which just shows how bankrupt the entire crusading movement had become just a century after it had first been initiated. And the Fourth Crusade was actually the second crusade in which the Crusaders actually attacked other Christians rather than going to Jerusalem and trying to achieve what was the reportedly stated idea of the Crusades, which was to free it from Muslim rule. In the year 1204, they approached Constantinople. Again, remember, it's a Christian city, although under Orthodox rule rather than under Catholic rule. And the Crusaders ended up sacking the city of Constantinople rather than heading on down to Jerusalem. Once they got into this massive and important capital city. They found so much wealth that the vast majority decided to stay and take their prizes and their spoils from other Christians rather than make their way down to Jerusalem, and very few of them, in fact, did so. There was Latin rule in that region until 1261. The Jewish quarter, of course, was also sacked and burned. Apparently, the Jews were fairly wealthy in Constantinople at this time. They were especially associated with tanning and with the textile trade. Textiles, in particular, a very long Jewish tradition. Even my own father, Oliver Shalom, in rest in peace, was also involved in this textile trade. The Jews of Constantinople managed to survive and to recover after that attack by the Fourth Crusaders. But outside of Constantinople, there were notable moments of persecution, particularly in Greece. And this all ends in 1453, at least this kind of, conceptual unit of Jewish history, when the Turks would invade Constantinople, and would bring an entirely new period in Jewish history, would be especially strengthened by the arrival of many refugees in Sephardic diaspora after the Jews were expelled from Spain in 1492. Yeah, I hope you found that useful, and thank you very much for watching.
And the start was just like, there is.
When you answered, when you said, "Oh, you're going to be my girlfriend," were you serious about it when you said it to her?
No. Say that broke up with her. Like the first three times that broke up.
So we're moving now into the third and final semester of this Jewish History Lab series. It's been really wonderful to speak with you about the ancient period and about the medieval period. And
I guess what I got you for Christmas and a power bank.
I'm really grateful that you stayed with me so long. So let's take just a few moments to think about, well, why are we breaking this up into 3 semesters? Besides the obvious.
It's hard to just communicate with a woman. It's like looking in the face of like.
This reason that, for example, a 15-week semester works really well in a college environment. Why should there be ancient, medieval, and modern Jewish history? So the obvious question is, why periodize at all? If you think, for example, about the way our lives are led, you don't very often wake up one morning and say, oh my gosh, this is a new period in my life. Now, there are times when there are major life events, like getting married or, God forbid, getting divorced or birth of a child or things like that, where you feel really everything is going to be totally different now. And in fact, it is different. And you can really say from that particular point, my life was changed. But sometimes, you make that big change and you expect there to be a shift in your reality, and you wake up a little while later and say, wait a second, nothing's really changed. It's the same as before, just with these little details different. So why should we have any big chunks of time as a periodization in history? I think one of the most important reasons why this is so is because there's lots of great research that's, shows that we are creatures of narrative. We think in terms of making stories in our minds. We follow trajectories, we anticipate trajectory destinations, we do these things in a spatial sense, and we also do them in a chronological sense. We want there to be a beginning, a middle, and end to the story. We want there to be, climax and denouement and all kinds of different things happening in a story for it to make sense. And of course, that is the word story is embedded in the English word history. It's not in the German word Geschichte or in the Hebrew Yamin, but it does work in English, right? There is a story in history. So it helps us kind of define major chapters in history if we have these big chunks of time. So the next question, if we understand why we like to have these chunks in time, why these 3? Why did we set them at these times? So first of all, let's have a look at Western periodization. And when I say Western, I mean, this is what most historians, up until, let's say, the 1950s, who were trained in European or North American institutions, absorbed. This is kind of like the dominant European Christian understanding of the pattern of history. So if we start with the ancient period, you've got ancient Greece and Rome, amazing civilization with Socrates and Plato and Aristotle, and then with the mighty Roman Empire that's huge extent and things like that. And then with the fall of Rome, there's a steep drop, and that's what we call the Dark Ages, right? With the fall of Rome in the 5th century, everything gets worse and worse and worse until you kind of climb up a little bit into the 13th century or so, and you see the Renaissance, and that takes us on a pretty steady slope upwards until you get to the modern period, right? Happy us. This sort of vision, kind of very positivistic view of history was very popular right up until, let's say, World War I, and crashing down with the realization that, oh my gosh, we may not have advanced really as far as we thought we did with the brutality of that conflagration, and then of course how much more so with World War II and the genocide of the 20th century. But in general, this is sort of like the way we think of history in terms of the Christian European West. They break it into 3 areas: the ancient, right, which is basically from the period of the beginnings of civilization in Egypt and Mesopotamia, all the way up until the fall of Rome. And then you move to the later period, which we're going to talk about right now, the modern period. That's sort of what we inhabit, although there's a lot to say that modernity ended with World War II, and we get into a period called postmodern. I don't want to talk about that today. It's really important, but we will have to get back to it when we move forward in this course. And in between these 2 ages, the ancient and the modern, you have the medieval period. In fact, the term medieval means between the eras, between the ages of ancient and medieval. That's the kind of way that Christian European historians thought of the story that is in history. Now, the problem is this is so focused on that one particular point in time, looking at history backwards with the lens that valorized Greece and Rome as being an amazing culture. It was an amazing culture, no question. And then anything that wasn't Greece and Rome was like, that's the right word, I guess, chopped liver, right? Whereas if you look at like Asian history, you look at North African history, you look at Middle Eastern history, they don't follow any of this. I mean, everything is totally different. The rise of Islam in the 7th century is smack in the Dark Ages, but tremendous heights of scholarship and culture developed for the next millennium. I mean, how can you use this particular model to try to understand, for example, Islamic history? And if we glance at Jewish history, there's different ways to look at this, but let's say from a theological standpoint, in Jewish history you have this concept of Yerida Hadoros, which means, unlike Western periodization, the decline of the generation. So if you start here, let's use these arrows. You've got from the very beginning in the ancient period, let's say back to the Exodus, you have the Dor Dea, the generation of knowledge that witnessed the great miracles of the Exodus, and the receiving of the 10 Commandments, and like amazing things like that. But then they right away slip, and so okay, fine, you get to the period of the prophets. Then you've got kind of a plateau, and then they slip again, and then okay, but we're all right. We have a plateau. You get to the period of the Tanaim, and then the Amorite, and so on. And then there's a slip again, and this can go on until we get to where we are, which, in terms of our theological closeness to God, it is definitely not a case of happy us. We are further and further away from that chronological moment of the Exodus and the giving of the Torah. So if you can't use the same Western model to understand Jewish history, at least from a theological standpoint. One of the things that we will be exploring over the next few weeks, however, is that theological standpoints become less and less important for most Jews as the world becomes much more secular, and we look at a lot of other ways of periodization for Jewish history, which are, again, not at all like the ancient medieval modern. Nevertheless, we are going to stick with the modern designation of a big chunk of time for reasons that I like to show you right now. Let us first ask, okay, so we sort of get the idea of ancient, medieval, and modern, like the modern being a vision of a kind of return to that great, peak in human civilization of the Greece and Rome. But what are the criteria of modernity? What are the things that are happening in the modern world that are distinct from what happened in medieval and the ancient world? So here we go. Here's a Portuguese map, which is actually very significant reason that it's become close. When you look at the modern period, we're talking about the years from 1500 onwards. It is also very useful to get a little more specific and talk about the early modern period, which is like, let's say, 1500 approaching 1800, and then the late modern period, which would be from 1800 and on. That's especially characterized by the growth of industrialization, very important factor, because the idea of technology being connected to machines and artificial sources of power, moving from things like beasts of burden and water to steam and coal, things like that. Huge political change, the era of revolutions starting with, let's say, the French Revolution of 1789, and then progressing throughout Europe. It's useful to think about early modern and late modern. But let me try and outline the major kind of things that are happening in the modern period writ large that will have a lot of impact on our views. First of all, the modern period is characterized by a growth in the development of and widespread belief in the power of science, right? The scientific revolution, which really begins to gain speed after 1500, is extremely significant because science really demonstrates a lot of wins, right? Hey, here's something amazing. I wonder if we could do it. Can we build this bridge? Can we invent this vaccine? Can we do these things? And you know what? It works. So people say, wow. So there's a lot more credibility associated with science after 1500. As that connects to technology, that's like, for example, the Industrial Revolution I mentioned, like things like, hey, if we use a steam engine and we put it on a big iron cart and we attach those cart to rails, we can suddenly increase the speed of communication, and it works again. More and more victories, and they all build upon each other in order to create a much more industrial and deeply interconnected world, which we shall see shortly. We are living, just to jump ahead for a second, into a different age, an information age, where we've kind of gone post-industrial, and now we're connecting with each other and building our economies around the internet, digital communication. But that's too much for now. The age of discovery, of course, we have already been discovered by the Americans who are living there, right? The First Nations, the indigenous peoples of North and South America, and so on. But discovery by Europeans meant that suddenly the so-called Old World was now connected with the New World in a very powerful and important way that will expand dramatically. This is the first step in a rapid expansion of globalism, where more and more people understand and act on the fact that they are not just citizens of their little neighborhood and their little region, but they are actually interconnected economically, intellectually, spiritually with people all around the world. This, of course, explodes in the second half of the 20th century in our own lifetime, in the last 20 years or so, when the internet has made globalism ubiquitous. I mean, I'm old enough to remember when, if you wanted to translate something, you had to actually learn that language. Now it's funny when it makes mistakes, but it's like a sudden leap forward in globalism because of the information age. You also have happening at the same time, first, an emphasis on humanism, which is this kind of a large body of ideas that says man is the measure of all things. They use the gender of man because that was feminism and egalitarianism would take a long time to catch up to this. But the idea that human beings are capable of determining truth and value, and since human beings become the arbiters of truth, it's not a big step to say we will create what is true. There's a lot more movement from the idea of a single God with a revealed text like the Bible that directs what is true, and more of a movement towards secularism, saying, hey, you know what? Let's all agree on much more basic, objectively definable aspects of truth, rather than rely on something that you have to take on faith, which was considered a less reliable form of truth than in science. And this, of course, leads to atheism, which becomes much more prominent from the 19th century onward. One might say ubiquitous in the 20th century. These are major changes that are characterized in the modern period. And on a political sense, you have this increasing belief in popular sovereignty, meaning rather than rely on an absolute king as being the appropriate ruler for a particular region or a group of people, but rather the people themselves should exercise sovereignty over themselves. They should organize, and whenever they have a defining group that they feel is cogent and coherent, and that's where nationalism comes in, because people say, hey, those people on the other side of the river, they're not like us. They have the same religion, the same language, but we don't regard them as us. And so therefore the creation of nations, this so-called imagined community, which drew sometimes quite artificial lines around which people said, we are one nation, we should therefore have our own country. That leads, of course, to revolution. You have that as well happening, especially in 1900 onward. All of these things affected Jews just as much as they affected Christians. These are things that, and by the way, these are things that happened first in Christian Europe and then spread throughout the world to the Americas, to North Africa, the Middle East, the Far East, and so on. But Jews are affected by them largely to the degree that their own communities are insulated from the surrounding community, and their surrounding community is insulated from the greater trends happening in Europe. But this big change sort of reverberates throughout the world beginning around 1500. That's why we have this big chunk of time called modernity. The last topic, however, which I would like to spend a lot more time on, not so much in this video, just a little bit of a taste, but we will explore it many times over the next videos in this series, is that modernity implies a questioning of identity. Meaning, in the modern world, most people are waking up to the question of what does it mean to be human on a very, very basic level. I mean, we have had before that lots of clear directions, especially from religious leaders. This is what it means to be a human, and the very closely related question to that, this is what it means to be Christian, this is what it means to be a Jew, this is what it means to be a Muslim. And typically, for much of the ancient medieval period, they were kind of like basically the same answer. They were almost identical. But moving into the modern world, you suddenly have the possibility where one's identity as a human being, as a citizen of the globe, may not be identical to one's identity as a member of a religious or ethnic or national group. And that's where modernity becomes absolutely fascinating when we get to the Jews. So in terms of the development of a distinct modern Jewish identity, or more precisely said, a range, a spectrum of modern Jewish identities, we have to definitely look at the Portuguese Jews in particular, because the Portuguese occupy a very, very unusual spot in Jewish history in the modern period, because as you will recall from our earlier discussions, the Portuguese Jews were forcibly converted to Christianity in 1497. So you have a significant number of Jews, many of them already refugees from the Spanish Inquisition, made their way to Portugal, thinking that hopefully they will be safe there on the edge of Europe. And then it turns out that it's ruined. They are forcibly converted, forcibly baptized as Christians, and then they have to deal with it. It's not so bad for the first couple of decades because they are more or less left alone to their own devices. So they are effectively still living as Jews while nevertheless having Christian status. So when the Inquisition comes to Portugal as well, it's a crisis point where these so-called new Christians who are previously Jewish, forcibly converted to Christianity, now have to at risk to their own lives, figure out how will they articulate their Jewish identity in the face of the literally mortal threat of the Portuguese Inquisition. Will they simply abandon all Jewish identity and submerge themselves in Christian culture, and in a few generations hopefully forget it, and the Inquisition would pursue their descendants for multiple generations? So this was not something that was like done at one generation and over. It was not, as they say, done and dusted. This is something that lasted for a long time and really affected how Portuguese Jews oriented themselves to the outside world. Would they abandon their Christian identity and, I shouldn't say that. Should they somehow create a hybrid identity where they are like Christians on the outside but Jews secretly inside? Should they, find something totally different? So, this is really the question that Portuguese Jews had to deal with, not only in Portugal, but in their far-flung diaspora, because they tended to look to escape Portugal to try and find ways in which they could express their strange Jewish identity with freedom. Let us recall that since they were technically Christians, they were not subject to any of the restrictions that were imposed on them by the church as Jews. Now they could technically travel where they wanted, enter higher education, enter all the occupations open to Christians, even enter the church and rise in its hierarchy, which was not an uncommon thing for many of these Portuguese Jews. So, just looking at three examples, you have people like Amatus Lusitanus, who was a converso. His family was converted to Christianity in Portugal. He went to study at the University of Salamanca in Spain, and became actually a very expert and well-regarded, world-famous doctor. He ended up moving to Italy and a few other places where he readopted his Jewish identity. He nevertheless retained pride in his Portuguese origins. The term Amatus, which he chose as his given name, is probably a relationship to his Jewish family name of Chaviv, which means beloved. And Lusitanus, of course, is a reference to Portugal. That's a Latin term for Portugal, Lusitania. So he was like creating a hybrid identity where he says, I don't care if you know that I'm actually Jewish, and the whole Christian thing was a facade that was laid onto my identity. And then you have people who could not find a place in a new identity, like, as we discussed, the tragic story of Julio da Costa, who tried to re-engage his Jewish identity, which he had no training in or no background in other than what he read in the Christian versions of the Bible that he could access in Portugal. And in Amsterdam, he was shocked because the Judaism that he adopted did not conform to his image of what it should be when he looked at regular Jews in Amsterdam. Very tragic story. He ended up taking his life. It was an unsuccessful attempt to create an identity. And then you have people like Benedict Spinoza, who are very famous and highly influential philosopher, also of Portuguese extraction living in Amsterdam, who created something totally new. And as you can see from this particular print, which comes from the New York Public Library, it says underneath, Judaeus et atheista, Jew and atheist, right? Like that would be almost a contradiction in terms. How could you have someone who is a Jew understood as a member of a faith community and an atheist? Now, I'm going to set aside the question of can we really call Spinoza an atheist? Some have called him God intoxicated. In fact, the sense of God was much larger, but it was not the sense of God that most rabbis would approve. So these are just a few examples of modern Jewish identities that were made possible by these Jews who were allowed, ironically, by the Spanish and Portuguese experience to exist if they wanted to in a Christian world and also have some Jewish identity despite their technical designation as Christians. This is a trend that will continue fascinating in multiple ways as we move through the next few hundred years, and I look forward to exploring those with you in following lectures. Thank you very much for that.
I just see a lot of people coughing and not doing well.
Still dealing with the Spanish flu.
Okay, last year, 2 years ago, they did well. Did Manchester alone.
I have to tell you, I am really excited. The presence of Matthew Jews. They had a community there for well over 1,000 years, and it's a really
So it was fun, man. I really liked it. It was, I think, during winter, or it was like at the beginning of the it was kind of a quiet time.
unusual kind of combination of Jewish culture and Chinese culture in quite fascinating ways. Today, I'd like to focus specifically on the origins of the Jews of China, but perhaps we'll take a little bit of time at the end of this short video to talk about the nature of the unusual Chinese-Jewish synthesis. So, first of all, when do we first hear about the Jews of China? So the first encounter of the Jews of China with the Western world was in the person of Matteo Ricci. It was the first important meeting. And Matteo Ricci was a Jesuit priest who had come to China with the goal of converting the indigenous population to Christianity. They had a lot of challenges with that. We'll look at some of those. But there's a fascinating encounter that happened in 1605 when a Jew from the city of Kaifeng, with a very important Jewish population and a long Jewish history, came specifically to meet with Ricci in Peking. And it was like, it's hard to, if this wasn't actually well documented, I think it was a comedy skit. Apparently, Ai Tian, this Jewish guy from Kaifeng, thought that Matteo Ricci must be Jewish because he had heard about this person in Peking who came from far away, and he knew a lot about this particular religion, and he said, okay, must be a Jewish guy. Matteo Ricci, at the same time, thought that Ai Tian must be evidence of early Christianity in China, which is absolutely fascinating. And the two of them had this, really funny encounter where Matteo Ricci is discussing things with Ai Tian, and Ai Tian happens to see this painting of the Madonna with Jesus and Saint John the Baptist. Will have to be Saint John's Baptist Day or his anniversary, something like that. And so Ai Tian, knowing nothing about Christianity, completely shut off from the entire phenomenon of Christianity, he assumed that this must be Rebecca and her sons Jacob and Esau. He says, what a nice painting. And then they see another painting that represents the four evangelists, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, of course, with the first four Gospels, the first four books of the Christian Bible. And Ai Tian thinks, oh, look at that. This must be the 4 of the 12 sons of Jacob. Where are the other 8 sons? And it's just this hilarious thing. Eventually, they figured out that, in fact, Ai Tian was not a Christian. He was Jewish. And this had fascinating onto its own right. Now, from Ai Tian's perspective, he wasn't entirely clear on what Christian meant. And in fact, in communication with Ricci and the later Jesuits who actually came to Kaifeng, there was a suggestion that perhaps someone like Matteo Ricci could take over as the chief rabbi because he obviously knew a lot of Tanakh. And one of the challenges that the Kaifeng community was experiencing, even in the 17th century, was a decline in literacy and a decline in Hebrew literacy specifically, and in familiarity with rabbinic tradition. They were looking for a new chief rabbi. Apparently, as the story goes, the chief rabbi of Kaifeng was very happy with allowing someone like Matteo Ricci to take over for him. The Christian stuff really didn't bother him too much. It's another kind of like ancient story. But the fact that the Jesuits were still eating pork, that was very problematic. So there's no way you can become our rabbi if you're still eating pork. By the way, when the Jesuits asked the Jews of Kaifeng, have you ever heard of Jesus? They thought about it for a while and they said, oh yeah, sure, we know about Jesus. But when they went to discuss it further, they were not referring to Jesus of Nazareth. The Kaifeng Jews were familiar with Jesus ben Sira, an ancient author who wrote the apocryphal work Ecclesiasticus, as it's known in the traditional order, Sefer Ben Sira, the wisdom of Ben Sira in English, which was a work which was incidentally lost in Hebrew for many generations and was only found in the 19th century. So they knew about a different Jesus, not the Jesus of Nazareth, which these things are just hilarious, I think, but historians have to get fun sometimes. At any rate, the Jesuits maintained a very strong interest in the Jews of Kaifeng, to a large degree, even more than Jews would with this unusual Jewish community. They were especially interested in learning about the Sefer Torahs that the Jews of Kaifeng had. They wanted to see, in particular, if they were the same as the Torahs that were read in Western Europe, because one of the thoughts that Ricci had was that there was more evidence for Christianity in the Hebrew Bible, but that it had been tampered with by the Jews to remove that evidence. And if he could find biblical books that predated that went all the way back to the posited arrival of the Jews, which, by the way, was argued to be as far back as about the 1st or 2nd century of the Common Era. I'll talk about that in just a second. So if these texts had references to Jesus in it, that would be incredibly important. Of course, they didn't find such things, and when they actually got to Kaifeng and they discussed a little bit more about what they were interested in, the Jews of Kaifeng were really quite upset and refused to show them their texts. And obviously, there was also a deep interest in converting the Jews of Kaifeng to Christianity. In some ways, the Jesuits thought they had more of a chance with the Jews of China than with the non-monotheistic Chinese of China. And of course, that's a long story that goes way beyond the discussion we have today. But we do have an extended effort of various Christian missionaries come to China to specifically try to convert the Jews to Christianity. At any rate, what they did find was a lavish and very cherished synagogue in Kaifeng. Here is a drawing from an early 18th century Jesuit, Father Domenge, who visited it. And we also not only drew the architectural layout of it, the Jews were definitely very attached to this particular facility. Some of the historical records indicate that they rebuilt it many times, that it was originally constructed in the 12th century, perhaps on an earlier site. And he also recorded graphic images like this of Jews of Kaifeng reading the Torah on a special kind of chair they called the seat of Moses. They would put a Sephardic style ark on top of it and open up the box, and they would read the text from the inside in that manner. It's quite fascinating. They had a really quite active and vibrant community for many centuries. So our task for us today, however, is to try to understand, where did these Jews of China come from? So here is a map that shows the various locations. Kaifeng is the most well-known and most well-documented. However, even the Kaifeng documentation refers to its relationships with other communities such as Yangzhou, where they, for example, received the gift of a sacred Torah. As you can see, that quite a few of them are all on the eastern region of China, but you have some to the west as well. And judging by the numbers, this map, by the way, comes from Encyclopedia Judaica. You can see that some of them date all the way back to the 9th century, but that's like the first clear documentation of that community. They have roots that go back possibly much, much later. We have, for example, several travelers' accounts that refer to the Jews of China. Benjamin of Tudela never actually got there and referred to China specifically, but he did come very close, or at least he collected reports from people who came very close and could easily have been in contact with them. Marco Polo, the famous traveler, has passing references to Jews in China, and we have some fascinating Chinese tax regulations in the 14th century in which there are just scattered references to Jews. Unfortunately, they don't tell us a lot about how large the communities are, or how active they were, or what they were like, but is clear reference to Jews being present there, along with Muslims, by the way, with whom they were frequently associated. And in the mind of Chinese administrators, there's often very little distinction between Jews and Muslims. They're often referred to in the same sentence. We also have some Muslim historians who refer to the presence of Jews, sometimes in the context of Chinese massacres as well. Now, most likely the Jews came to China along the Silk Road, which you can see here's a map from Wikipedia that shows some of the most important routes on which silk traveled from the east to the west. It's also called the Spice Road because spices were also a very important commodity that was imported to the west from the east. The map is a little bit strange because it refers to other caravan routes, and those are, many of them are through the oceans. To my knowledge, camels don't swim especially well, especially when they're laid down, but it does indicate that, there was a lot of maritime trade as well. And what's important about this particular Silk Road is you can see that in this round circle here, this is where the massive population of Mesopotamian Jewry lives. This is where the great Talmudic centers are located, and there's a very significant Jewish population right there along an important spot on the Silk Route. And Jews were involved in much of the trade that went from east to west. The Talmud speaks of a considerable amount of trade that would happen in this region, presumably bringing things from much further east. This received even more attention when Aurel Stein, a fascinating individual who, as you can guess by the last name, was actually born Jewish. He was an explorer and a specialist in a lot of these ancient languages, Eastern languages. His parents, ironically, baptized him and his brother, which was very common for German Jews at the time, although they and their daughters remained unbaptized Jewish. At any rate, Stein, who went far away from his native Germany to explore this region, was exploring in the region of Dunhuang, which is on the Silk Road, and he discovered an amazing thing. He found a huge cache of medieval documents, and scattered among these documents, which were mainly written in Asian languages, he found also this 8th century carefully folded piece of paper, which was actually a Hebrew slicha, meaning a penitential prayer, possibly associated with the high holidays, but the traveler who carried it very lovingly folded it and kept it with him as he was traveling along the spice route. The document can be dated with reliability to the 8th or 9th century, indicating that here was clearly someone who was attached to Jewish prayer, who was traveling along the spice route as early as this period, and that's most likely how most of the Jews in China was along this route. Many of them would have settled in places like Kaifeng. According to Kaifeng tradition, this would have happened significantly earlier in the Han Dynasty, which ended around the year 200. It's impossible to know exactly when the Jews settled there, but they were certainly there for centuries before they were discovered by the West. Now let's take just a couple of minutes to learn about what was this unusual community like. So the documents that we have to tell us about the internal life of Kaizen Judaism, that is, documents which were composed by the Jews themselves, as opposed to accounts by travelers, which are fascinating to themselves as well. We have several stelae, meaning stone blocks, which were established in the synagogue to record important historic dates, many of them associated with the rebuilding of the temple, rebuilding, of the synagogue. And by the way, in modern Jewish parlance, if you go to a synagogue, you'll find the exact same thing. They're plaques honoring the people who spent money and worked hard to rebuild the building or to refurbish it and so on. So we have 4 different texts. We have the earliest dates from 1489, and on the reverse of that stone block, there's another text written in 1512. And then another one in 1663, and then a fourth one, really 3 blocks, but a 4th text in 1679. The last one doesn't tell us a lot about the community; it's very difficult to read. But the earlier ones tell us a lot about how the community cherished the temple and rebuilt it, and the people who were involved with it, and also how the community had to endure some terrible disasters like a massive flooding of the Yellow River overwhelmed the town, and the synagogue was destroyed and had to be rebuilt and so on, things like that. We also have this unusual text called the Memorial Book, which is dated to the 17th century. You can see a page of it over here. This memorial book lists a lot of the prominent people in the town and gives some sense of their genealogy. As you can see from the document, it's written in both Chinese characters and in Hebrew letters. If you look at the 4th list of names down, you see on the right Ben, and then Ben Yisrael Moshe. And that Yisrael Moshe, under the word Moshe, which is right in the center document, it has an interesting kind of phrase that says he's called a Yinshi, i.e. he received a PhD. He was a doctor of advanced learning. A lot of fascinating things about how the Jews of Kaifeng basically lived with 7 distinct surnames, and one particular family was honored with a particular surname by the emperor for their service to the empire as a whole, and that they achieved high levels of education, and a lot of fascinating things. But I think when you look at all of this evidence together, in this brief video, I'd like to point out 3 distinct phenomena that I read into the text. First of all, I was fascinated by the fidelity of the Kaifeng Jews to Jewish tradition. For example, the Jesuits note that they were called, among other names, they didn't use the term Jew, they sometimes used the term Israelite, but they were called Xiao Jing Jiao, please forgive my pronunciation, or the group that excises the sins, which is a clear reference to the observance of the laws of kashrut, because the sciatic nerve has to be removed from animals before consumed. There's a lot of discussion of how the Jews of Kaifeng, for example, would only eat meat that they had slaughtered themselves. They would not rely on other groups' slaughter, and so on. Fascinating, many references to these kinds of things, where they are practicing Judaism as it would be understood in the rest of the Jews. Secondly, however, especially they had some really unusual adaptations to Chinese culture. For example, one of the things that's described in sources is how it was customary to establish a tablet that would have the emperor's name on it, and that people would show it symbolic obeisance, like kowtow before, bowing before, things like that. Very problematic in Jewish tradition to bow before anyone, or certainly to bow before a block of stone. It smacks of idolatry in Jewish tradition. Very problematic. So how did the Jews of Kaifeng deal with this? It's very clever. You would say in Yiddish, a Yiddish Kopf, right? Jewish head. They wrote the verse Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. On the top of this particular brick, underneath, on top of the emperor's name, kind of like a decorative element. And then with whatever bowing they were doing, it was like they were bowing to God because it had this verse on the top. I love this stuff. Also, very problematic for the Jesuits, incidentally, was the problem of ancestor veneration. Matteo Ricci, he reported to the Pope in Rome that one of the issues is that the Chinese have a very, very strong ritual of honoring their ancestors, and there was a major debate in the church. The Pope actually went back and forth on this as to whether or not this could be tolerated. For many of the more doctrinaire Catholics, this also smacked of idolatry to worship dead ancestors, whereas Ricci and others were arguing, no, it's just a culture, they're just respecting them, and so on. So for the Jews, it was no problem, because of course this is really baked into Jewish thought, not necessarily worshiping the ancestors, but appealing to God on the merit of the ancestors. In Hebrew, it's Davos. That's a very, very traditional thing. You look at Jewish prayers, and there's constant references, so to speak, reminding God that Jews are the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah. Look at what they did. Remember their actions, and so on, and provide kindness for their descendants. So the idea of ancestor veneration was not really problematic to Chinese Jews at all. Quite fascinating to see how Chinese culture, Confucian culture in particular, and Jewish culture was able to find points of contact and even synthesis. But at the same time, we have to recall that there is significant degrees of assimilation that would be unacceptable, certainly in North Africa or in European Jewish communities. For example, there are many, many examples of degrees of assimilation. The Jews, especially as they were suffering more and more from a lack of leadership and a lack of contact with the outside world, specifically the rest of the Jewish diaspora, they were having problems finding people who could read and write the Torah and interpret it and so on. So they tended to gravitate to neighbors that they had for many centuries, the Muslims. There was a significant Muslim minority in China. And in fact, there are photographs from the 19th, 20th century of Jews of Kaifeng and elsewhere worshiping in Muslim mosques, because after all, they were sort of theologically much closer to Islam than they were to Confucianism. Islam is, of course, intensely monotheistic, worshiping the same God. So the Jews would frequent Muslim mosques. They were neighbors. In fact, they were almost indistinguishable in dress, but the Muslims would wear white caps, and Jewish males would wear blue caps, as that distinguishes them from the Muslims. For Confucian Chinese, it was often like, who are these people? Oh yeah, right, you've got two flavors, you've got the white flavor and the blue flavor, okay, fine. Also noted in the genealogical tables that they record there that of those 7 clans, some of them intermarried with Chinese, and it's actually recorded in the genealogical tables. It's unclear to us what sort of conversion process, if any, would happen. We do know that Jewish males were far more likely to marry Chinese women than Jewish women were to marry Chinese males. And in those genealogical tables, there was a clear distinction made between those women who were born Jewish, they were called Bat Israel, right, daughter of Israel, and those women who were born to non-Jews were called Bat Adam, a daughter of Adam. They were married, however, and their origins were recorded, and so on. So there's definitely some degrees of assimilation, and it varies. Certain families were far less likely than others to do so, which I guess is broadly similar to American Jewry as well. The last thing that, it's a sad point in many ways, but the community, of course, fell into significant decline in the early modern and into the 19th, 20th century. And one of the saddest things was that they lost the ability to clearly copy their Torah scrolls, to read their Torah scrolls, and ultimately they ended up selling their Torah scrolls to Christian missionaries who then brought many of them back to Western Europe, and in fact even one Torah scroll was in Toronto. This is an example of a Kai Fen scroll, which is held by the British Library. People who have analyzed their Torah scrolls and the scroll of Esther that comes from this region indicates that they were losing their ability to actually copy the Torah scroll effectively. It's clear from the confusion of some of the letters that sound very similar, like Chet and Chaf, or Aleph and Ayin, that they used a method where one person would read the Torah scroll and the scribe would actually transcribe it based on what he was hearing. Hence, there would be errors between those two letters. By the way, Matteo Ricci did not find any evidence that he was so hoping to find of Christian prefigurements in the Torah that were not extant. The Torahs are identical to Western Torahs, except for these obvious kinds of typographical errors. You know, the letter Vav overused, that's the word but, and these confusions of Aleph and Ayin, things like that. So with the loss of these Torah scrolls, the communities fell into a very steep decline, although there are still remnants of the communities even into the 21st century. And I think by way of conclusion, it seems to me that we see in the Kai Fen jewelry just how important it is for the shattering of Jews to remain connected to one another. Even more importantly, how it's crucial that commentaries, without these two things, it's very difficult for a community to last. Although the Kai Fen and China in general demonstrated remarkable resilience over many centuries, and hopefully they will have. And the last thing I gotta say, for those of you who have been following my lectures, I want you to appreciate how, without once mentioning the Jewish predilection for Asian cuisine, I just want you to know I really was going to say. Okay, thank you very much for watching.
Just free flow, yes, that is absolutely otherworldly, incredible. How often does that happen on tour? Not very often. Why? Because I've had 3 hours sleep last week. And you've then got to do the thing, you performance. You've then got to go and do the thing again, which is why that, I got addicted to. I mean, the thing that I did last few weeks, have you tried magnesium?
Yeah, I haven't taken magnesium. It helps if I remember taking it.
Yes. So how many milligrams are you taking?
2 pills, 2 white pills,
100 to 200 milligrams. So,
I'm meal happy.
yeah, so, did you take it last night? Yeah, so, I think the magnesium's been giving me anxiety.
The origins of the Jews of India go back to the ancient period, and we basically have 4 different types of population that inhabit the subcontinent. First of all, you have the Cochin Jews, who live on the Malabar coast here in the southern part of the subcontinent. And then you have the B'nai Israel, and they're sort of like circled by this green square box here, and they're primarily a little bit to the north near the city of Mumbai. And then you have the so-called Baghdadi Jews, who are not necessarily all from Baghdad, and they are concentrated in Kolkata, but also located in some of the populations where Jews had previously resided. And finally, the so-called Paradesi Jews, who are spread out in a few centers, also found within the recognized population centers that we noted. Let's have a look at these 4 distinct types of Jews in a very quick overview. First of all, let's begin with the Cochin Jews, who are the earliest Jews recorded in India. They certainly date from the ancient period. We know from the text of the Hebrew Scriptures, the Tanakh, that there are several words that are related to Sanskrit and Tamil, which are most likely connected to the trade that went on between ancient Israel and ancient India. There are terms primarily for like various goods and gems and things like that. There's also a possibility that this remarkable, mysterious Ophir, that is the source of much of Solomon's wealth, may have been a place called Supara at the mouth of the Indus River, which also housed a very ancient civilization. But we know from multiple sources, from not only Jewish sources, but Greek sources and Roman sources and so on, that there was significant amount of trade, particularly from the west coast of India and the Middle East. By the time we get to the medieval period, the Radhanite traders, who we spoke about in a previous class, have been traveling all through this route and definitely are engaged in trade all across the European and the Asian continents. And they're described primarily in Arab historians. So we know that there are Jews who are visiting India and who are in possibly setting up kinds of settlements in India. The first of those settlements is the so-called Cochin Jews. Now, we know of their history from their local legends, but one of the most fascinating early documents that we have that specifically refers to them are the series of 3 copper plates that are apparently a type of a charter that were issued to the Jews of Cochin from a local king. And this kind of like sets the tone for much of the history of Cochin Jewry, a remarkable level of, coexistence with the local population. One of the things that's quite fascinating about this period is that there seems to have been no indigenous anti-Semitism. I know, right? That's like so hard to believe, but there seem to be very, very few incidents of any kind of organized anti-Jewish impetus. This may be related to the fact that pagan empires, ironically, tend to be more tolerant of other religions than monotheistic faiths. Perhaps that's because of the approach being, like, we have lots of gods, what's one more anyway, that kind of thing. But anyway, that seems to be the case in Cochin. So these 3 copper plates offer some kind of charter, which essentially a promise to a possibly legendary local Jewish figure named Joseph Rabbi, giving the Jews of Cochin all kinds of privileges, many of them symbolic in nature, like the right to use a parasol, which is apparently something reserved for royalty and things like that. The plates themselves date from probably the 11th century, really old, and that, of course, does not speak to the origins of the Cochin Jews, which could have gone back easily to the ancient period. They are written in the Malayalam language in the Vatalutu script. Yes, I pronounced that. I hope I pronounced it correctly. And one of the factors that we have to bear in mind when we're studying India is that it is so far from homogenous. Just like when we talked about Africa, there are literally dozens upon dozens of cultures with multiple languages and multiple faiths and so on. So although it does have one kind of like geographic description, it is, one contiguous territory. India is really made up of many, many different civilizations. Now, the Cochin Jews were fascinating in that they seem to have not really been deeply connected to the traditional rabbinic or even the later Karaite iterations of Jewish thought, and they seem to have, evolved with a local indigenous leadership that led to a lot of really fascinating kind of local customs. Like, for example, this is a paroches, a curtain that is placed in front of the ark that holds the Torah. This is a common element in synagogues all over the world, and of course harkens back to the temple where a curtain would separate the Holy of Holies from the rest of the temple grounds. But a fascinating element in the Cochin Jewish customs is that they incorporate the skirt or other type of clothing of a bride into the parochet itself, which is a fascinating kind of idea that actually brings to mind some interesting Kabbalistic references to the Torah as a kind of me'orasa, as a as a bride that is to be married. Fascinating kind of thing. But at any rate, they incorporate that right into the paroches. Also fascinating, there was a custom that on the eve of the Sabbath, on Friday afternoon, a synagogue functionary would take a taper and light it from the Ner Tamid, from the eternal flame that burns inside the synagogues. In modern synagogues, it tends to be an electric bulb that's sometimes made to look like a fire, but obviously in medieval, pre-modern times, they would have to use an actual flame. And he would carry this taper to all the homes where they would have these kind of like oil things set up on the outside of their homes, and he would like share the light of the synagogue with all the Jewish homes on the eve of the Sabbath. Beautiful kind of idea, I think. The Cochin Jews changed significantly with the arrival of the Portuguese. This is the first major influx of Western Europeans that occurs in the age of discovery, when people like Vasco da Gama are making their way around India and exploiting the region for trade. This is an interesting Portuguese depiction of what they thought the Jews of Malabar looked like, and represented that backwards to Europe. And there's an interesting kind of thing happening with the arrival of the Europeans, where some of the local elites, the Jewish elites, are sometimes co-opted by the Portuguese. One of those is none less than Gaspar de Gama, who was an interesting Jewish character who was apparently forcibly baptized by Vasco da Gama himself, the great explorer. He took the name da Gama after his patron, as it were, and then he went on to a rather brilliant career as a translator for the Portuguese, helping them negotiate the vagaries of Indian culture and language. Fascinating kind of elements, but we'll talk more about the impact of the Europeans shortly. Here's an interesting photograph from 1978. You can see in the foreground is a Hindu temple, and in the background, with that distinct clock tower, is the Cochin Jewish Synagogue, one of several, actually. They actually were established a little bit further to the north in a town called Shingli until in the 14th stuff. And they have this famous synagogue with the clock tower on it. Here's another photograph of the tower itself. You can see that it actually had three sides, and on one of the sides, the numbers in the clock were printed in Hebrew. Fascinating. And the proximity of the temple and the synagogue is also one of those testaments to the rather famed coexistence of Hindu and Jewish elements in Cochin. If we move on to the next most well-known Indian Jewish community, that would be the so-called B'nai Israel, the children of Israel. Here's a fascinating depiction of B'nai Israel baking matzah, and they clearly are dressed in traditional Indian costume, but preparing a very traditional Jewish cuisine. There are uncertain legends of their arrival. Once again, you recall they primarily settled a little bit further to the north on the western coast. The entire western coast, by the way, achieved a tremendous popularity and surge in transport once the prevailing directions of the monsoon winds were harnessed for efficient travel from the Middle East and the Red Sea into the Arab Sea. It is the Arabian Sea. It's important to note that it was a very dangerous passage, especially before the monsoon winds were better understood. No less an important figure than David ben Maimon, the brother of Maimonides, was killed in a shipwreck on this particular route in the Arabian Sea. But at any rate, sometime, possibly in the ancient period, definitely by the medieval period, Jews were settled in the region of Mumbai, and these are the so-called B'nai Israel. Like the Cochin Jews to the south, they also exercised indigenous spiritual leadership, meaning they did not really rely heavily on imported rabbis, as far as we can tell, at least until the modern period. And so they developed a lot of kind of unusual cultural idiosyncrasies that you don't necessarily see in other Jewish communities. But there's a remarkable explosion of Jewish activity among the B'nai Israel in the early 19th century, ironically with the arrival of Christian missionaries. This is because the Christians come in, and as we saw to a certain degree with the influence of Jesuits on the Chinese Jewish population, the Christian Jewish missionaries bring a lot more exposure to the broader Jewish world with them through their attempt to convey Christian doctrines. And the Bnei Israel, as it was, said, wow, this is really interesting. And oh my gosh, you know Hebrew, so you could teach me Hebrew. And all of a sudden, these Bnei Israel started becoming really proficient in Hebrew and started studying more and more Tanakh and getting more involved in Mishnah, Talmud, and so on. And they ended up developing really a quite rich connection with the rest of world Jewry, so much so that, like Cochin Jewry, in the 20th century was a very heavy movement of Bnei Israel to make Aliyah, to move to Israel. I'm not going to discuss 20th century issues in this particular class. We'll have to get to it in the next semester, but they're really quite connected to the rest of world Jewry and especially to the land of Israel. Just to have a look at some of the interesting cultural features that developed among the Bnei Israel. Here you see an interesting custom that right next to the mezuzah, the small device that's attached to Jewish doors that has a piece of the Hebrew scriptures in it that from the Shema prayer. On the right, they also put up some rice stalks as a kind of prayer, physical prayer for good fortune and fertility. Fascinating. And also you see among the Bnei Israel in this particular photograph, which is from the mid-20th century. I know I said I wouldn't talk about the 20th century, but nevertheless, especially through their contacts with Christian missionaries, the Bnei Israel begin to make a distinct movement towards modernity, as you can see in the varieties of clothing and their generational differences in this picture alone. And there are many such examples of these photographs from the early 20th century. Finally, let's have the Baghdadi Jews, as the name implies, were representative of a significant population of Jews who began to move to the Indian subcontinent primarily for international trade. Many other Jews from the region began to coalesce around the Baghdadis, and in general, they tend to be known as Sephardim, even though the term Sepharad really applies to Spain and the Spanish diaspora. Nevertheless, many communities from the Middle East, the so-called Mizrahi communities, also have a tendency to refer to themselves as Sephardim, at least to distinguish themselves from Ashkenazim, who also had some migration to India, but not nearly in the same numbers. The so-called Paradesi Jews follow many of the patterns of the Baghdadi Jews, although they do not necessarily stem from the same region of the Middle East. The term Paradesi means apparently foreign, so they're like from foreign countries as opposed to local indigenous populations or from Baghdad specifically. One of the most famous of these early Baghdadi immigrants was David Sassoon, a very important builder of the Indian community. You can see him here on the left, and then with his sons, who all were very, very important in developing the economic infrastructure of Baghdadi Jewry. Now, at this point, I'm just going to mention very quickly one kind of passing comment that refers not only to the Cochin and the Bnei Israel populations, who were heavily influenced by Varna, that is the caste system in India, but it was accelerated with the arrival of the British in the 19th century that adds to it classism. And you have this unusual phenomenon where Jews in India will begin to break down in a caste-like status associated with their occupations and sometimes with their racial characteristics as well. And you have some complications that are not present in traditional Jewish approaches to the ban on marriages between these different self-imposed castes. There are some very limited bans on, for example, the priestly caste, the Kohanim, are not allowed to marry, for example, divorcees, but it's really quite minor by comparison to the very complex caste system that pertained in India up until 1947, at least legally. You also have linguistic implications because many of these Jews, particularly those generations who came later, begin to see the British as the power that will offer them the most opportunities for their own economic and social advancement, and so they begin to assimilate themselves or acculturate themselves towards British norms, focusing on the English language rather than local Indian languages and so on. Much more to say about this, but really we're still looking at the early modern period as a terminus, so we'll have to talk about the other elements when we get a little further in the semester. I hope you found this topic as fascinating as I did, and I want to thank you very much for watching, and I hope I'll see you in more videos. Thank you.
People are willing to risk their lives every day for nothing. They'll die for nothing, though. So it's like, it's just a bunch of human Red Bull cans, they're just willing to do it. Nothing's off limits there. They're just real, like, loving and fucking outgoing. Fucking love you so much, don't want to kill you. They're just really, really fired up. I need to jump off of something and die, just to give you a note. I love Australia, man. I would go.
Let us resume our discussion of modernity in Jewish history by looking at the Sephardic diaspora. You'll recall that just 3 lectures ago we spent a little bit of time talking about what is modernity, what does that term actually mean in terms of Jewish history, and why is 1492 often taken as kind of like the turning point from the medieval period to the modern period, obviously connected to the expulsion of the Jews from Spain and subsequently their departure from Portugal as well, the more complicated departure. What I really would like to emphasize today is not so much the elements of modernity that advanced with the Sephardic diaspora, but just to get a little bit of a better sense of where did the Sephardim go, and just a hint of how they were such a disruptive element and pushed Jewish history into an entirely new direction, the modern period, as we discussed a couple of lectures ago. So first of all, let's start with who exactly are we talking about? Who are the Sephardim? The term Sephardi is an adjective. Sephardim is the plural, which means basically people from Sepharad. This is generally understood to mean Spain. It really includes Portugal as well. It's really a distinction made between Spanish exiles and Portuguese exiles. The Spanish exiles were typically not forced to convert to Christianity before departing the Iberian Peninsula, and as a result, they left the region as Jews and had to deal with the disabilities that continue to be placed upon them wherever their destinations were. Portuguese Jews, on the other hand, were subject to a mass forced conversion in 1497, and so as a result, they occupied a very unusual space in Jewish and European history, because here were people who consider themselves to be at heart and in their core identities clearly Jewish. Obviously, there's a spectrum. There's some who embrace Christianity, but they really drop out of the story of Jewish history for the most part. They still consider themselves Jewish for generations and often hid their identity from their neighbors and sometimes even from their own children until they reached adulthood. But they had all of the freedoms associated with Christian identity, which meant that they could travel, they could enter universities, they could enter professions, even enter the church. It's a fascinating and unusual history. So Portuguese Jews in their diaspora are often quite different from Spanish Jews, and they have a marked impact, perhaps even more than the Spanish Jews, for reasons that we will discuss. Furthermore, there are many Jews who are not of Spanish or Portuguese descent who nevertheless identify themselves as Sephardi or Sephardi. For example, one of the greatest of the Sephardi thinkers of the 20th century is this man, Rabbi Yosef, who was the chief Sephardi rabbi of Israel, and really a brilliant thinker, very prolific. And he was from Baghdad. The Baghdadi Jews go back centuries upon centuries, all the way back to the Talmudic era and possibly beyond, without having anything to do with Spain directly. Nevertheless, it is their intellectual identification and religious identification with Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, who is perhaps the most famous of the Sephardi exiles, that brings them within the larger camp of Sephardim. To be sure, more sophisticated discussions of ethnicity and ethnic identities would require a distinction between Sephardi and Mizrahi Jewry, or Eidit and Mizrach, the Eastern communities. But many Jews who kind of attach themselves to that Sephardi intellectual religious tradition call themselves Sephardim, even though ethnically they're really more Middle Eastern than Spanish. Another interesting kind of example where you might see this is, for example, there are significant populations of non-Eastern European Chabad Jews. So they identify as Chabad, which is a very kind of Ashkenazic movement, but they are not Ashkenazi. So it's possible by way of accumulating identities that they can overlap, even though they don't necessarily make sense on a basis of nomenclature. At any rate, the Sephardim that we're talking about today are primarily those who were sent into a diaspora, but they would have a much larger impact on their indigenous populations that they encountered, as, for example, in Baghdad. Here's one of my favorite maps of the Sephardic diaspora that gives you a sense of the scope of it. And it's hard to get a really good sense of how many Jews actually fled Spain, first with the expulsion of 1492, and then with the more gradual process that took place over a century from Portugal in particular. But it wouldn't be unreasonable to assume it's about 250,000 Jews. And as you can see, significant numbers of them went to the most proximate locations in North Africa, or Portugal itself, or across the Pyrenees into southern France. But as the really wide diaspora takes us into several areas that we're going to look at in this video. Three in particular, again, very briefly, but just to get a sense of how diverse the impact is. We'll look at the Eastern Mediterranean. Specifically, we'll look at the impact on the land of Israel, and in Constantinople, also known as Istanbul, and in fact that's what it would be called at this point, although the name Constantinople does persist in many contexts up until the 20th century. This is a very important Jewish center. It goes back all the way to the ancient period, but it becomes especially important because it was one of the major destinations of Jews at this time. Also, Greece was within this kind of cultural orbit because all of them fall within the larger Ottoman Empire. Then we're going to look briefly at Europe, and I'll focus on Italy in particular, because that was one of the major destinations of Jews. Although we certainly have a lot more to say about Amsterdam, we won't talk about it today because I saved that for a couple other lectures. And then finally, just a very quick look at the Americas. What happened when Jews crossed the Atlantic, either as Jews per se, or more frequently as conversos, those Portuguese Jews who hoped to reestablish some kind of Jewish presence in the New World, free from the Inquisition. Okay, those are the three areas we're going to look at very quickly. Let us begin with Israel, which is the site of an absolutely fantastic and amazing spiritual renaissance that occurs in particular in the northern town of Tzfat. Now, I plan to devote a video specifically to Tzfat because it is so amazing. And I myself have spent a lot of time studying it. I actually wrote a book on one of the thinkers who lived in Tzfat at this time, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero. Here you see one view of the famous graveyard of the great Kabbalists who found themselves in Tzfat in the decades after the expulsion, and they have this custom of painting their graves blue, which is understood to be a color that wards off the evil eye. You can also see in the background there the beautiful vistas of Tzfat. It is located at a very high elevation. You've got this commanding view. really something of a nothing town in northern Israel. Jerusalem is clearly the major center of Jewish activity, but for primarily tax purposes, the Ottoman Empire released some tax disabilities on new settlement in the northern part of the Galilee, and Jews who were very active in the textile trade in particular began to settle this region quite rapidly. Early on, many of those settlers were exilees from Spain and later Portugal, and over the course of the 16th century, really not even the entire century, really about 70 years, this one town attracted a brilliant number of really important mystical thinkers, including Rabbi Yosef Karo, who we mentioned earlier. He is the author of the Code of Jewish Law, and much of what he wrote was actually written with the Spanish exiles in Greece and in Constantinople, but he ended his career in Sfat. The great Moshe Alshich, fantastic commentator, very Kabbalistic kind of inclinations. Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, the figure who occupied so much of my own energies, the author of Pardes Ramonim, Tomer Devorah, other great classics, and his very brief student, because they only spent less than a year together, the great Arizal, who is not Sephardic in origin. He actually came from Egypt. They were all consecrated in Sfat in this very short period of time, creating an incredible explosion of Jewish creativity in a literary realm that also coincided with the availability of much cheaper printing with the invention of the printing press that suddenly made Sfat just kind of like this flash on the horizon of great creativity that still continues to reverberate throughout the centuries. It ended with some disasters. There were plagues that affected the region. There were earthquakes that affected Sfat, and it went into a significant decline at the end of the 1500s, but nevertheless, really important transformative moment in Jewish intellectual history as a result largely of the Spanish exiles coming in. And I think one of the things that drove their thinking and made it such a powerful moment is that they really had this tremendously apocalyptic vision of what the exile from Spain meant. That it was, nigh on the Messianic era, and that how Jews reacted to it was crucial and so on. If you look, I mentioned Chabad earlier. Chabad is also very useful in this context because they follow the Lurianic system of Kabbalah, which also has this very strong, inherence in human behavior and its relationship to the impact on the cosmos as a whole. Very, very dramatic, very motivational, very inspirational, and so on. Much of this really stems from that huge burst of energy that comes out of Sfat. We also see in Constantinople, here's a postcard that depicts the glorious interior of the Hagia Sophia, first built as a church, then later converted to a mosque by the Muslim invaders. It's a postcard from the 19th century. This number of Jews settling there primarily because it was the capital of the Ottoman Empire, the great administrative center. And the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire laughed at Spaniards openly, saying, "Why are you expelling the Jews? They're incredibly useful. They are literate, numerate, they are well connected internationally because of their earlier diaspora," and he invited the Jews to the Constantinople. So there is a huge surge of Jewish activity in Constantinople as a lot of the Jewish exiles make their way there. You also see Jews in some of the most important centers, such as, for example, Greece and the Balkans. Here's a fascinating picture from 1846, very early, from Thessaloniki, Salonika, one of the most important Jewish centers of Greece, and it represents three women in traditional costume. On the left, a Muslim woman; in the center, a Jewish woman who is wearing absolutely amazing sheitel, and a Bulgarian woman who I imagine is Christian, although it's unusual to see a Christian woman veiled like that. I don't know enough about the history of costumes, but I thought it was a really fascinating photograph. So the Jews of Thessaloniki really get a huge boost from the Spanish exiles as well. So that's kind of like looking at some of the impact on the Ottoman Empire, where they brought a modernizing, westernizing, but at the same time deeply mystical approach to Judaism and the outside world. Looking at Europe, Italy was one of the most important destinations of the Sephardic exiles, and they were extremely creative there, reflecting backwards on their past. On the right here, you see a gorgeous translation of the Bible into Spanish, Hebrew Bible into Spanish, by these Portuguese exiles. It's called the Ferrara Bible, named after Ferrara, a city in Italy, where there were significant settlements of these exiles, many of them who brought significant wealth with them, and they supported scholarship, in particular two women who we'll discuss in just a second. On the left, you see a Portuguese document, The Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel. Fascinating work by one Samuel Usque, a refugee from Portugal, who wrote a brilliant kind of trialogue, a sort of a play in which several biblical figures discuss the history of the Jewish experience in rhyme, and it takes us all the way up to the 16th century and folds the experience of the Inquisition and the exile within the larger arc of Jewish history. A fascinating work of Jewish thought and scholarship, and also history, although presented in a rather unusual way. Perhaps the most dramatic moment that illustrates what the impact of the Sephardic exiles in the Italian peninsula is the so-called Ancona affair. Ancona is a significant port on the Adriatic Sea. You can see it on this map. If you look at the Italian boot, and I pronounce that like a Canadian, I know, and you look sort of at the back of the cap, you see there's the port of Ancona, and just to the north, another port of Pesaro. Ancona was a deeper water port and a little bit more attractive to many Portuguese Jews who made a settlement there. And they were free in Ancona, even though it was a Catholic country. They basically, they had a fairly light supervision from Pope Paul III, and these Portuguese Jews essentially went back to their Jewish identity, even though they were technically Christians because they had been forcibly baptized. Things changed dramatically under his successor, Paul IV, who was really quite upset that even in the Italian peninsula who would return to their Jewish identity, or rather, I should say, conversos, forcibly converted to Christianity, returning to their Jewish identity, that he ordered them arrested by the Inquisition and tried for Judaism, and ultimately he burned 25 Jews at the stake in the 1500s. Now, this was such a reactionary kind of dramatic and draconian imposition of Catholic doctrine, but it was, not so surprising with Paul IV. He also wrote very early on in his career something called GUINNESS, which is a papal bull that essentially said, it is so absurd, that's what the title really means, the beginning of this book, this document, that it was an encyclical sent out to Catholic churches. It is so ridiculous that the Jews should be allowed to essentially apply their religion within Christian territories, especially those Jews who have already become baptized, forcibly or otherwise. And so he had a very negative approach to the Jews. He imposed the ghetto in Rome. He attacked the Talmud and so on. And of course, in Ancona, he killed 25 of these baptized Jews for returning to their ancestral faith. This provoked a dramatic reaction from two very powerful women. And I would like to suggest here that it is not inconsequential that we're speaking about powerful women in the context of the Sephardic diaspora. Let us recall that when the Jews were exiled from the Iberian Peninsula, this was like a huge inversion of everything. All of the traditional power structures were gone, all of the traditional authority figures were scattered, and it took some very strong individuals to assume leadership. Two of those very strong leaders happened to be women. One of them was Doña Gracia Méndez Narcí, The term Nasi is means literally the prince, the leader, and it was a family name, but it was also applied to her as an honorific. She was a brilliant woman who actually came from the Portuguese extraction, meaning she did come from a forcibly converted background, and she, of course, was incensed that the Pope would impose this on the Jews of Ancona and actually kill 25 Jews in this matter. And so she, in a rather unusual move for a woman, used her significant wealth. She was a very important supporter, for example, of the Bible translation we saw earlier, and also the Consolations by Usque. She called for an international Jewish boycott of the port of Ancona. And she did this from Constantinople, where she had made her home. And this was like earth-shattering, that Jews should, for the very first time since they lost their homeland 1,500 years earlier, she was saying they should internationally organize to exert their collective pressure on the church to abandon these anti-Semitic policies. Amazing, audacious, outstanding. And by the way, this is a very dramatic portrait of her that we don't exactly know what she looks like. This is a modern portrait. I like to think she does look something like this. We do have a portrait that is made from a medallion that does not represent Doña Gracia herself, but rather her niece, who had the same name. So perhaps it does look a little bit like her. Unfortunately for this movement, which did gather significant steam within the Ottoman Empire, she was opposed by another very powerful woman named Benvenida Abravano, from the famous Abravano family that fled Spain. And the fact that Doña Gracia was from the Portuguese extraction and Benvenida Abravano was from the Spanish extraction is not inconsequential. This is also not a picture, actually, of Benvenida Abravano. It is a portrait, a very brilliant, glowing portrait, I think, of her student, Eleonora of Toledo, a non-Jewish woman, but I think it's still worthwhile including it here, not only because it's so beautiful, but also because Benvenida was chosen because of her superior social skills and etiquette to be the tutor to the young Eleonora of Toledo. It was believed that this Jewish woman knew more about how to behave in polite society than any Christian tutor, so she was so chosen. At any rate, Benvenida, also a very wealthy woman, also very well connected and very much supportive of Jewish scholarship and so on, she disagreed with Doña Gracia. Two female titans disagreeing on a moment of great consequence for Jewish European history. She said that if the Jews were to boycott Ancona, then all the Jews living in Catholic countries, in particular in the Papal States where she was at the time, they would suffer an anti-Semitic backlash. And furthermore, the port that would have been possibly an alternative to Ancona in northern Italy and Pesaro, it was not nearly as good a port as Ancona, so had a pretty nasty anti-Semitic history himself. So Benvenida respectfully but forcefully disagreed with Doña Gracia on her idea of a boycott, and unfortunately it just ran out of steam as a result of this conflict. So we see that even though it didn't succeed, nevertheless, all of a sudden, Jewish women are able to exert power on an international level, totally unprecedented and completely related to the disruptive nature of the Sephardic diaspora. Again, there's a lot more to say about Europe. I'd love to talk more about Holland and Amsterdam in particular, but I'm going to save that for a little later. Let us just conclude this lecture with a very brief look at the Americas. Some Jews felt that the best way to escape the clutches of the Inquisition was to adopt a very traditionalist approach and run very, very far away. The furthest away they could run was the newly discovered territories in the Americas. And although ultimately many of these Jews would settle in America itself, or the United States of America itself, you can see here this beautiful piece of sheet music that captures a little bit of the way in which Jews regarded the United States. It was literally called in Yiddish the Golden Medina, the Golden Land, because of its welcoming nature. The famous poem of the New Colossus that that graces the Statue of Liberty was, of course, written by a Sephardic Jew, Emma Lazarus. But much of this early settlement, which was dominated, by the way, by Portuguese Jews who were technically Christians and were allowed to make these kinds of journeys without as much difficulty, was settled primarily in the Caribbean and in South America initially, especially because the Portuguese had significant holdings in Brazil, for example. Jews were very active in many of the new industries that were developing, such as sugar, very heavily connected with the sugarcane industry and the processing industry, and bringing it back to Europe. There's also some involvement, unfortunately, of Jews with the slave trade. Not in any way disproportionate to their numbers in terms of their small trickle of immigration to the New World, but nevertheless, it is part of the overall trade, and Jews were involved in it just as much as Christians were. So these communities would grow significantly, particularly when we get to the end of the 19th century in the United States of America, but that's going to have to wait for later idioms. For now, we've got a little bit of a sense of the scope of the Sephardic diaspora. I hope you enjoyed this video, and I hope you will continue with us as we go on to discuss it. Thank you for watching.
Today's guests are two men who are from another country, and they left their country. I'm not sure why exactly, but that's what they did, and we're very happy to have them here today.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. We're going to continue today with more of a discussion on the literary, philosophical, religious level, looking at a stage in intellectual literary development that's related to a population called the Acharonim, sometimes spelled Acharonim. Literally, that term means the latter ones, like the latter authorities, the later authorities, and it's a contrast to their predecessors known as the Rishonim, who are called the first ones, who we spoke about in a previous class. So let's go in and try to understand who exactly are the Acharonim and what are they all about. So let me remind you of a discussion we had in a previous lecture about this notion of the decline of the generations. In Hebrew, Yeridat Hadorot, the decline of the generations. There's this idea, which is religious, philosophical, that the closer a population was to the moment of revelation at Sinai, shown here, by the way, in this great picture of Charlton Heston as Moses in the great Cecil B. DeMille classic, which had a big influence on me, really. I was overwhelmed when I first saw this movie. At any rate, there's this idea that, at that moment when God spoke to the Jewish people as described in the Bible, and they all said, wow, and well, there's a lot to say about that. That was like the greatest sort of spiritual sensitivity on a large population that had ever occurred in human history. And it's all been downhill since then, right? As we go further and further away in time from that revelation at Sinai, according to Jewish theology, people get less and less spiritually sensitive. Now, this does not mean that they become less intelligent. In fact, there's a very basic principle that goes along with the decline of the generations, that later generations are considered more authoritative for a host of reasons that will not concern us here, but basically much more familiarity with social innovations, technological innovations are big, more of a grasp of material that might not have been available to earlier generations. Just on a simple technical level, like my phone has the entire Talmud and all of its commentaries that have ever been digitized on it right here in the palm of my hand. So in many ways, I, here living in the 21st century, have at my moment's reach, books that 500 years ago most scholars would never have been able to see because they were existing only in manuscript, and so on. This is not the place to have a discussion of this philosophical concept, but the notion that in Jewish history, Many of the more traditional historiographies really count populations in the terms of how far away they are from Sinai. So we have, for example, the generation of Sinai, which is called the Dor Dea, the generation of knowledge, because they were filled, to quote Isaiah, with the knowledge of God, despite the behavior that's described in the Bible. Then you have, I'm just going to summarize some of the major levels. The post-Babylonian exile, which represents a big step down, but nevertheless still living in the temple era, second temple era, of course. Then you have the Tanaim, or the scholars associated with the Mishnah, and this goes right up into the third century, the early third century, and then they're followed by the Amoraim, who are the main scholars associated with the Talmud. And as I mentioned, I'm skipping over kind of like subdivisions within these generations. Sometime after the Amoraim, then you have the so-called Rishonim, the first ones. And they represent such a significant shift in the type of thinking and the types of things that they did for research that we have a whole lecture alone on the Rishonim. I encourage you to go back in the series and listen to that if you want to know more about the Acharonim. But that's where we are right now. The Acharonim are the scholars who lived after the 16th century, and they are in many ways quite distinct from the Rishonim. We haven't had anyone really innovate a new term for late 20th, early 21st century thinkers, but we might be getting close to that, as I hope to discuss at the end of this brief discussion. Let's think about, well, what exactly are the Acharonim now? What exactly did they do that's different from the Rishonim? So the characteristics of the Acharonim, this is something that, I haven't read a lot about it. I just have to sort of think to myself about what it's like studying the writings of Acharonim as opposed to the study of writings of Rishonim. And I can say three things. First of all, they tend to write super commentaries rather than commentaries, meaning rather than write a commentary on the Talmud itself, on the Bible itself, on the Mishnah itself, they tend to write commentaries that, even when they are based on that core text, they're widely cognizant of a much broader literature. By way of contrast, for example, Maimonides will quote directly from the Talmud. He's a Rishon, but he will not spend a lot of time talking about other commentators on the Talmud. He will really base his halachic discussions based on his own assessment of how to understand the Talmud itself. Whereas super commentaries will be commentaries on Maimonides on the Talmud. So it tends to be sort of a meta-analysis rather than a first-order analysis. That's also, I think, very much characteristic of modern research in general, that you have to do like kind of a literary survey. Who else has written on this topic and what did they say? That's the kind of thing that Acharonim tend to do, much more so, in my humble opinion, than Rishonim. Secondly, in terms of their expression, they are almost always written in Rabbinic Hebrew. It's interesting, non-Rabbinic Hebrew Acharonim, but the vast majority are writing in Rabbinic Hebrew. And their language is still coded, but not nearly as cryptic as the Rishonim. Like when I went to yeshiva, I went to Or Sameach, a traditional Lithuanian-style yeshiva, we spent almost all our time learning how to decode Rishonim, the Ritva, the Rashba, and so on. And then when we got to Acharonim, it was like all of a sudden we went so fast. Even though we were reading so much more text, covering so much more mileage, the language is just kind of like a breath of fresh air. In the Rishonim, every single syllable, every single little jot and tittle in the text means so much, and you have to pause and you have to contemplate what it means and what are the possible ambiguities, whereas in the writings of the Acharonim tend to be far more straightforward, less cryptic, more prolix. They tend to be much more, longer. They take a lot more words to say something, but more words helps with the precision and rapid understanding. And then third, in general, they tend to lean towards the pragmatic. The Achronim still deal with theoretical questions, but those theoretical questions are not pure theory. They tend to be linked to an actual situation. They tend to be linked to a specific question that was raised about a real life case, and they will use all of this other body of information that they've accumulated in order to bring it to bear on that particular issue. Those are three characteristics that, in my humble opinion, are associated with the Achronim. It may be helpful in this context to sort of look at the first author who is widely considered as the sort of the initiator of this era, a liminal character whose writings really straddle the period of the Rishonim and the period of the Achronim. And this is, of course, none other than Maran Bet Yosef, Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, as this book and subtitle explains. Now, who was this individual? He was a fantastic scholar, remarkable legal scholar, also a Kabbalist, as we shall see in the next lecture, God willing. And he is the author of the most widely used code of Jewish law, the Shulchan Aruch, or the set table. However, why don't we call him Maran, which is a title of respect, like our rabbi? Why don't we call him Maran Shulchan Aruch? Why do we call him Maran Beit Yosef? Also, by the way, he's known as HaMechaber, the model of all authorship. So the reason is because his magnum opus is not the Shulchan Aruch. And in fact, he placed much less emphasis on the importance of the Shulchan Aruch. His greatest work of scholarship is undoubtedly this incredible work called the Beit Yosef, which is a Rishon-style commentary on an earlier code called the Tur. And what he does with the Tur is he begins this kind of meta-analysis, but he really goes deeply into the sources, once again using the kind of pragmatic tools to draw out the theoretical foundations of the decisions as laid down in the Tur. Now, amazingly, he went and he wrote commentaries on other great codes, such as Maimonides' Mishnah Torah. And when he had finished all of these, only then did he go on to write the Shulchan Aruch, which he clearly intended, actually, not as the primary text to be studied. He hoped that people would study his Beit Yosef and his Kesef Mishnah, other works like that, on other great commentaries. The Shulchan Aruch was intended to be kind of like a short form of all of the decisions that were reached after having discussed all of the previous codes. And he actually intended for people to review it every 30 days. Can you imagine studying the entire Shulchan Aruch every month? But that's really what he was. It was kind of like a short form. It was a concise version of the much longer Rishon style, but in terms of thinking, that he put into his earlier commentaries. So the Beit Yosef is considered widely the last work of the Rishon era, and the Shulchan Aruch, by the same author, is considered the initial book of the period of the Achronim. He also had a fantastic and amazing life, which also straddled, the great Iberian Jewish population. He was among the exiles from the Spanish expulsion. As a child, he wandered throughout Europe, and he was in Constantinople and ended up in Sfat, which, again, I hope to speak about in the very next lecture. Fascinating figure. So that's sort of like what the Achronim are all about. Let me just ask one last question. What about the period we're in right now? It's been a long time, 5 centuries, that we have been thinking about Achronim and writing Achronim. Is there something new? Are we in a post-Acharon period? So there are definitely Achronim who are still alive and well and working with us. Rabbi Chaim Kamenetsky is one of the greatest rabbis very widely respected, currently living in Israel, whose work clearly belongs within the genre of the Acharonim. But there's an interesting kind of development that, again, I'm kind of going out on a limb here. This is not really my area of expertise. They say that historians shouldn't talk too much about our own times because we're like pressing our windows up against the glass. But when I look at like new books on Jewish thought, particularly in halacha, which is where in Jewish law, where the Acharonim tend to be concentrated most, I see an interesting phenomenon of hyper-specialization, partially assisted by technology, because now, if you want to find everything that's ever been written on even the most arcane subject, it's simply a Google search away. Obviously, there are some specialized databases and so on, but it's accessible. And so all of a sudden, a person can accumulate an incredibly broad grasp of what has ever anywhere been written about a specific issue. And one example, which is kind of amazing, I'm sure many of you who are watching this are familiar with the custom that on the holiday of Hanukkah, one should eat foods associated with oil, right? The oil is put in the Chanukiah, the candelabra, and so on. So one of the most common foods is potato latkes and also donuts, which are known in Hebrew as sufganiyot. So in Israel and in Jewish neighborhoods all over the world, you'll see lots and lots of sufganiyot that are baked and available for this holiday. They tend not to be, at least in recent times, they tend not to be what most Americans think of as donuts. They don't have a hole in them, but they are hollow, and they're typically filled with jelly or custard or something like that. I know you don't really want to hear about this, but there's a reason for this. And just a couple of years ago, this remarkable, perhaps post-Aharonic work came out, so-called Sefer Emek HaSufganim, the Book of the Valley of the Donuts. And the subtitle reads that it's all about the custom of eating donuts on the holiday of Hanukkah. And it's a massive tome, actually, hundreds of pages, all about eating donuts on Hanukkah. So part of me wants to think that this is clearly post-Aharonic, that we have gotten to such a level of specificity and detail that we can produce these massive works of Jewish law and thought related to something as prosaic as eating donuts. And it remains to be seen what's next. I mean, what are the post-Acharonim like? I don't know how long this can last. I have a feeling there's some great thing on the horizon, but we'll just have to wait and see. At any rate, I hope you found this brief lecture useful. If you did, please consider subscribing or getting involved in the channel. It's really nice to see so many people really interested in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching.
I became famous when I was 17. I joined a boy band when I was 16. Boy band took off. And then when I was 21, I left. And then I sold my career. And sold 80 million albums. Hold the record for the most tickets sold.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. I'd like to take a few minutes following up on our discussion of the Acharonim to look at a period of Jewish history that I find, like most periods of Jewish history, absolutely fascinating. And that is the incredible explosion of spiritual and literary religious activity that occurred in the northern Israel city of Safed, pronounced in Hebrew Tzfat or Tzfas. This is a remarkable period of spiritual effervescence that emerged in the 1500s in the wake of the Spanish expulsion, and in fact, in many ways, was related directly to the Spanish expulsion. So let's have a look at it and some of the major thinkers that lived there and why this was so unusual. As we have seen on many different occasions, the rupture that occurred in Jewish history as a result of the Spanish expulsion and the subsequent Portuguese forced conversion and a slower migration under tremendous duress from Portugal created this huge ripple effect in which the implications of that upheaval reverberated throughout the entire world, really, because at this point, Jews were not only extending throughout the Mediterranean basin and into Europe, but also across the Atlantic into the Americas. One particular group of refugees from Spain and Portugal made their way all the way back to Israel, which you would think is, a fairly logical location, but we should recall that in the 1500s, Israel was still largely denuded of Jews. There was a very, very small, tiny Jewish population there. The Ramban, Nachmanides, had arrived in the late 13th century and had begun to revive the very, very tiny community that was there. And so there was remarkably few Jews living in Israel. And when they lived there, they were especially concentrated in the big city like Jerusalem. That was one of the more major centers after the Ramban began to revive the population. Much less well known was this tiny town in Safat. It's a fairly high mountainous town with beautiful surroundings looking over the Galilee, but it received a huge burst of population as a result not of Jewish activity, but of the Ottoman Empire activity. You can see a beautiful map of the Ottoman Empire at its height, and the region of Israel was only recently conquered, and the Turks wanted to settle it with people who would be amenable to developing the economy. Jews were a very logical choice. The Ottomans openly welcomed the refugees from Spain and from Portugal, and in fact, even mocked the monarchs of the felt was such a valuable human resource, and so there were tax breakouts, and in particular in Sfat, connected with the Sfat for business purposes, and then related to that, there was kind of an unusual sort of spiritual tourism that took place in Sfat because of the large number of graves from the Mishnaic and especially the early Talmudic period that were found in the region and attracted a lot of Jews wishing to visit the graves of these holy sites. So this is in the 1500s. There is more and more Jews who are coming to Tzfat. They're coming not only for economic activities, they're coming because they have been displaced as a result of the Spanish expulsion, and they're coming also because of spiritual reasons in order to be near the ethereal atmosphere of Tzfat. And it is in this region where you have this explosion in Kabbalah. And we should just take just a few minutes to talk about what is Kabbalah. The term itself means, can be translated as tradition. Literally, it comes from the verb lekabel, to receive, meaning in the sense of something which is handed down, teacher to student, teacher to student, something which is received, as opposed to something which is kind of like logically developed. The roots of Kabbalah go back to the distant past. There are some mystical passages in the oldest parts of the Tanakh, the Hebrew Scriptures. There are some fascinating early Kabbalistic mystical treatises that were written already in the ancient period. And we find some interesting experimentation with some of these mystical ideas, for example, in the Qumran community in the Dead Sea region. But one of the most fascinating and important works of the Kabbalah only emerged in the 13th century to the public view. That is the famous Zohar. The Zohar is a huge work of Kabbalah, capitalizing on earlier works, and there is a certain amount of dispute, particularly between certain religious scholars and certain academic scholars as to the dating of this text. It is attributed to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, which would put it already in the 2nd century of the Common Era, although most academic scholars and universities place it in the 13th century, being composed in Spain by a man named Rabbi Moshe Leon. There are some interesting arguments for both perspectives, but what is known for certain is that the Zohar did not begin to circulate publicly in a known and outward fashion until the late 13th century. And it inspired a lot of thinkers in Spain and in Provence in particular, south of France, to develop new ideas of mystical approach of God and the universe. One of the sort of elements that derives from it, perhaps most systematically, is this tree of life, or Eitz Chaim. Here is the diagram shown here in a inspired by the model that is described by the Zohar, which essentially describes a series of 10 sephirot. The term sephirah is hard to translate into English. It may be related to the word sapphire, which means like sapphire, like the gem. It may be related somehow to the word sphere, like we have in English, something which is, round on all sides. But basically what it refers to is a series of emanations of godliness descending, as it were, from the Ein Sof, the infinite, meaning God, into the finite world in which we live. I hope to discuss in a minute different ways in which Kabbalists have approached that. But basically, this is sort of like the architecture of the universe as it is understood as the mediation of God's infinity to the finite world in which we live. The terms all have various characteristics that are assigned to it. Keta means the crown. Chochma Bina means wisdom and understanding, and you can translate these into English in different ways. But basically, Kabbalists were very interested in how the universe was structured, the impact this had on the human soul, what the human soul was all about. And to a certain degree, Kabbalists were also interested in what's called theurgic Kabbalah. That is, well, once we have this theoretical knowledge, is there something we can do with it? Like, for example, can we perhaps bring the Messiah closer? Can we accelerate the period of time under which the world remains unredeemed? There are also fascinating kind of popular magic associations with Kabbalah as well. Spells, amulets, and so on that go back well into the ancient period. Now, the Tree of Life is not the only representation of this kind of architecture of the universe. You see here, for example, this is a classic Cordoveran description of it, in which all of those spheres are kind of like nestled one within the other. If you look carefully, you see that each of these different colors and symbols represent a different letter of the alphabet that is represented in the 10 spheros that I showed you a moment ago. But we're not going to get into the essence of theoretical Kabbalah in this short video, but just giving you a sense of what it is that they talk about when they talk about Kabbalah. So, in Tzfat, you had a remarkable gathering in a very short period of time of all kinds of people who were deeply, deeply involved in Kabbalah. Here, for example, located in Tzfat, you can see at the top here, you have Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, the often sung on Friday nights in synagogue. He was one of the earliest of the Kabbalists that came to this region. And then you have his son-in-law and his greatest pupil, the Ramak, Rabbi Moshe Cordero, or Cordero, who hails from Portuguese refugees in Tzfat. And then the Ramak student is Saint Arizal, known as the Holy Lion, or Rabbi Isaac Luria Ashkenazi, who came from Egypt in order to study under the Ramak. They only lived a very brief time together, and then the Ramak passed away. The Ari would pass away. Not much of the lives of Kabbalists is that they tended to die very young. But at any rate, so many of them are concentrated within 1800s in this one region, and they are involved in a tremendous amount of activity related to Kabbalah. One of the key distinctions that I will mention between the Kabbalah of the Ramak and the Kabbalah of the Ari is that the two of them, the teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordero, and the student, Rabbi Isaac Luria, had a difference of opinion as to how the universe came to be the way it is, specifically with regards to the question of why does evil exist. For the teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordero, evil was as it were, built into the system, that it is a natural consequence. As for the Ali, evil was created as a result of some kind of early bursting of the vessels. Put very briefly, when the universe was created and divine influence was poured into, to use a metaphor, the clay containers of the Sfirot, they could not handle the overwhelming nature of godliness, and they shattered. And the earth, as it were, absorbed the combination of godliness and the actual clay that held the outside of the vessels. I know this sounds confusing, but basically that's where the material world comes from, according to the Kabbalah of the Ali. That, you know, everything that we have, like my phone or this book or, you know, my desk that I'm sitting at, they all have an admixture of godliness, which is somehow buried in the physicality of it and allowing it to exist. But at the same time, there is this shell, a klipa, that is formed from the original vessels that were intended to create the contain godliness. And one of the major ideas that emerges from the Kabbalah of the Ari, which really energized much of the later Hasidim, who borrowed much more heavily from the Ari than from the teacher, Rabbi Moshe, was the idea that humans have an extremely important role to play in rescuing those sparks of holiness that are buried within the physical universe. That it is the goal of Jews in particular and of humanity as a whole to raise up the holiness that is buried in physicality, and that is really kind of like the driving dynamism behind Hasidism in particular, related to the vision of Kabbalah according to the Ari. Fascinating material. There's so many other figures who are active at this time, but let's just turn very briefly in conclusion to one other fascinating thing that occurs, and that is the debate over the renewal of smicha. This image is from a movie that had a tremendous impact on me when I was a very young child, The Ten Commandments, a great movie directed by Cesar B. DeMille. This is a picture of Joshua, as a biblical Joshua, one of the few pictures that I could find online in which he's wearing a shirt. And Joshua was, of course, Moses' deputy. And at a key point in the Bible, Moses transfers his spiritual authority onto Joshua through a process which is known in Hebrew as smicha, or ordination is the way it's translated to English, but literally means the laying on of hands. You put your hands on a person's head and you put your weight on them and you transfer your authority to them. There's a lot of interesting discussions, I guess, in the Talmud as well. Now, in ancient times, the spiritual lineage of Moses to Joshua, Joshua to the elders, elders to the prophets, and so on, is something that is preserved in Pirkei Avot and many other literary creations from the time, but it was lost as a result of the depredations of exile from the ancient period up until the 1500s, where we're looking at the Jews of Tzfat. But an individual named Rabbi Yaakov Rav said, wait a second. We have the greatest minds of the Jewish people, all concentrated here in this northern Israel town of Tzfat, including, by the way, the great elder sage Rabbi Yosef Karo, who we discussed in the last video, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the author of the Beit Yosef. He was in Tzfat as well. So Rabbi Beirav said, you know what? We should all get together. We should all agree that, for example, Rabbi Yosef Karo is the greatest sage of the Jewish people, and there's a very good argument to be made for that. And then we will collectively proclaim him Rabbi, not in the sense of just a throwaway title, but an actual rabbi like Joshua was a rabbi because Moses gave him smicha. And then once he has that, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, including Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, including Rabbi Yaakov Beirav, by the way, it was probably not Rabbi Moshe Cordovero because he was incredibly young at this time, but nevertheless, there was a small group of people, about half a dozen, that were to get this new smicha. reestablished the great authority of the rabbinic tradition all the way back from Moses. It's a fascinating idea, and it created a certain amount of interest in the Jewish world, but there are many rabbis outside of Jerusalem in particular said, wait a second. And unfortunately, as a result of much controversy, this particular idea did not go very far. But nevertheless, it was indicative of the great excitement around Torah and Kabbalah that was happening in discussions. I have lots more videos online that deal in particular with Rabbi Moshe Cordovero because I spent quite a bit of time studying his work, and the number is increasing. I love knowing that there's so many people enjoy studying Jewish history as I do, and I look forward to speaking with you in future videos. Thank you for watching.
As it happens, 17 years later, 4 kids later, I am that guy, and I was that guy, and I gave myself the opportunity to be that guy. My beautiful wife gave me the opportunity to be that guy, believed in me.
Did you just say one day on that guy? Did you go to like therapy? Did you do other things you did to help you get there?
It's like giving up drink, giving up drugs. It genuinely is one day at a time. 17 years worth of days later, I'm in a monogamous relationship with somebody that I really love, who's really cool, really great to look at, really smart, really brave.
Hello and welcome to another video in the Jewish History Lab series. Today I'd like...
You can't. You're so far away from being that guy.
It does sound like a big leap of faith.
Oh, it's the biggest, because not only that, she gets half if I'm not that guy.
That's what I was going to say, because then I'd like to project in the future and be like, yeah, but if it doesn't work, don't leave.
But if your wife kid, that's got to be crazy to go to bed at night and know if your wife...
to spend some time with you looking at the false messiahship of one Shabbatai Tzvi. Very dramatic series of events that took place in the 1660s primarily. And, this is not the first time that false messiahs have made their appearance in Jewish history, but this happens to be, without doubt, one of the most consequential, particularly in modern times, because the impact of Shabbatai Tzvi's activity was felt both geographically broad, meaning far away as England, in particular Amsterdam, was affected by his activities, and also chronologically, because over the next 200 years there would be continuing reverberations of the challenge that he posed to conventional Jewish thought. So let's spend a little bit of time looking at exactly who was Shabbatai Tzvi and what did he teach and what actually happened to him and his followers. Let us recall that this is happening in an era where there's really much more ready communications. The print media, of course, has been circulating widely, and the idea of the Jews enthusiastically adopting a potential Messiah is something of great interest to Christian readers as well. So there's actually quite a good number of newspaper articles, or the contemporary equivalent of newspapers like broadsheets and things like that, and a lot of popular publications that explain to non-Jews exactly what was going on with Shabbatai Tzvi, and this tended to circulate back into the Jewish community as well, where many Jews who were followers of Shabbatai Tzvi would actually bring copies of these broadsheets to their gatherings and so on. We have a wide variety of them. This is an example you're seeing on screen right here from Germany in 1666, right at the height of the activities. And he's portrayed here as some kind of an emperor, on a prancing horse. One would see this kind of pose with, Louis XV or something like that in France. Certainly one of the Austrian emperors, even Napoleon, appears like this. Because, many people weren't exactly sure what to make of Shabbatai Tzvi. The political context is, of course, very, very significant. In the previous video, we discussed the impact of the Khmelnytsky rebellion on Eastern European Jewry in particular. There was a follow-up conflict between the Russians and the Swedes that had a similar kind of repercussions on the northern communities in Eastern Europe. And it resulted in a huge demographic upheaval as a way to flee the violence. We see an example of it in none other than the journals of Glickl of Hamon, a woman who lived in German territories, who writes about the displaced population. It reminds me as well of the post-Holocaust era, in the sense that even my own grandparents took in orphans from the Holocaust, displaced people, and they were, one in particular was raised alongside my father, and he should rest in peace, like a brother. So we're talking about a post-Holocaust kind of era in which there's a huge amount of uncertainty and confusion and depression and anxiety over the status of Jews in Europe, the stability of life in Europe, and in many ways an eager anticipation of a messianic future. There's also, into this mix, the very heady broth of Kabbalistic thought, which is emanating from Tzfat, as we discussed a couple of lectures ago, especially in the variety that is circulating in the name of the Arizal of Rabbi Isaac Luria, which really poses a kind of an apocalyptic vision of how humanity has a role to play in the final tikkun, in the final repair of a broken universe. That implies that people have to actually get involved in fixing the damage that has been wrought upon the fabric of society through acts of good deeds and study of Torah and pious activity. So this very, very heady apocalyptic vision is circulating through Europe at a time when Jews are also, reeling from the huge losses and the displaced populations of the Khmelnytsky rebellion. And finally, it's really important that we not overlook the technological change that's happening in society. In many ways, not at all unlike the period that we live in today, there is a radical expansion of the circulation of information through the increasingly available print media. There's a lot more ideas that are able to circulate than we had when we had precious hand-copied manuscripts, and all kinds of ideas are now accessible to a much wider, broader reading public. There's also an implication here with regards to gender, because books are a much more accessible way to gain information than classrooms, and women often have much more access to printed information than they might have had to closed, educational circles like in the yeshiva. And this may be actually one of the areas in which Shabbatai Tzvi's impact is felt with the greatest resonance in the modern era. But let's come to that shortly. Shabbatai Tzvi was born in 1626 in Smyrna. He spent quite a bit of time in his youth in Greece, and he was widely regarded as something of a talented intellectual young man. His good looks were noted. He had a very sweet singing voice, and he proved to be, quite an able student of Talmud and of Kabbalah as well, which he began to study at a very early age. He was a sought-after candidate for marriage, and in fact, he was married once, possibly twice, although both of those marriages ended because they were never consummated. Later, he would engage in a few other marriages, including one to a Torah scroll. That's right, not to a human being, but to a Torah scroll. And his longest-lasting marriage would be to a woman named Sarah that we'll discuss momentarily. At any rate, around age 22, he began to exhibit increasingly bizarre behavior, which most scholars, looking backwards, tend to ascribe to some form of mental illness, perhaps some kind of bipolar or manic-depressive cycle, in which he would have at sometimes these moments of great elation, in which he would ascribe to himself miraculous activities such as levitation. He called these periods illuminations, in which he would engage in some really unusual behavior, like pronouncing the forbidden name of God aloud, something which was only pronounced in ancient times by the high priest in the temple on the holiest day of the year, Yom Kippur. And he claimed to be able to levitate and all kinds of other things. He would alternate that with periods of apparent depression, of solitude, and of silence, and so on. And these went back and forth for much of his life. There were some periods of time in which he was a little bit more stable for an extended period of time, and there were other periods of time in which he was absolutely off the rails in terms of his behavior. For the most part, these eccentric behaviors were sort of written off, and he was regarded as something of a perhaps a holy fool. His mastery of Talmud and of Kabbalah, and his otherwise very genial nature tended to stand him in good stead, and people tended to ignore the rather bizarre behaviors. On occasion, he actually ascribed to himself a messianic identity, but this really didn't attract too much attention, except when Nathan of Gaza, who's shown here in this image, shown leading the imaginary 10 tribes of Israel back to resume the Messianic era in the Shabbatai Tzvi. And Nathan of Gaza really encouraged this activity, and he became essentially Shabbatai Tzvi's number one prophet, the notion that Shabbatai Tzvi was in fact the Messiah. This was something which was certainly not good for Shabbatai Tzvi's mental health, tended to enable the worst aspects of his mental illness, and encouraged him to explore further and further his delusions of grandeur. So what were the characteristics of the things that Shabbatai Tzvi was talking about? Well, first of all, as I mentioned, at the peak of his mania, he proclaimed himself the Messiah. He would regularly hand out various titles, King of Europe, things like that, to his friends and associates. He would demand of them various acts of obeisance, which typically involve antinomian behavior. And antinomianism, we should really define it here, this is perhaps one of the most characteristic elements of his activity, and the one that garnered both the most enthusiasm among his followers and the most criticism from his detractors. Antinomianism means basically anti-law behavior, nomos meaning law in Greek. And he would take the strictures of Judaism and the calendar of Judaism, and he would simply turn it on its head. He would proclaim fast days, now feast days. He totally disrupted the calendar. He once celebrated the 3 pilgrimage holidays of Passover and Sukkot and Shavuot all in 1 week, as they're spread out throughout the year. He would regularly, as I mentioned, pronounce the name of God aloud. He would transgress the Sabbath in various ways, and these were quite alarming to traditionalists, but people who saw him as the Messiah would read into these behaviors a type of new evaluation of the laws. In particular, things like taking the fast day of Tisha B'Av, the 9th day of the month of Av, which is regarded as the national day of Jewish mourning for the destruction of the temple. But there are prophetic teachings that say that that particular day will become a feast day because it will herald the birth of the Messiah. Shabbatai Tzvi also, by the way, claimed to have been born on Tisha B'Av, which was very convenient, perhaps intentionally so. So by making that into a feast day, that was something that really appealed to a lot of people and was in line with his claims to be the Messiah. Perhaps the most tempting Sarah, who was a woman of questionable reputation. She was apparently an orphan from the Khmelnytsky massacres that we discussed last week, and she had quite a broad kind of range of experience. But Shabbatai Tzvi saw in Sarah his opportunity to fulfill yet another type of messianic prophecy, just like the prophet Joshua married a woman of ill repute, so he too would marry Sarah. She actually would remain by his side right through to the very end. So this, kind of licentious behavior and the challenge to traditional norms was something that was really very controversial. When he was at his most manic, he actually would, in one occasion in Smyrna, he took an axe and strove to break down the locked door of the synagogue because he had been barred from praying communally with them. And when he came in, he insisted on, not only reading the Torah from a printed book rather than from the traditional scroll. He actually invited his friends to come up, and they had to read the Torah from the text. He actually invited women up for an aliyah, which is not controversial today in many non-Orthodox synagogues, but you can imagine how much of a landmine that was in the 17th century. And he insisted on doing things like, for example, singing out loud Castilian love songs in which he believed there was lots of Kabbalistic information encoded while he's in synagogue leading the Sabbath services. So in many ways, he was really bizarre, strange behavior that we would not tolerate in otherwise organized synagogue life. But this tended to, enamor him to his followers. This idea of egalitarianism, the idea that he was removing the sin of Eve from women, was something that actually might have engendered still more interest among followers. And in fact, this seemed to have had a significant impact later through the Frankist movement in particular, and perhaps even through proto-feminism. He was also, as I mentioned by the example of reading from a printed book, very open to new ideas of technology and how this was actually part of the unfolding of the Messianic era. So what ended up happening to him? What's the whole story? Here's one broadsheet that was printed in Germany that gives you a little sense of what happened. In the 1665 and 1666, what ended up happening is he figured it was time now to proclaim his messiahship before the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire and to claim Jerusalem and initiate the Messianic period. The Ottoman Sultan actually dealt with him in a fairly measured manner, seeing that there really was quite a groundswell of support for him. He didn't want to make Shabtai Tzvi into a martyr, but on the other hand, obviously he couldn't tolerate someone proclaiming himself the Messiah and demanding a major chunk of Ottoman territory. So when Shabtai Tzvi came to the Sultan, he was intercepted at sea and held offshore for quite some time, and then eventually he met with some of the high officials of the Sultan, but not with the Sultan directly, who, according to some accounts, actually listened in from a high alcove. And his demands were stated, but ultimately the Ottomans were not prepared to give Jerusalem to Shabtai Tzvi, but if he liked, he could remain alive so long as he decided to convert to Islam. Now, there are a lot of conflicting accounts as to actually what his approach to this counteroffer was at the time. Unfortunately, we have no Turkish accounts because of a major fire that destroyed the archives from this period, but some accounts indicate that he approached this counteroffer with a certain amount of passivity and perhaps even going into one of his depressive moods. But ultimately what happened was he was duly converted to Islam. He received a high title as a guardian of the gates and a stipend from the Sultan, who once again didn't want to make him a martyr and wanted to capture as much as possible the support of his Jewish followers. And in fact, that's exactly what he did. Some 200 to 300 families who were ardent supporters of Shabtai Tzvi assumed that if he converted to Islam, it must mean that they must also convert to Islam. That that's somehow part of the unfolding of the Messianic period. And so they followed him into that faith. They're called the Gunniss, and they exist really right up until the 20th century in particular. His wife Sarah, shown here, also converted to Islam and joined him. By the way, this is an interesting image. You can see that Sarah also had a lot of impact on later fashion in science fiction films. Here's Natalie Portman as Queen Amidala, and you can see she got exactly the same, hairstyle. Just saying. At any rate, what happened to Shabbatai Tzvi in the aftermath? It appears that his mental illness did not fade. He continued to have run-ins with the Turkish authorities, who exiled him further and further away, eventually, ultimately jailed him. Shabtai Tzvi continued to have some relationship with not only his own followers, now the Dunna, but also to seek some kind of reconciliation with his earlier Jewish attitude. He was known to still participate in reading of Psalms and of engaging in prayer. And in fact, his very last request before he died was to receive a prayer book so that he could recite the Yom Kippur liturgy himself. Looking beyond Shabbatai Tzvi's short but eventful life, we see the Dunna actually are small but significant role, particularly in Turkey. Here's an interesting image of a mosque built in Greece by the Dunna. He also had a significant impact on later antinomian quasi-messianic movements like that of Jacob Frank in Poland, which actually had a Catholic bent rather than an Islamic bent. And perhaps the most significant for our purposes, looking at Jewish history more narrowly, the charge of Sabbateanism continued to reverberate throughout Europe for the next 200 years. Major figures, including Yonasan Eibesher, shown here, even the great Ramchal, the Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, author of Mesilat Yeshayaim, were accused of harboring Sabbatean beliefs. There were definitely Sabbatean circles, sometimes openly, secretly purporting to circulate his doctrines and anticipating even his resurrection as the Messiah, which is a distinctly Christian idea that nevertheless found expression among some of his later followers. So that's a quick look at Shabbatai Tzvi's career. I do have a few other longer lectures on this if you're interested in learning more. But for the time being, I want to thank you for watching. Please do subscribe. It really is nice to see that the number of people who are interested in Jewish history is significant, and thank you very much for watching.
Because I was able to get it, because they helped with the credit bank, equipment ICU. So bridgecreditsolutions.com/THEO on schedule a bridge credit strategist will contact you to review
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching my online lectures. I hope you continue to find them of interest. Today, I'd like to announce something really exciting. As many of you know, I've been working on a 3-volume history of the Jewish people for Koren Publishers in Jerusalem. And as far as the online lectures go, I'm about 2/3 of the way through the material, specifically in the Jewish History Lab series. Now I'm working hard on getting the text version just right. And so to that end, I've created an online course that's going to be massively open to anyone who would like to join, specifically to allow you to interact with the videos that are already available online, but also with some self-guided quizzes that are automatically graded so you can get a sense of how well you've absorbed the material, some more interactive opportunities with myself and with other members of the class, and I think most excitingly, you're going to get a good look at the draft text of each chapter as they are prepared over the next few months. And you'll be able to actually comment on the text in this course, which will give you a chance to really improve it. So when we finally go to print, it's going to be something that is literally crowdsourced with your input so we can create a really great history. I'm very excited with the prospect of learning what lacunae you observe in the work, that maybe I should add in some more details, what areas may be perfectly clear to me, but perhaps I'm not explaining very well, and so you'll give me a sense of how I can change perhaps the presentation material. I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. The course material for this first course is going to cover the first volume. That is Biblical Jewish History. We're going to go from the pre-Abrahamite era of Israel before the arrival of the early Hebrews. We're going to go through the discussion of how to approach the Bible as a historical text, the archaeological record. We're going to look at the Assyrian exile and the 10 lost tribes. We're going to look at the Babylonian exile and the return. We're going to try to understand something of the world of the sages from that ancient period, the Maccabean revolt, the first revolt against the Romans, the birth of Christianity, and the second revolt, of course, under Bar Kokhba. We'll also look at topics like women in the ancient period and early diaspora communities. I think it's really a fantastic outline. If I didn't teach this course, I would love to take it. So please have a look at the link that's produced below. And, I would love to have you in this course with me. I hope you enjoy the lectures and take care. Thank you very much for listening.
But then Mark's the guy you go to if you want to know what's going on, what's fun. He is always kind of keen on what's good out there.
Yeah.
Do they have like a lot of? I feel like in England and in the UK, that's all you guys, right? That they have more superstition than they do in America.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to spend some time looking at the origins of the Jews in the Americas. Now, we're all familiar with the famous voyage of Christopher Columbus that, of course, coincided with the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. And one of the most fascinating questions regarding that specific moment in history is the question of Columbus's own identity. He himself liked to kind of cultivate the idea that he might possibly be of Jewish extraction. As the great historian Cecil Roth once put it, the mystery regarding Columbus's origins is largely the outcome of his own mendacity. I wish I lived in a time when people still used words like mendacity. Anyway, and as a result, it is equally impossible to exclude or to confirm the hypothesis that he was descended from a Jewish or ex-Jewish family. He himself liked to use Jewish phrases from time to time and to have some kind of buried, coded, mysterious things in his signature and elsewhere to suggest that perhaps he was of Jewish origin. He liked to use Jewish phrases from time to time. He liked to kind of bury coded things in his writings that suggested that perhaps there was a Jewish background. And he famously, for example, pushed off the actual date of departure in order that it should not fall within the inauspicious time of the Jewish calendar, the 9 days that begin at the beginning of the month of Av and end at the 9th of Av. He actually pushed off the departure so that it would not fall within those inauspicious calendar days. But without doubt, Columbus certainly cultivated relationships with many Spanish Jews and conversos. A case in point that well illustrates his relationship with these Spanish Jewish and crypto-Jewish backers was the fact that after he embarked on his great voyage, one of the first letters he sent back were to two Jewish sponsors, Louis de Santagel and Gabriel Sanchez. Furthermore, he certainly included at least one Jewish member on his crew, one Louis de Torres, who was an interpreter, who was baptized just before departure, enabling him to actually take part in this great mission. When Columbus landed at Cuba, de Torres was actually one of the very first people to actually set foot on the soil of the New World, Europeans, that is, setting foot in the soil of the New World, and he was dispatched by Columbus to the interior of the island to search for gold. Now, it happens that he did not find gold, but he did establish very good relations with the indigenous people living there, and he brought back something which would prove to be very profitable indeed. He brought back accounts of how the natives in Cuba like to roll tobacco leaves and then smoke them. So, ironically and unfortunately, it was this Jewish individual who played a key role in actually bringing the habit of smoking back to Europe. At any rate, he ended up settling in Cuba, one of the first Jews on the soil of the New World. Perhaps the greatest historian of the Jews of America is Jonathan Sarna, and he points out in one of his works that, quote, the seeds of Judaism sown in mid-17th century colonial Africa fell from plants nurtured in the soil of the Iberian Peninsula. This is an especially important observation because the earliest Jews to arrive in the Americas were essentially refugees from the horrific Spanish and Portuguese Inquisitions. Please have a look at this map, which shows the Spanish holdings in blue shades and the Portuguese holdings in green shades. Now, it's important to note that one other place is especially significant for the eventual settlement of Jews in the Americas, and that is independent Calvinist Amsterdam. Amsterdam, of course, was not a Catholic country, it was a Protestant country, and it had a uniquely mercantile approach to the entire endeavor of settling the Americas, which actually favored the Jews because, of course, they had a long association with commerce. Furthermore, the Protestant ethic extended not only to work values, but also to a certain degree of toleration of difference, which also was extremely helpful for the Jews. So Jews are settling in Amsterdam. They have a somewhat tenuous situation there, but in general, they have tremendous freedoms associated with the expansion of the Dutch West Indies Corporation. If we look here at the Portuguese holdings in what would later become Brazil, the region of Pernambuco is especially important because in 1630, Holland conquered these territories from the Portuguese, and that allowed Jews to openly establish their presence there as believing Jews and not simply as crypto Jews pretending to be Christian living in the region. So we actually have an explosion of Jewish activities in Pernambuco, in particular in the city of Recife, which was home to about 1,200 Jews in the early 17th century. It was a huge number. Of the European population living in that city, Jews constitute 1/3, which is rather remarkable. And they actually established quite a communal settlement there. They had rabbis there, they had a synagogue, and they had 2 schools. I wonder why they had 2 schools. Perhaps one was Hasidish, one was a little more modern. I don't know. Actually, it's kind of funny because normally you would expect them to establish 1 school and 2 synagogues, right? Because you always have to have, as the joke goes, 1 synagogue to pray in and 1 synagogue you wouldn't be caught dead in. At any rate, this experiment, which proved to be very successful for the Jews of Recife, ended in unfortunate tragedy because on January of 1654, the Portuguese recaptured the region, and all of a sudden the Jews found themselves under the control of the Inquisition once again. They were given just 3 months to leave, and the entire Jewish community was dissolved as Jews found other places to live throughout the colonial region, some of them returning back to Europe. Now, this reconquest of Recife in particular meant several things for Jews around the world. First of all, if we go back to Europe, there is a significant push from the Jews of Amsterdam to gain admission to England. We will recall that the Jews were expelled from England in 1290. That was the result of a problem with money lending, where the nobility was much too indebted to Jewish moneylenders, and they found it was more expedient to simply expel them forever than to pay back their debts. So the Jews had been formally excluded from England from the 13th century. Under pressure from Amsterdam's Jews on Oliver Cromwell, the ban on Jews entering England was quietly lifted, and actually population in London began to develop, which was very significant. Of course, would have much greater implications later on in history. But looking at the colonies, we see that there are a few major new settlements that are created out of the ruins of Recife. First of all, in Curacao, in 1659, there were Jews who were already living there, but the formal community was established in 1659, and also in Cayenne and Suriname, and these populations would later extend elsewhere in the Caribbean. Jamaica was established in the 18th century, for example, but most significantly, I think, on a demographic level is the implications of the Jews who made it from Recife to a place called New Amsterdam in 1654. New Amsterdam, of course, is New York, which would be one of the greatest centers of Jewish population throughout the rest of the modern era. Now, there were Jews already living in North America prior to this arrival in 1654, but they were, isolated individuals that, came and went without leaving a lasting impact. For example, one Joachim Gauns, who was a metallurgist and an engineer who was living in Roanoke in 1585. He was actually arrested and accused of blasphemy in 1589, and he didn't leave much of an impression in Roanoke. Another Jew was Solomon Franco, who arrived in Boston in 1649, but he ended up leaving because he could not post bond for himself as a new arrival in the country. So we have just a couple of scattered individual Jewish explorers, no real community developing until September of 1654, a few months after Recife is dissolved by the Portuguese, where you have 23 impoverished Jewish refugees on a boat called the St. Catherine landing in New York City Harbor, then New Amsterdam. 18 of them, according to one account, were women and children. So small group of bedraggled, penniless refugees arriving in New York ended up becoming the nucleus of the mighty Jewish population here. Now, they were met by this man, Peter Stuyvesant, who, I know what you're thinking. You're looking at him and you're saying, wait a minute, are you sure he's not Jewish? I mean, look at that massive, healthy yarmulke that the guy is wearing, right? And I have to say, it kind of looks good on him, but he certainly was not Jewish. And I think perhaps the reason why he wore it, perhaps they're faith-based or some even fashion statements. But speaking for myself and personally, I have to say that men of a certain age and a certain receding hairline find that a large black yarmulke covers a multitude of sins. You know what I mean? At any rate, Stuyvesant was himself a deeply religious member of the Dutch Reformed Church. He was the son of a minister, and he himself was an elder in the church. And he was aghast at the idea of admitting Jews to this new colony, which only had 750 people living there at the time. This was not out of character for Stuyvesant. He was intolerant of many other groups. If they weren't Dutch Reformed, then he was not interested in promoting their settlement. He was assessed over the Lutherans and would not allow this Christian group to establish a congregation in New York at the time. So when these Jews arrived from Recife, he wrote to his bosses in Amsterdam and said, listen, can we please expel these refugees? They are, to quote from his letters, deceitful, repugnant, hateful enemies, blasphemers, and he basically wanted to have nothing to do with them. But ultimately, Stuyvesant lost to market forces. Jews in Amsterdam put a lot of pressure on the Dutch West India Company to allow the Jews to remain there. They had suffered tremendous losses with their communities in Recife. It should be noted that the Dutch West India Company also included Jews among its shareholders. And so Stuyvesant received a reply that conceded that Jews may not be the most ideal residents, but nevertheless, he was to permit them to live there on the condition that they would take care of their own poor. And that's actually a fascinating kind of point, because this is something that certainly has medieval origins, that the Jews were very focused on building a social support network to make sure that all of the Jewish poor were cared for. They developed a significantly sophisticated level of charitable giving and distribution of alms that prevented Jews from becoming utterly impoverished. But it was underlined in their very first settlement in America that they had to take care of their own poor. And I believe we'll see this repeating itself generationally as new waves of Jewish refugees make their way to American shores, and prior generations of migrants feel the responsibility to make sure that they are cared for. So Stuyvesant was forced to allow the Jews, and lucky for other groups, because Stuyvesant was ultimately forced to grant similar concessions to Quakers and even allow the hated Lutherans to establish a church. He was ultimately removed from office when the territory was ceded to the British in 1664, and New Amsterdam formally became New York. Okay, that's a very quick look at the origins. In the next lecture, we're going to look at some of the major generations of migrations to the Americas. If you enjoyed this video, I really hope that you will subscribe, because it's kind of nice to see so many people subscribing and studying Jewish history with me. And I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching.
For many, many reasons, but unselfishly and personally, I've been able to gig, I've been able to do it all, and I'm hopefully going on tour at the end of next year, but then you see how the end of this year is going. Am I going to be able to do that? Am I going to be able to look after my 4 kids and keep them in the lifestyle?
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. In the previous video, we looked at the arrival of the Jews in the Americas and the remarkable story of the 23 refugees who landed in New Amsterdam, later New York. What I'd like to do in this short video is to take a broader approach and look at the most significant waves of migration to the New World, with emphasis on the United States and to a certain degree Canada, because these waves of migrations had a major impact on what would become one of the largest Jewish populations in the world within a couple centuries. By the time we get to the 18th century, New Amsterdam has become New York, and it's under the British, and there are basically 6 Jewish communities established by 1700, with only about 300 Jews in total living all in the colonies. Here you can see where they are. New York, of course, which we've discussed. Also Newport, Rhode Island, where the Touro Synagogue was established. Philadelphia in the South, Charleston, and the Trois-Rivières is also significant later on. Sephardic Rite, a tradition that would continue for much of the 18th century, even as the migrant population are derived more from Ashkenazi approach that many Jews took, because so much challenge was placed, acculturate or assimilate to a very foreign kind of environment. So the early one's tradition from Europe, but nevertheless it was the established tradition of the community. There were a lot of kind of centrifugal forces and centripetal force. There was a strong desire to kind of retain that kind of tradition over generations. Here's another way to look at that migration from Eli Barnabi's Historical Atlas. You can see that there are populations moving from the the formerly Dutch territories on the coast, but there's also new populations moving from Amsterdam, London, and even from Spain and Portugal. Here's another view of the coast, and you can see as we go into the 18th century, there's quite a few small establishments, all the way as far west as St. Louis and New Orleans by the time you get to 1802. But for the most part, the major populations are along the coast. The second major wave of Jewish migration was in the 19th century, and this came primarily from Central Europe, Germany in particular. There's a lot of reasons why Jewish men in particular find it expedient to actually leave their homeland and make their way to the New World. There are anti-Semitic forces in Central Europe that force Jews to reconsider their place of residence. There's some restrictions placed on things like Jewish marriage, like only the oldest son in a family may marry. There are revolutions going on, 1848, for example. So there are a lot of Jewish men in particular who seek out their fame and fortune in the Americas. One of the things that's really noteworthy about the arrival of these often penniless young men on American shores is that the prior generation of migrants, many of whom have established themselves very well in America, like Rebecca Gratz, for example, here. This is Rebecca Gratz of the Gratz College fame, who take it upon themselves to make sure that these Jews, who in many ways are very different from the Native American Jews at this point, they have a different language, they have different customs and so on, but nevertheless the prior generations really make it a point to protect them. And there's a significant rise in the Jewish population as a result of this German migration. Have a look at these numbers. In 1826, it's estimated there were about 6,000 Jews in America. By 1840, that had increased to 50,000, and by 1860 to 150,000. Really dramatic increase, largely as a result of German migration, but it would be dwarfed by the migration at the end of the century. The economic patterns of these Jewish migrants are essentially a kind of literally a rags to riches story, because many of them, when they arrive on these shores, they look for some kind of occupation. And the only thing that's really available to them, especially if they want to maintain any kind of contact with other Jews, is to live in an urban center and to engage in peddling. This is like right at the bottom of the commercial ladder of success, where essentially they've got a push cart and they're moving from house to house seeking donations or making small purchases of used clothing and things like that, then repairing them and then reselling them, recycling things like, making brushes and things like that. And it's like right at the very bottom of the economic ladder. But with hard work and frugality, they may be able to graduate to opening a storefront where they'll engage in a more of a niche economic activity with one particular kind of craft or sales, or as often happened when they moved out west, and is also the case incidentally with my own ancestors in Canada, is they'll open a general store in a developing semi-rural area and kind of sell everything that anybody in town wants. And there'll be the beginnings of commerce in many of these frontier locations. And then, if they're really successful, they may graduate to a phenomenon that has developed in the 19th century, the department store, like Macy's or things like that, where they will carry all kinds of things in a large one-stop shopping place that ultimately results in significant wealth. So the German Jews actually enjoyed a trajectory of significant economic development over the 19th century. In terms of their religious orientation, they were very much unlike the earlier Sephardic Jews and very much unlike the later Eastern European Jews, in that coming from Central Europe, they brought with them ideas associated with liberal Judaism, which in America was known as Reform Judaism, a much more relaxed attitude towards the strictures of Jewish law, the observance of the Sabbath and keeping kosher and things like that. And they had a significant impact on the development of the American mindset at that time. Among their greatest achievements, when they eventually achieved greater wealth, was the erection of massive structures that were testament to their success, like the major synagogues in New York and elsewhere, as we shall see. These German Jews were also noted for their willingness to take risks and to travel and to explore and to really penetrate the western regions of the United States. Here's a great picture of a merchant named Julius Meyer, together with some Indian chiefs in Omaha in the mid-19th century. I believe the Jewish guy is standing in the back on the left. I don't know, it could be a guess here, but this is kind of like typical of these Jews who penetrated the far west looking for economic niches and seeking to make their fame and fortune. This map will give you a sense of the distribution of these German Jews, reaching all the way to the Pacific coast by 1877. The next major and the single largest migration of Jews, of course, occurs at the end of the 19th century and into the 20th century. This particular map shows only a piece of it. It shows only Jews migrating from the Pale of Settlement, that is the region where Jews were allowed to live in Tsarist Russia, and it only calculates the numbers from the beginning of a pogrom wave in 1881 until the dissolution of the Tsarist Empire in 1917. But it gives you a sense of some of the proportions of this major migration. About 1.75 million Jews seek to make their lives in the United States. About 70,000 Jews looking for universal health care decide to go to the civilized country to the north, 111,000 to South America, about 250,000 to Western Europe in general, smaller numbers, 45,000 to both South Africa and 45,000 to the experiment of Zionism in the Middle East, in Israel, of course. And then 5,000 make their way to join the very tiny community that actually goes back to the colonial era in Australia. So we'll talk a lot more about this a little bit later on in this series, but let's have a look at a couple of maps from Eviatar Friesel's really fascinating Atlas of Modern Jewish History, just to get a sense of the overall population of world Jewry at this time. Here you see what world Jewry looked like, let's say, in the year 1800. There are less than 1 million Jews around the world. About 70% of them live in Europe, and the rest are roughly evenly divided between North Africa and the Ottoman Empire. When you get to approximately the year 1800, you see that the population has overall grown significantly to 3.2 million Jews. But once again, Europe dominates with about 2.7 million. There are about 250,000 in North Africa and in Asia, which is basically the Ottoman Empire, but also in Central Asia at this point. The Americas has increased to about 10,000 by the time you get to the year 1800, and that's all the Americas, South America, Canada as well. Oceania, very small number still, 500. By the time you get to the end of the 19th century, let's say the year 1900, now you've got about 10.3 million Jews worldwide, a significant population increase, and much of it has shifted to Eastern Europe. Poland and European Russia has the largest population, the largest increase as well. But there's also a dramatic expansion of the Jews living in the U.S. and Canada, with over 1 million by the time you get to the year 1900. The rest of America is about 35,000. So this gives you a sense of how the overall proportions are changing. Okay, we will spend much more time later watching. I hope you enjoyed this short video. I do enjoy when you subscribe, because more people who are enjoying Jewish history, as I do. So please do subscribe. And otherwise, I hope you have a great day. Thank you very much for watching.
Take it easy.
The Joe Rogan Experience. Join my day, Joe Rogan Podcast, my name.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to look at the emancipation of the Jews in Western and East Central Europe. In many ways, this particular period, which begins at the end of the 18th century and extends into the 19th century, represents really the coming together of a lot of pre-modern impulses and results in the ultimate political emancipation of the Jews, or the granting of equal rights to Jews throughout Western Europe. As we shall see, the legal emancipation of the Jews is not quite the same thing as the social emancipation of the Jews, but nevertheless, it's a fascinating story, and in many ways it represents the beginning of modernity as we understand it today. Now, it's really important for us to just take a second to think about, what does this word emancipation actually mean? It's a word that Jewish historiography has seized upon, although it clearly is borrowed from the experience of African Americans, and a much more dramatic emancipation that occurred with the context of the American Civil War in the 1860s. There's a huge contrast. In many ways, it's really not a fair word to use, but that is the accepted term, so we'll go with it. The Jews, prior to their emancipation, were not slaves. slaves. It's not the same thing as the African Americans experience. They were largely, living with a series of disabilities, residence restrictions, the hated Jewish oath, and so on. They were not directly enslaved to owners. They had a certain degree of freedom of movement. They had a limited degree of freedom to choose different occupations, very isolated and narrow opportunities for higher education, but it's not at all comparable to being a slave on a plantation. But nevertheless, we use this term to try to find a word to express the release of all of these disabilities in the late 18th and 19th centuries. So by way of background, it's very important for us to understand that, if we're using this term emancipation, what do we exactly mean by it? So before the modern era, Jews lived in a corporate structure, which is a little bit like feudalism, meaning everybody in society lives in a certain box that is related primarily to their role in the overall economy. You have this massive box that is primarily populated by serfs, who have the least amount of rights. They are kind of attached to the land, and although they are also not enslaved, they are nevertheless highly dependent on the nobility for their rights of movement, even their rights of marriage and things like that. But they nevertheless have kind of like day-to-day freedom that makes them very unslave-like. The Jews were not in that box. The Jews were also not in the box of the nobility or the knights and groups of people like that who engage in various activities that are specifically, related to their high status in society, managing large, farms and manors and things like that. The Jews were closest to the burghers or the sort of incipient middle class who were dealing with various types of commerce because Jews were heavily urbanized. But even in urban centers, they were frequently denied formal burgher status. They were typically denied access to a whole range of professional guilds and things like that. And so they weren't really in the burgher class or burgher status, even though they tended to, in their lifestyle, be closest to them. They obviously were not in the clergy, which was another box in the kind of feudal design of medieval society. So what exactly were they? Well, as we've discussed in previous lectures, they were essentially servi camerae regis. They were servants of the royal chamber. They had burgher-like activities, also middleman activities, primarily in tax farming and leaseholding and so on, and obviously very active in money lending. And a lot of the cash that their activities produced was directly taxed by the king, in exchange for which the Jews had the protection of the royal chamber, the protection of the king, and that's basically how they managed to exist in medieval Europe. But with modernity, a lot of things changed because it was no longer possible to keep people in these boxes. Serfs were being emancipated all over Europe. The last region to emancipate their serfs was the Russian Empire. They were also the last to emancipate the Jews as well, some 50 odd years later. And people were like moving into cities. Industrialization was happening, and people were like moving into factory jobs, which really upended a lot of the structures of rural agrarian life. But it was like a period of transition where you might have people who would go back to the ancestral farms and essentially do serf-like activity during the harvest season, and then they would go into the cities during the winter and work like blue-collar jobs in these burgeoning factories. So it was a very kind of transitional period in the 18th century and 19th century. The Jews, for their part, were really pressing to get more rights of residence, to move wherever they wanted, to be free from the hated Mora Judaico, this kind of medieval oath where, because Jews were considered intrinsically untrustworthy, they had to endure ritual humiliations when they were making an oath in court. like they had to stand on a pigskin, sometimes with their chest bared, holding on to a Sefer Torah and so on. So they wanted to get rid of a lot of these things. They wanted access to higher education. They wanted access to, generally everything that was going on in culture and science and society in the modern era. And the emancipation movement was something that slowly, in fits and starts, granted these things to Jews. Obviously, it was very closely related to the Haskalah that we discussed in a previous video, the Jewish Enlightenment, because while the Jewish Enlightenment was primarily an intellectual movement that was about changing the way Jews thought and bringing it more into line with the intellectual currents of contemporary European culture, it was also a political movement. It was saying that, if Jews can be reformed in terms of their use of the vernacular, in terms of their relationship to society, and understanding their civic responsibilities, then society should in turn give them the legal rights of citizens. Let us not forget that for much of medieval history, Jews were considered formally travelers. They were like resident aliens. They were not considered like normally subjects of the king like everybody else was. And in modernity, this is a time when kings in general were in decline, and the idea of societies being made up of equal citizens, particularly white males, that's something that was coming of age, and the Jews were claiming their rights to be there as well. So let's look for a moment now at the United States, which was technically the first modern country to formally emancipate the Jews. And it was not the hardest thing in the world for the United States to do. This is because the Jews did not constitute the major challenge to emancipation. Obviously, African American slaves were the big challenge. America is very much a society that is still trying to come to terms with the racial character of its history. And the Jews were nearly but not quite white. This is not the place in this class to talk about the gradual whitening of the Jews, but one of the things that is largely true of American society is that Jews were generally considered like not quite white like Northern Europeans were. And by the way, this is not only Jews, this is also Irish and Italian people and so on. Up until really the 20th century, these peoples were considered kind of like off-white in the skin tones of social structure in 18th century America, and the 19th century as well. They were not quite in the same degree of whiteness. Obviously, this speaks to the fact that whiteness is largely a social construct. Obviously, there are skin tones that we can discern visually, but especially when you get in the kind of the middle range, it really depends a lot on how a person behaves, how a person carries himself, how a person is viewed by society around them, that determines whether or not a person is actually white or actually not white. So Jews were, for the most part, nearly white, and more significantly, they were not Catholic. There was a tremendous antipathy toward, of course, with the Irish and with the Italians, who are also generally Catholic. So there's a lot of hesitation to giving rights to, first of all, African Americans. That, of course, America fought a war over that, but also these nearly white peoples like the Irish Catholics, the Italian Catholics, and then, of course, the Jews. So viewed from the perspective of those who wanted to limit the full access to society in early America, the Jews were like a lower priority for their exclusion. And the kinds of disabilities that Jews faced in the 18th and 19th century America were comparatively minimal. There was questions about whether or not they could hold public office. Some issues of whether or not their oaths would be trusted because they would not take them on Christian Bibles, for example, and those were fairly easily dealt with. The Constitution of 1787 and especially the Bill of Rights of 1791 clearly indicated that Jews should be free of these disabilities, although vestigial oath laws did persist in some states until 1877, when the last one was removed that was applying specifically to New Hampshire. So in other words, the United States of America, very small Jewish population, nearly white. It was not really that difficult to actually make that big step and emancipate them. In England, you have a fascinating phenomenon where social change precipitated legal change, where it seemed like English voting society in particular were ready for the idea of the emancipation of Jews before they were actually emancipated. I think one of the great examples of this is David Solomon, shown here, who was actually elected Sheriff of London in 1835, but could not immediately hold office because of that hated Jewish oath, that he would not take the oath that indicated that he was a Christian, which of course he was not. So, in other words, we have this situation where, and this happened, by the way, to many elected officials in England until the whole process was eventually solved, where the population as a whole, the voting eligible population, thought that the Jewish candidate was the superior candidate for a position, and they voted him into office. It's always a him. And it was the office itself that was trying to hold back on allowing this Jewish candidate until eventually, after significant debates in English governmental circles, they abolished the Jewish oath. So emancipation for Jews in England actually came from a groundswell of support, at least among the voting population. France has an entirely different story. Here you see a depiction of the Declaration of the Rights of Man and, in brackets, male citizen. This is, of course, a hugely important document that's roughly comparable to the American Bill of Rights, in which, it decrees the kind of ideas of equality for all citizens, things like that. It's interesting to note, by the way, that there are limitations even to these very beautiful documents. In the case of the United States of America, the declaration that all men are created equal was not interpreted to mean really all men, because it did not include African Americans, for example. And this Declaration for the Rights of Man and Citizen, a revolutionary figure named Marie Gouze actually said, hey, wait a second, why does it have to be in the masculine? And so she composed a declaration for the rights of woman and citizen, and the word citizen, of course, in French can be declined either as a male or as a female, but the French government at the time was not willing to accept that. They were really only thinking about men. Honestly, it says man, and they meant man, but that's beyond the scope of our discussion today. In the case of France, unlike England, where social change precipitated legal change, in France, it was legal change that precipitated social change, almost. In other words, the laws were put on the books before society was totally ready for them. So what happened in France is you have the revolution in 1789, and then almost immediately, Jews start saying, hey, what about us? We're included too, right? We're also part of this revolution. And philosophically, it was really hard to say no, because so much of the grounding of the French Revolution, like the American Revolution, was based on this flowery and soaring rhetoric of the equality of all people and so on. So that includes Jews too, right? So there was a big distinction between the smaller, much more acculturated Sephardic population of Jews that lived in the west and south of France, in Bordeaux and Bayonne, and the much more highly dense and concentrated and less acculturated Jews living on the eastern border in the region of Alsace-Lorraine, the Ashkenazi Jews. The Sephardi Jews largely spoke French, largely had a much more French lifestyle in terms of their dress and their broader, economic profile and things like that. But the Jews in Alsace, on the other hand, spoke Yiddish as their first tongue, were much more sort of Germanotropic in their cultures, tends to be far more observant of Jewish law, both at home and more significantly in the street. And so what happened in France is, in 1790, the emancipation was extended to the Sephardic Jews in Bordeaux and Bayonne. It was much easier to accept them. And after a certain amount of hemming and hawing, in 1791, the same was granted to the Jews of Alsace-Lorraine. Now, that wasn't the end of the story by any means. There was a significant outcry because with emancipation, all of the restrictions on Jewish economic activity were lifted, and Jews were allowed to engage in, whatever kind of occupation they wanted. And they rushed to all kinds of occupations where they had, a significant advantage because they were overwhelmingly literate, numerate. They were well connected with Jews living in other countries, so import, export, all kinds of commerce, and so on. And large populations of Christians in Alsace began to complain that, hey, our entire business environment is changing as a result of these Jews rushing into fields and, undercutting us with prices and all kinds of things. And so a lot of complaints went to the Emperor Napoleon, who, in his typically grand kind of way of thinking about things, said, well, obviously we've got to talk to these Jews. So do they have like a representative body or something like that? Do they have a pope like we do, Catholics? And so his advisors told him, well, they have this thing called the Sanhedrin, which was the ancient court of 71 judges back in the ancient period. But they haven't met in 1900 years since they were exiled from Israel. Actually, not quite since they were exiled, but shortly thereafter. And so he said, fine, I'm Napoleon, let's reopen the Sanhedrin. And so messages were sent out all over Europe that Napoleon was going to gather the Sanhedrin. And in that gathering, he was going to ask them a series of 12 questions. This was actually the Assembly of Jewish Notables that was prior to the convening of the formal Sanhedrin. The questions that he asked were actually quite fascinating, and they really give us an insight as to, what he wanted from the Jews. He asked questions like, for example, do the Jews have their own police force? What's the point of asking about the police force? Well, the point is because he wanted to know if he was going to be accepting a state within a state. It doesn't make sense for there to be two judiciaries and two police enforcement agencies. What if, Jews wanted to run their affairs through a different legal system? Would they be culpable to French law? All kinds of things like this. He wanted to know a little bit about the assimilation ability. Is that a word? The assimilability of the Jew. He asked, for example, are Jews allowed to marry non-Jews? Now, in basic Jewish law, that's like a really short answer. No, intermarriage is not permitted under Jewish law. Obviously, there are interfaith relationships, but that's really more of a 20th and 21st century phenomenon, and certainly not countenanced by traditional Jewish law, although some of the denominations that are active today, of course, have different relationships to that question. But in the 18th century, the answer was no, it's not allowed. It's fascinating to note that the Assembly of Notables in the later Sanhedrin, which were made up largely of Maskilim, there was only a very small number of Jews who represented the traditional viewpoint of what we would call today Orthodox, and they essentially hemmed and hawed on this answer. And they said, well, not exactly, wouldn't it precisely be recognized, but, and they knew what kind of answers Napoleon wanted, and they provided him with that. I think the most dramatic moment in the Sanhedrin, or the Assembly of Notables gathering, was when he asked them, would the Jews defend France? Do they consider themselves French, or would they join with their enemies? Now, the fact is that France and Germany are having wars just about once every 30 or 40 years, which means that, God forbid, we're pretty much due for one right now. Let's hope that we put that behind us. But, he was really concerned about those Jews living in Alsace who were, Yiddish speaking. Yiddish is a much closer language to German than it is to French, and that they had all kinds of contacts with Jews on the German side of the border. What would happen if France and Germany got into a war? Who would French Jews fight for? And dramatically, the assembly rose up and said, jusqu'à la mort. They would defend France to the very death. That was the whole idea of it. So Napoleon was satisfied with those answers, and he said, great. So the Sanhedrin became a formal institution, and it was headed by this man, David Zinsheim, who has an absolutely amazing hat here. I mean, I want a hat like that. I think that would be fantastic. He was actually a renowned Torah scholar of the day. He wrote a significant commentary on the Mishnah called Yad David, still studied to this day. And he was one of the more orthodox members of the Sanhedrin that gave it kind of like its weight on the right wing of the Jewish spectrum. There's a lot more to say about how Napoleon directed the organization of Jewish synagogues within France, but I'm going to leave it at this point because I think we should spend a little bit of time talking about East Central Europe. So in Austria, a document was issued by Kaiser Joseph II called the Toleranzpatent in 1782. This was kind of like a very important pre-emancipation document that sort of gave the Jews of Austria a formal understanding of what their rights were within Austria. And that's very important because, rights as opposed to concessions is an extremely important notion and a great stepping stone towards full emancipation. But what happened over the next 100-odd years was really quite distressing and confusing. Austria, like much of East Central Europe, went through a revolution in 1848-49, and that revolution was then pushed back. And the revolution came from the more liberal side of the spectrum. So with the general constitution that was created in 1849, civil and political rights were issued for everyone in Austria, and quote-unquote not dependent on religion. But then in 1851, when there was kind of like a conservative backlash to that revolution, those rights were taken back. The Constitution was abrogated, and then slowly it was reinstated again over the 1860s. The same kind of thing was happening in Hungary, although you also had very significant opposition to emancipation from Jews themselves in Hungary, led by the Chassam Sofer, a very important rabbi, Rabbi Moshe Sofer, who essentially said that, emancipation is going to result in assimilation. He was not at all wrong. Emancipation and assimilation seem to go hand in hand. And he said we should not accept emancipation. We should demand to have unequal rights because that's really a very important tool that the Jews use to maintain group integrity. Nevertheless, this was the zeitgeist, the trend of the times, and with the formal uniting of Austria and Hungary in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, then there was formal emancipation granted to the Jews as well. This is also a period of tremendous social change in urban areas, in particular in Budapest. Hopefully we'll come back to that a little later. Finally, in Germany, this region had the most extensive, prolonged struggle between liberal and conservative elements, specifically with regard to Jews. So emancipation in Germany over the 19th century, which was, by the way, not united for most of the 19th century, it was very piecemeal, it was very limited. Rights given to Jews were frequently extended in a very grudging manner, and there's a tremendous amount of social hesitancy. So like in great contrast to England, where social change demonstrated the readiness for emancipation well before it was actually granted, in Germany you had a situation where there was definitely very little social readiness for emancipation. There were some, bright lights here and there, like Christian Wilhelm von Dohm, who wrote a very important work advocating for the emancipation of Jews. But by and large, German society as a whole was just not ready for emancipation. But a far more representative figure would be someone like this man, Heinrich von Treitschke, a very significant historian who entered into a very heavy debate with Heinrich Gretz over the publication of the latter's History of the Jews. Von Treitschke coined the unfortunate phrase, "Die Juden sind unser Unglück," the Jews are our misfortune, and he articulated a position that would later be picked up very enthusiastically by none other than Adolf Hitler, and he argued that the emancipation of the Jews had to be ruled back, and of course the disaster of the Holocaust ensued. So that's a very quick look at the emancipation of Jews in Western and East Central Europe. And in the next video, I'd like to look at Eastern Europe, which had a very different trajectory. If you enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing. We have a great learning community that is always expanding, bringing in lots of people who want to study Jewish history. And okay, I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching.
Cancer is just like, yikes. Yeah, but maybe, for instance, there'd be a way to treat someone with a drug ahead of time that would minimize the effect of the CT scan. Right? So that, because the CT scans are generally causing oxidative damage. And so if you could provide a local antioxidant, and I'm not saying that something like this exists, it's a bit of a naive
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to spend some time talking about the birth of modern Jewish politics, which is really a phenomenon that we see appearing in the late 19th century. Now obviously that seems ridiculously late in the sense that, as long as there have been more than one Jew, there have been politics, right? It's just part of the nature of the Jewish experience, I think, and possibly of the human experience in general. But what I'm going to be focusing in on in this context is the idea of the birth of mass movements with political ideologies that are adopted by Jews, particularly in the modern era, especially because this is a time when democracy begins to make its impact on the Jewish community, and in particular the great mass of the population that resides in Eastern Europe, where there's so many more Jews to create that critical mass to move political agendas along. And prior to the 1880s, by and large, Jews were quiescent when it came to political activity. They largely trusted their leadership to have any kind of interface with the secular authorities. And so really it was a matter of more kind of like feudal relationships where the Shadlan, the intercessor that would be hired by the head of the Kehillah, would be the one that would be interacting with the nobleman or the king or whatever on behalf of the entire community. And the idea of a group of Jews breaking away from the central authorities was really quite unusual and doesn't have a long tradition before the modern era. In the modern era, however, for a variety of reasons, Jews begin to look at more contemporary ways of organizing themselves and not necessarily in conformity with the will of the rabbinic and communal leadership, and that's where we get these modern Jewish politics. So let's have a look at that specifically. I think we can date the major important turning point in the development of modern Jewish politics to 1881. That is the date upon which Tsar Alexander II was assassinated, shown here with his son and with his wife. He was a very popular Tsar in Eastern Europe. He was the great Tsar liberator because it was on his watch that the serfs were liberated. It was definitely not a complete solution like the emancipation of Africans in America. It was not a funded emancipation, like they went from one set of difficulties to another set of difficulties, but nevertheless, the Russian populace as a whole tended to regard him favorably. The ones who did not, in particular, were the revolutionaries, the early socialist movements that were burgeoning in the 1870s. And in 1881, a group of them, organized under the name Narodnya Volya, the People's Will, tossed a bomb at his carriage and killed him, as you can see in these contemporary newspaper accounts of that act of violence. The rumor went out throughout the empire that the new emperor, his son, Alexander III, gave the populace permission to beat the Jews for 3 days. Now, for a long time, Jewish historiography basically took this as some kind of face value, and if you've seen Fiddler on the Roof, there's a famous scene where Tevye is approached by a policeman who wants to give him some kind of heads up that a pogrom is coming. But it seems like this is not an accurate depiction of what happened in Russia. In reality, the pogroms went way out of control. The Russian Empire and the government were certainly not the architects of the violence. They had a great difficulty trying to control them. The entire administration, the police force, was exposed as being inept, excessively bureaucratic, too slow to respond to this rapid movement of violence that essentially followed the newly laid rail lines that were connecting many communities. And the pogroms went on not for 3 days, but for 3 years, till 1884. And it really underscored the fact that Russia was no longer capable of maintaining itself as a Rechtsstaat, that is, a country governed by law. There was simply too much anarchy possible, too much chaos possible, and that is really something that the Jews as a minority fear tremendously. So it is the violence that erupted in 1881 and extended for a few years that really triggered the rethinking by Jews of their political status, or ethnic populations that were minorities in a particular region, like Poles in Ukrainian territory, and vice versa, things like that. And it was something that really just got way out of hand for the Russians. Now, this map and the few charts that I'd like to show you right now come from really interesting articles by and ROTHSCHILD that point out something that really should be fairly obvious, but no one else, to my knowledge, has really made these correlations. The pogroms, why did they happen? So there's definitely a certain amount of latent anti-Semitism in traditional society, and we can tie it to certain church teachings and certain economic practices of the Jews, and the long-term resentment that goes back to the Khmelnytsky rebellion, the Haidamak rebellion, and so on. But Jews basically lived in relative peace alongside their Ukrainian, Polish, Lithuanian, Latvian, and Russian neighbors, with only a few significant punctuations of violence, like under Khmelnytsky in the 17th century and under Honta in the 18th century. So the majority of Jewish history in the Pale Settlement was relatively peaceful, not necessarily loving, but one of coexistence. So why all these pogroms all of a sudden? So have a look at these charts. Let me just move over to the other side of the screen here. So this is a chart that shows the number of pogroms in the years 1800 to 1928. And I'm a little bit suspicious of the last number because I always thought there was a much bigger surge in 1919. But let's take it at face value for now because the conclusions are going to be really useful. Here is the number of pogroms correlated with years of crop failure. And as you can see, yes, pogroms do correlate with certain periods of crop failure, but by no means all periods of crop failure. There are some periods when, terrible crop situation, especially before 1881, that do not result in anti-Jewish violence. And in fact, there's a rather extended period before the Russian Revolution in 1917 where there's no violence to speak of. So what's going on there? Then if you look at a different kind of factor, political turmoil, the same kind of thing holds. Yes, those periods of violence against Jews in 1881 and in 1904-05, which was the Kishinev pogrom and the Civil War pogroms, they coincided with significant political upheaval, but lots of periods where you had political upheaval and no violence against Jews. So what's going on? So what the authors of this study did, which was very clever, is they put together both of those variables with violence against Jews, and this is the money chart right here. Wow, look at this. The purple lines demonstrate that when there is a combination of political turmoil and crop failure, that is a disastrous time for anti-Jewish violence. Meaning those two factors joined together have a direct correlation with violence against Jews. And I think this says a lot about the fundamental working pieces that motivate people to attack their neighbors in this circumstance. Okay, let's go to the political thing. So under these circumstances, right, you've got 3 years of chaos in the former Russian Empire, and Jews are basically saying, nothing's working here. We've been relying on our traditional leadership for a long time. We're very disappointed with how they handled, among other things, the Cantonisten crisis that we discussed in the previous video. We have to do something different. And so basically, Jews decided en masse that they were going to use 5 distinct strategies to meet the moment. Here they are. The first is actually the most traditional of all. That is emigration. Right? That Historically, when conditions are growing increasingly poor for Jews in a particular region, and they see no easy way to change it, so they pick up and they move somewhere else. This is a 2,000-year-old tested strategy that has worked fairly well. And so you can see from this map, which we've looked at in other contexts, a large outpouring of Jews from the Pale of Settlement to America, to Canada, the United States of America, to Canada, to South America, 250,000 to Western Europe, significant numbers of Jews to the land of Israel and to South Africa, and a small number going all the way out to Australia. This most traditional strategy ultimately doesn't solve the problem, it just hopes that it will be better somewhere else, and it could in fact become worse, as we shall see as we move into the 20th century in Western Europe in particular. The second major strategy says, no, we're not going to leave this country, we're going to change this country. And that is this refers to the widespread adoption of socialist ideas by many Jewish youth, in particular during this time. Here's a mugshot of Leon Trotsky, one of the most important Jewish socialist leaders of the period. He was the mastermind behind the 1905 Wildcat Strike that ultimately forced the Russian government to change its way of operation. It's called the 1905 Revolution. It really wasn't a revolution because the Tsar was still in power, but he had to cede more authority to a revised parliament. What is not as well known about Trotsky's personal problems with the Russian Empire is that in 1905 it was virtually impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere in the Russian Empire. So anyways, Jewish socialism. This was something that was antithetical to traditional Jewish values, primarily because socialism, following the ideas of Karl Marx, who was himself born Jewish and baptized as a child by his parents, was rather anti-Semitic himself, a self-hating Jew, and he had lots of terrible things to say about religion in particular, and Jews as well. So the socialists tend to have a very anti-religious, anti-clerical position, and so it did not represent the mass of the Jewish population, but there was definitely a segment of the younger population who felt like socialism, although it represented a radical break from Jewish culture and thought and so on, nevertheless represented a way forward for a more enlightened society. We'll continue with this in the next video. Thirdly, rather than saying let's emigrate and hope it gets better someplace else, rather than saying let's not emigrate, let's try and change the country here, the third strategy is Zionism, saying let's emigrate, but we'll emigrate for the last time. We'll emigrate back to our national homeland in the land of Israel, and we will there reestablish a Jewish polity, a Jewish state, a Jewish army, a Jewish flag, Jewish passports, and so on. And this would be representative of some kind of secular messianic ideal where it will represent the end of time, because Jews will no longer wander from one place to another. Here is an image of the first Prime Minister of Israel, David Ben-Gurion, with the large picture of Theodor Herzl, the founder of political Zionism in the background, proclaiming the independence of Israel in 1948. So this was also a very, very popular option that many young Jews in particular gravitated to, even though, like socialism, most of the traditional rabbinate and leadership opposed it, saying that it was kind of like a chutzpah, an act of insolence towards God, in the sense that, returning to Israel is part of the messianic future, and by, forcing God's hand, by moving to Israel and trying to establish a state before the Messiah arrived, that was considered almost heretical to some rabbis, and therefore this also represented a great contradiction. The fourth option was the least popular, but nevertheless had a significant impact ideologically. This is the notion of diaspora nationalism, that said essentially, okay, we're not going to leave, no immigration. We're not going to change this society to become socialist. That's such a radical change. We're not going to do that. We are also not going to move to Israel, which actually, according to diaspora nationalists, sort of represented a step backwards in terms of the evolution of the Jewish people, because as the founding ideologue of diaspora nationalism, argued the Jews had sort of advanced beyond the stage of needing a political state to constitute their own identity. That Jews were capable of perpetuating their culture and thought as a minority scattered throughout the world. So to go and say, oh, we want to create a state somewhere, whether it's in Israel or Uganda or anywhere, that represents looking backwards for the diaspora nationalists. And where they had a limited amount of impact in Eastern Europe, their ideas were actually implemented very briefly in Ukraine, and then for slightly longer periods in the interwar states of Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Everything came to a crashing halt with World War II. A version of diaspora nationalism, however, survives in the institution of the Jewish Federation, which is kind of like this loose agglomeration of Jewish groups around the country to collectively raise money for charity, to represent Jewish interests before democratic governments, and so on. So a huge difference between the way the diaspora nationalists envision their thought of how to deal with modernity and the way the Jewish Federation works is that the Jewish Federation is entirely voluntary, meaning a person can choose to identify as a Jew, affiliate with the community, or not. That's, modernity doesn't really demand that you have to fit into a particular box. The diaspora nationalists had a vision where Jews would actually be in a fixed group. They would pay a certain amount of communal taxes to their own leadership. They would have the rights as a group to draw on state resources for communal practices. They would have a certain amount of protection in terms of not having elections on Shabbat and things like that. But it was a much more kind of like a well-structured organization than the Jewish Federation, which is essentially a volunteer organization. However powerful and effective it is, it ultimately depends on people wanting to belong to it, which was not the case with diaspora nationalists. And finally, the last national strategy to deal with the evolution of Jewish life in a modern democratic area are the so-called by me anyways, renewed traditionalists. These are Jews who really are still, in many ways, thinking to the pre-modern era of traditional Torah leadership, definitely very much an orthodox kind of way of thinking. And they're saying, wait a minute, why are Jews organizing politically? We should be investing much more energy in our religious activities. We should be focusing on things we need as religious Jews. However, given the rapid advance of democratizing movements in Europe and the promise of a democratic Russian empire, which turned out, not to work out that way, but at least not in the 20th century, at least not the beginning of the 20th century. We'll talk about that later as well, God willing. They said, you know what? If we don't organize politically, like these other non-religious movements, then we will lose an opportunity to express the voice of religious Jewry, which represents a very large proportion over the overall Jewish public. And so the renewed traditionalists, with parties like Agudas Yisrael, Agudas Achim, and several other groups, they essentially tried to promote a religious agenda that really demanded things specifically for religious observance within this new democratic or proto-democratic environment. Okay, those are the 5 basic strategies that Jews chose from. There are lots of shadings in between them. Let's just have a look at what they look like on a political spectrum. And essentially, I'm going to be reviewing the material in the last group of slides, but we will be putting it in a graphic format so it's a little bit easier to understand. So here you go. Here's a typical sign. So things like that. You have a line, and on the left you have socialism, and on the right you have capitalism, right? If you think about American politics, at least until recent years, you could say that Democrats would be just slightly left of center, Republicans would be just slightly right of center, but basically they're really close to the middle. Jewish politics are not like that. You can have really wide ranges of extremes between them. But Jewish politics is not so simple that we could all live on just one spectrum. In fact, a second axis has to be added, and this relates to the question of Doikite, which means basically here-ness. Do we believe, political parties or political organizations would argue, in developing Jewish life here, do, in the diaspora, or do we believe in doing it dort, over there, meaning in Israel? Are we more Zionist inclined than diaspora inclined? So every party has to fit on both of these X and Y axes. If we look in the lower left quadrant where you have socialism and Doakite, most important party is the General Jewish Workers Bund, B-U-N-D, that was actually one of the earliest parties to form illegally in the Russian Empire in 1897. It actually claimed a very large number of followers. It was essentially a very leftist agenda that was exercised in the Yiddish language, largely because there was a significant population of blue-collar workers in northern Pale of Settlement, Lithuania in particular, that were very receptive to socialist thinking. And so the Bund really relied on the Jewish proletariat, which was quite significant, particularly in the more industrialized North. By the time you get to the 1917 revolution, there were 30,000 card-carrying members of the Bund. Now, backing up, what about in the quadrant to the lower right? You see that we have this man, Shimon Dubno, who represents the diaspora nationalists, right? They're definitely very big in Doakite. They did not favor the idea of moving to Israel, but they didn't think that the country had to be so radically changed on a socialist agenda. They're really more existing within a capitalist economic framework. Now, if we go up to the top right quadrant, we have, of course, very important group, the Zionists, and there are many, many shades of Zionist interpretations, but the most significant one was the group that was founded by Theodor Herzl, shown here, the father of modern political Zionism, who in 1897, same year as the Bund, had the General World Zionist Congress. And the movement that he was associated with was called the Allgemeine Zionism, the General Zionist. It was more of a big tent, large umbrella kind of Zionism. This is contrasted from the revisionists, who are up here, sort of like more extreme Israel, more extreme, not necessarily capitalist economically, but definitely in a kind of political sense. Vladimir Jabotinsky is the most important thinker and activist among the revisionists, and they essentially believed that Herzl was far too diplomatic, that he was far too trusting in the goodwill of the nations that surrounded Israel or the great powers. They felt that Herzl's approach, which was basically a kind of shuttle diplomacy, go here, talk to this important leader, go there, talk to that important leader, and eventually you'll negotiate through and we'll get Israel. Jabotinsky and his followers felt that no, Jews must be much more aggressive. They must be much more militarily trained. They should have more of a kind of a right-wing outlook. These two approaches of Herzl and Jabotinsky essentially formed the core of the political party Likud later when Israel became a state. Finally, if you move over here to the upper left quadrant, you have a very important movement, the Poalei Zion, the workers of Zion, who were definitely very aggressively Zionist, but they felt that it would be a shame if Israel would just be a reproduction of some Western European state. They wanted Israel to be established on socialist principles. They invested heavily in kibbutzim, collective farms, the sort of ideal of the Israeli-born Sabra, who has a rifle on his back and is hoeing the land and is draining the swamps and things like that. That's kind of like the ideal of Poalei Zion, and this movement is primarily responsible for the core of the Labor Party that dominated much of early Israeli politics. So if you think this is complicated so far, we're not even finished yet, because Jews are not satisfied with two political axes. We have to have a third axis, right? We have X, we have Y, and now we have Z, which is kind of like a third dimension. I'll draw that with sort of like this curved green line. and this represents the religious parties. Because up until now, all of these groups have been either anti-religious or neutral on religion. That leaves out a huge number of Jews who still held religious values, and traditional Judaism was sacred to them, and they did not want to, abandon its dictates. So the first group we'll look at are the so-called Mizrahi. These are Orthodox Jews who believe that, contrary to the dominant rabbinic opinion, that somehow working alongside secular Zionists to establish a modern state represented an abrogation of divine will, maybe that was precisely what God wanted. That maybe the coming together of secular Jews for the holy purpose of rebuilding Israel, in fact, represented the gradual unfolding of the Messianic ideal. They followed in large part the teachings of this individual, Rabbi Abraham Isaac Kook, who's a brilliant scholar who lived in Israel and was a very profound Zionist. Although he was not specifically politically motivated, he didn't lead the party or anything like that, but he was kind of like the ideological founder of many of the ideas that were encapsulated in Israel. And then finally, and I'm actually saying finally for real right now, we also have those traditionalist Jews, even new traditionalists, who did not agree that Zionism should be embraced by religious Jews. And furthermore, they certainly disagreed with everybody on the left side of the spectrum who were anti-religion or at least neutral on religion. They wanted to embrace religion. So these were the groups, like the Agudat Yisrael, that basically decided to organize themselves in order to defend the rights and opinions of religious Jews. Among their many great achievements are the Siyam Hashas, the Daf Yomi program, which I'm very proud to participate in myself. I give a little 2 to 5 minute class on every single page of the Talmud, 2,711 folios that over the course of a 7-year cycle, the students of the Talmud complete the entire corpus of the Babylonian Talmud. This is the most recent celebration of the completion of another cycle that was held all over the world. This happened to be a meeting at the MetLife Stadium. I was actually present at this particular celebration. So that's kind of like the things that Agudat Yisrael does. They think about, what do yeshiva students need, what do kollel families need, and they're all sort of like working in politics in order to defend that sort of tradition. So that's a graphic representation of how these political orientations develop and relate to each other. It's complicated, I know, but as my father, Oliver Shalom, would always say, Henry, it just gets worse. Okay, I hope you found this enjoyable and enlightening. And if you haven't subscribed yet, please do. It's really nice to see that lots more people are interested in studying Jewish history. And if you don't want to miss a lecture, make sure you click on the little bell button on your YouTube so that it'll give you a notification. Hey, a new video is happening or a new premiere is happening where we can actually communicate in real time with the chat. And of course, we have other levels of membership, which give you access to other lectures and live events and things like that. But I'm really happy that you're with me for this video, and I look forward to speaking to you next. Thanks very much for watching.
Of how the system is working. I mean, before it used to be you'd look at a computer chip and you'd see just a computer chip with a few wires. But imagine now that you, as a scientist, have a microscope that's looking at the complexities of the wiring diagram that's connecting this resistor to that capacitor to that diode to this transistor. That's where we are now.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today we're going to begin discussing the Holocaust, one of the most difficult chapters in the long history of the Jewish people. Please note that this information is intended for educational content only. I will only be speaking very briefly about the Holocaust within the context of this series. But if you are curious and are motivated to learn more, I have an entire online course which is specifically on the topic of the Holocaust, and it is free and open to the community. Please see the lecture notes for a link to that particular course. What I'd like to do today is to speak a little bit about the interwar period and the Jews. But let us begin first with a discussion of the terminology. What is this word Holocaust? Where does it come from, and why do we use that term? So the Holocaust itself, obviously we're speaking about the Nazi attempt to destroy the Jews of Europe during World War II. It was such a tremendum, such a huge and audacious act of brutality that it begged a specific term to try to capture what it referred to. In the 1940s through the 1970s, various terms were tossed about to try and capture the sense of this historical event. Probably the first term that was used is the word genocide, which was coined by this man, Raphael Lemkin, in 1944. And the term comes from the words genos, meaning people, or class in the sense of a class or family, and side, meaning to kill, like as in homicide or suicide or patricide, that kind of thing. So genocide means the killing of a people. And that term was very useful and, of course, has entered the English language, but it lacks a specific Jewish context. It doesn't specifically address the fact that the Nazis really targeted the Jews. There were other people, such as the Roma and Sinti and others, but the Jews really were high on the list of targeted populations, and so genocide is a little bit too generic. A term that began to be used in the 1960s is Holocaust. Here's a poster from a film that popularized the Holocaust, starring Meryl Streep and others. And where does this term come from? So actually, it's kind of a problematic term. It is a word taken from the Latin translation of the Hebrew Bible. The translation is called the Vulgate. And in Leviticus chapter 29, by the way, it's a different numbering system as well than the Hebrew Bible, the verse in Leviticus uses the term Holocaust as a translation for the Hebrew term Olah, which means a sacrifice that is completely burned up. And in the verse in Leviticus, it talks about offering a Holocaust with a pleasing order to God. Now, the term definitely has some value to it. It definitely has a sense of everything being burned up, even though, the majority of the victims in the Holocaust were not actually burned to death. They were gassed to death or shot, and others, but still, it does have some kind of totality to it. But at the same time, it has theological problems. Like, are we actually going to say that if the Jews are serving as the sacrificial lamb, so to speak, what does that make the Nazis? And how do we say that connects to God perceiving a pleasing odor? I mean, these are very problematic terms. So for that reason, many religious thinkers prefer not to use the term Holocaust, and they rely on the Hebrew term korban, which means destruction. And that term korban is specifically connected to the destruction of the temples in Jerusalem in 586 before the Common Era and in the year 70 of the Common Era. So for religious thinkers, the term korban is definitely popular, but it also adds a kind of religious coloration that is problematic for more secular users. In Israel, the most popular term is undoubtedly Shoah, also a Hebrew term that occurs in the Bible, but it does not have that same connotation of connecting it to the destruction of the temples and the, theological baggage that goes along with it. One last term. We should be careful because some of the terms that are used, I personally think, are rather offensive. For example, to use the term extermination, the extermination of the Jews of Europe. Extermination is a term we use for vermin, which plays right into the Nazi ethic with regards to their destruction of this population of people. And there are certain terms like final solution and Lösung, which were actually coined by Nazis themselves. Here you see a mugshot of Hermann Goering from the Nuremberg trials, and he used terms like this, the end seal, the end goal, things like that. So Holocaust is a difficult term to use. It has some problems with it, but nevertheless it is the term that has become most popular in the English language. Nazi, so therefore we will use it for expediency. So when we go to the historical data here, the Jews in Europe at this time, you can see this map, which comes from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. They're spread out across Europe. The great mass of them are in Eastern Europe, in the Soviet Union and in Poland in particular. Germany has only about 500,000 Jews. They tend to be highly assimilated. They tend to speak German very well, dress like Germans, tend to have less outward adherence to traditional Jewish observance, whereas when we move to the east, you have a lot more of the masses of traditional Hasidic and Lithuanian Jews who are much more obviously Jewish from without. But that didn't stop anti-Semitism from spreading in Germany in particular. In fact, a lot of the anti-Semitism the Nazis relied on had a specific coloration. We've spoken in previous lectures about the development of anti-Semitism through several phases, from ancient xenophobia to medieval Jew hatred. And when we get to the modern period, there is a very kind of quasi-scientific quality to it, in which the Nazis have largely abandoned the outwardly religious aspect of previous forms of anti-Semitism, and they focus on this racial quality connected with the idea of a conspiracy, specifically that the Jews constitute a distinct kind of race that are altogether joined in a global conspiracy to dominate other races. And the way in which they dominate, which obviously is very difficult because the Jews are a tiny minority of the population, is specifically in some kind of cancerous or bacteriological form. Like, for example, here you see a German language novel from 1920 that shows a hideous kind of vulture that's weighing down this shirtless man. And what this picture is meant to say is that the Jews, who are like carrion eaters, they're vermin, they live off decay, they're going to dominate the otherwise healthy, strong, muscular Aryan races. And once they eat them out like a cancer from within, then they will feed on their corpses. The title, by the way, reads Die Sünde will das Blut, ein Zeitroman. The Sin Against the Blood, a novel of the times. And the fact that the Jews of Germany, which were much more assimilated, actually fed into a lot of this, such as, for example, and you see this really bizarre form of children's propaganda published in the 1930s by Elvira Bauer, a really twisted kindergarten teacher who became propagandist. This is a book for children called Der Giftpilz, the poison toadstool, right? And the thing about toadstools is that they look like mushrooms, but unless you are very careful and you know the signs, you will always mistake them for healthy mushrooms. And you might eat one of these, but it's actually poison. So too, the metaphor goes that the Jews look like regular Germans, but in reality, they are quite distinct, racially different, and they represent a threat. And that's the kind of theme that goes on in that particular piece of propaganda. The Nazis frequently referred to Jews as various kinds of vermin who are bent on destroying the entire world through a global conspiracy, like this French language piece of Nazi propaganda that shows the Jew as some kind of like vicious tarantula straddling the globe, or here's something from the Warsaw Ghetto that shows that the Jews carry typhus, they're associated with this deadly lice-borne disease, and so on. So, and here finally, here's an Austrian example. This is just terrifying. Again, from the elections of that early interwar period, the Jew is portrayed as some kind of like devilish snake who is strangling the Austrian eagle. And the image reads in German, Deutsche Christen rettet Österreich, which means German Christians save Austria, right? Meaning you have to vote for a particular political party in order to save Austria from this Jewish snake, who, by the way, is associated with the communists, because you can see the hammer and sickle are lying underneath there. So that's the kind of atmosphere that Hitler came of age in. Now, here's an image of Hitler as a baby, kind of a chilling image to look at. Hitler had a difficult relationship with his father, who was much older than his mother. When his father passed away at 18, that allowed Hitler himself a little bit more freedom because he had always wanted to be an artist. He had some middling talent. Here you can see some of his artwork that's actually available on the web. Unfortunately for the young Adolf, he was not especially talented, and he was rejected from the Vienna School of Art. A rejection that stung him bitterly, and in fact he complained about it in his memoirs later. And he always felt that somehow his rightful place in the Vienna School of Art was taken by a Jewish applicant, and this idea of the replacement theory, meaning that Hitler felt he should have been in the Vienna School of Art, but a Jew had replaced him. A Jew had, supplanted his rightful place in the incoming student body. That's something that, by the way, reverberates throughout a lot of white supremacist thought, right up into America in the early 21st century. At any rate, he found new purpose with the onset of World War I, and he joined it enthusiastically. He was actually wounded during World War I. He was the victim of a gas attack, which gas was used at that time, as we discussed in a previous lecture. But when Germany surrendered in November 1918, he, like many other Germans, felt that this was a stab in the back that was somehow orchestrated by Jews. Here you can see another Austrian propaganda cartoon that captures the idea of the stab in the back, which in German was the Durchstoß. You can see by the way, I'm using some Austrian materials here. We should mention that Hitler himself was actually an Austrian, and Austria and Germany, although they are separate countries, they are really in one larger cultural unit. Austria would join with Germany in the Anschluss, they would prosecute the war together, but that's for later on. Anyway, here is an Austrian depiction of the anger that many Austrians felt over the surrender in World War I. There's the lantern-jawed Austrian soldier with a steely gaze, defending the Western Front, and sneaking up behind him is this hideous-looking woman that has a Jewish star on the French-style hat that she is wearing, and with this leering smile, she's stabbing him in the back, meaning that the Jews somehow betrayed Germany and Austria from within, causing a lot of anti-war sentiment and causing the Germans to surrender prematurely before they could have actually won in World War I. Hitler, when he came back from the war, got very much involved in right-wing politics. He participated in the Beer Hall Putsch, in which there was actually an attempted insurrection for which he was arrested and sent to jail. Here is a picture of him, believe it or not, in jail. He actually had a very cushy time there. The judge who sentenced him was clearly very sympathetic to Hitler's aims, and although he could not let him off scot-free, he gave him a very, very light sentence in jail, very brief duration, and allowed him a personal chef, all kinds of ridiculous things. And it was in jail that his reputation was secured. He got, credibility for having gone to jail for his right-wing beliefs, and while he was there, he wrote his memoir, Mein Kampf, My Struggle, in which he essentially laid out his political program. It's a rambling, frequently incoherent document that lists all of his anti-Semitic complaints and his, ambitions for Germany and so on. And essentially, this gave him, when he was released from prison, a lot more popularity. He used these thugs that were organized in the so-called brown shirts, the Sturmabteilung, to intimidate much of the population in the various elections that were held in the 1920s and 1930s, but he never gained a majority of the vote with his Nazi party. Here you can see the elections of 1928. He only got 2.6% of the popular vote. He got actually quite a bit more in 1930 and 1932. His primary opponents were really the Communist Party. In March 1933, he garnered 33%, with a lot of dirty tricks, but ultimately, when you look at the comparison with the other parties, you can see the Communists lost quite a bit in that last election. The Social Democratic Party, the second largest, only had 20% of the vote. So in the coalition-style government that was prominent in many European countries at the time. Hitler was given the opportunity as the leader of the largest single party, the plurality, to form a government, and that's when he was able to come to power. He proceeded early on to identify Jews with the so-called Nuremberg Law that clearly identified them by racial characteristics, that is, how much blood was in them as measured by their grandparents, creating a very racist society that was dependent for all kinds of advancement in various careers and in public services like education and so on whether or not one was free of any taint of Jewish blood. Jews were removed from civil service, from the courts, from education, and a whole series of measures were put in place to gradually push them out of German society. This culminated in a dramatic attack, the largest attack of its kind, called Kristallnacht in 1938, where there were it was really a nationwide pogrom against Jews, a widespread attack, widespread burning of synagogues. The name itself, Kristallnacht, comes from the broken glass that littered the streets of German cities. And it was kind of like the last warning for the Jews of Germany that they had better get out. The difficulty was that although many Jews were really quite willing to leave Germany, and a large number of them did, there were very few countries who would actually accept them at that time, as immigration quotas were imposed and fewer Jews were able to find safe haven elsewhere. We're going to continue with the onset of World War II and the Holocaust in the next lecture. Thank you very much for watching.
I think that's ultimately the evolution of human beings. And look, I know you've done a lot of work with UAPs and the like, and I think you've done some really fantastic work, and you're very objective in your analysis of what this whole situation is. When I look at artificial intelligence and I look at this,
the war broke out on September 1st, 1939. This followed the secret pact that was signed by the Third Reich and the Soviet Union, the so-called Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact of non-aggression, which essentially allowed Germany and Russia to invade Poland and the Baltic states from either side and to divide it. We're going to focus our remarks on the region that was conquered first by the Germans, and then later on in the next video we'll discuss a little bit the nature of the 2 years that Jews experienced under Soviets. The first encounter that the Jews of Poland and the Baltics in particular had with Third Reich soldiers was primarily through these ritual humiliations that they endured, often photographed and sent home to relatives and loved ones back in Germany. But it did not seem clear that the Nazis really had a solid plan for what they were going to do with the Jews of Eastern Europe. While the Nazis had planned in advance their military advance in Poland, it does not seem that they had really thought of what they were going to do with the Jewish population, more than 3 million of whom lived in Poland itself. But it seemed clear that they certainly wanted to expel them from the regions that immediately bordered Germany, 2 parts east. And so they created this section called the General Government, here shown in Polish. And it's the green area. It was expanded after 1941 to include the Galicia district towards the bottom right of this map. At any rate, it seems that they pushed a lot of Jews into this general government in particular, and for Jews throughout the region, they began to collect them in ghettos. Now, the politics of ghettos was hotly debated among the Nazis. There were actually many voices that suggested that ghettos were not a good idea, that it would increase disease, that it would allow for greater possibilities of resistance and so on. But ultimately, a network of ghettos was established throughout the region. Some of those ghettos were closed, that is, they were sealed up with walls that were frequently created by the Jews themselves at Nazi orders. Other ghettos were technically open, that is, Jews could simply walk out of them, but then they would be exposed to the local population, who frequently did denounce them, blackmailing them for funds, and often they were at severe risk of being murdered by Nazi soldiers. The organization of the ghetto, however, was extremely important. When the Nazis came into the regions that they took over, they frequently went to the legitimate authorities that represented the Jewish community prior to the war, and they would go to essentially the president of the Kila or the Federation, to use a modern term, and they would say, all right, we would like the following things from the community now, a list of names and addresses and so on. We would like to requisition funds and valuables and so on. And typically, the leaders of the Kila, the local Jewish elected leaders, would refuse. They would be shot on the spot. The Nazis would then turn to a second generation, like vice presidents and treasurers, and put the same demands to them. If they refused, they would also be shot. And at some point, they would eventually get a local Jewish leadership, which they called the Judenrat, or the Jewish Council. And the Jewish Council ended up becoming kind of like the go-between of the Nazi demands on the Jewish population, right up until the ultimate destruction of the ghetto itself. Some of those Judenrat leaders were really quite heroic in their attempts to protect the Jews. Adam Cherniak, who is shown here, who was the leader of the Judenrat in Warsaw, he left behind a diary in which he meticulously related the weather and a lot of his personal concerns. He was very worried about the fate of his son, who was missing, and so on. But he describes in excruciating detail the slowly compressing fist that the Nazis held around the Jewish population, and the way in which he tried to appease them without inflicting too much harm on the people as a whole. Ultimately, by 1942, when it was clear that the Nazis intended to destroy the entire population, he committed suicide by swallowing cyanide. Other Judenrat leaders, such as Chaim Rumkowski, however, were widely regarded by the Jewish population as villains who sought to aggrandize themselves on the cost of the suffering of the larger population. Here is some currency printed in the Litzmannstadt ghetto by Rumkowski himself, which portrayed him as some kind of like redemptionist, messianic-like figure. It was frequently derided in the local population as King Chaim for the way in which he lorded over the population. And it seems that the Nazis had not clearly articulated what they even wanted to do with these ghettos. In some places, like in Łódź, which was run by Rumkowski, it seemed that the model was productionist, meaning there was a purpose for having the Jews in these ghettos that was somehow related to their utility for the war effort. And Łódź was a major textile center, and Jews there were put to work creating, uniforms for Nazi soldiers and linings and things like that. And so having a work permit was essentially a lifeline for the Jews of Łódź, and somehow the ghetto sort of made sense as a type of center for slave labor. On the other hand, other ghettos like Warsaw, where Adam Cherniak was active, seemed to be attritionist in nature, meaning the whole point of the ghetto was simply to have the Jews starve to death, and very few provisions were provided to them, and the Jews were reduced to either dying of starvation or of typhus or of being shot, particularly children, for attempting to smuggle in goods from outside the walls. Order was maintained, or a semblance of order was maintained in the ghetto by the so-called Jewish police, who were set up by the Judenrat and were hated by the local population for their enforcement of Nazi objectives. There's a tremendous amount to say about the nature of life in the ghettos, which extended from the beginning of the war in 1939 through the dissolution of the ghettos in 1942. The primary characteristic of the ghetto experience was that of starvation and privation and mass death. But there were also some heroic internal activities, such as in Warsaw, the creation of underground medical schools and theatrical performances and lending libraries. Really an incredible array of activity that the Jews engaged in the ghetto to try and return the semblance of normalcy to their existence, even under these unimaginable conditions. There was also, unfortunately, a very active black market and even activities like nightclubs and so on. A tremendous amount of gambling, prostitution, and organized crime happening in the ghetto as certain individuals took advantage of the suffering of the population as a whole. Ultimately, nothing would matter because all of these ghettos, whether they were productionists, whether they were attritionists, whether they strove to meet the needs of the Nazis or the demands of the Nazis, I should say, or whether they tried to resist, they were all destined for destruction. There were notable episodes of resistance in the ghettos. Perhaps the most famous is that of the Warsaw Ghetto resistance. The uprising occurred in April of 1943. Just by that date, however, you get a sense of the fact that the resistance happened really quite late. The ghetto was largely emptied of its Jews in the summer of 1942, and it was only a small remnant that chose to heroically, albeit symbolically, fight against the Nazis. On the other hand, there are other ways of looking at resistance in the ghetto that affirmed life without necessarily taking up arms against the Nazis. One great example of that is the spiritual resistance that was organized by Rabbi Kalmas Shapiro, shown here, known as the Eish Kodesh, a rabbi who continued to be active throughout the entire period in Warsaw, organizing clandestine gatherings of Jews to hear Hasidic philosophy and giving Jews strength under these unimaginable conditions. In 1942, however, the Nazis moved to a new phase of the murder process, which will involve the death camps. And it is to that we will turn next in this series. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Welcome to another lecture in the Jewish History Lab series. We are now continuing our discussion of the Holocaust. These lectures are intended for educational purposes only. One of the historiographic challenges of studying the Holocaust is defining precisely what is it that we mean when we're speaking about the Holocaust. Are we talking about the overall period of persecution that the Jews suffered through, as well as other peoples, during the reign of terror of Adolf Hitler? That could easily take us back into the early 1930s. Or are we speaking about something more narrowly focused, like the persecutions that came along with the invasion of Poland in September 1939? That's also quite a reasonable possibility. But the Holocaust and World War II are overlapping and not identical phenomena. Coming to the core of the events which we associate with the Holocaust involve two major periods of Nazi activity: the period of the Einsatzgruppen and the period of the death camps. This is the era in which the Nazis enacted actual mass murders, as opposed to the horrific conditions that were endured by Jews during the period of the ghettos. So let us look at those two moments in particular. We recall that one of the prerequisites of the beginning of hostilities in September 1939 is the sealing of a non-aggression pact between the Soviet Union and the Third Reich, which allowed both Stalin and Hitler to invade Poland and the Baltic states and simply divide up the territory between them. That meant that a significant number of Jews found themselves inside the Soviet orbit between 1939 and 1941. I have a longer lecture on that topic specifically in a different series. See my YouTube channel on the Holocaust for a longer discussion of what happened there. But basically, Jews there, like the surrounding people, were subjected to rapid communization, collectivization of farms, arrest of intelligentsia, and so on. The Holocaust per se really begins, in my humble opinion, with the end of that Soviet period on June 22nd, 1941, with the launch of Operation Barbarossa, which was the Third Reich's double crossing of the Soviet Union, abrogating that non-aggression pact as Hitler surprised Stalin with a massive, rapid advance into Soviet territory. Now, why that is specifically connected to the Holocaust is because behind the Wehrmacht troops, behind the regular army that were sent in to defeat the Soviet Union, Hitler sent 4 mobile killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. As you can see in this map here, these 4 squads spread out throughout the territory that they conquered in the Soviet Union, and their task was not to prosecute the war against the Soviets, but to prosecute Hitler's war against the Jews. They would go into the local villages known as Städtlach, little Jewish townlets that dotted the countryside, round up the local Jewish population along with other enemies of Hitler, such as communist leaders. The Einsatzgruppen would march these Jews and others out to local ravines. If there were no dry riverbeds in the vicinity, they would have the Jews dig their own graves, and then they would simply shoot them by firing squad. This is sometimes called the Holocaust by bullets, because it represented a remarkably large number of casualties, civilian casualties of the war. Estimates range from 1.5 to 2.5 million Jews were killed during this process. And here you can see a map from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum that gives you a sense of the scope of the townlets that were attacked in this nature. Kiev, which was not a town but rather a large city, had one of the largest of these mass killings. 33,000 Jews killed in the space of 2 days. The ravine called Babi Yar was used for a much larger number of Ukrainians and other opponents of the Third Reich for coming months. The so-called Holocaust by bullets, however, proved to be a very inefficient and psychologically a very taxing form of mass murder. So the Nazis looked to a new way to rid themselves of their Jewish problem, so to speak. This was discussed at an important conference that took place at a resort at Wannsee on January 20th, 1942. Note the rather late date. The war began in 1939, Operation Barbarossa, which represents the first mass killings of Jews. The only thing that comes close to it before that would have been Kristallnacht in 1938, which had about 260 Jews killed. Now we're talking about hundreds of thousands, even millions of Jews killed in Barbarossa. But that was not fast enough, and it proved to be too hard on the psychological makeup of the soldiers who were engaged in these killing squads. So at Wannsee, this conference, which was chaired by Adolf Eichmann, shown here, they drew up a list of all of the Jews in Europe, a terrifying list, in my humble opinion, perhaps the most terrifying document that survived the German archives of the period. And you can see from this list of countries that it included countries that had not yet even been conquered by Germany, such as, for example, the United Kingdom, and it included even 200 Jews living in Albania, giving you a sense of just how determined the Nazis were to hunt down every last Jew of Europe. They counted up 11 million Jews, and from the Wannsee conference, it appeared that they intended to massacre all of them. The means to be used was gas poisoning, which they had already been experimenting with for some time. Chelmno was one of the regions where a gas chamber was constructed in order to see if they could scale this up. And in fact, the Nazis committed themselves to do so at that Wannsee conference. Here is a map that shows you the 6 so-called extermination camps. I personally don't like that term. The German term was Vernichtungslager, which means make into nothing camps, or destruction camps, or perhaps most simply death camps. These 6 death camps, Chelmno, Treblinka, Sobibor, Majdanek, Belzec, and Auschwitz, were situated in and around the Generalgouvernement, which still had a very large concentration of Jews in the ghettos that we discussed in the previous video. And they were very different in terms of camps from the concentration camps, which Hitler had set up from the early 1930s. Unlike the concentration camps, which held largely non-Jews, particularly in the early period, they're political enemies of Hitler, the concentration camps were horrific, awful places with a significant death rate of people dying from things like starvation and abuse, but they were nothing like the death camps. The death camps were intended primarily for the purpose of creating death. They were factories of death. Many of them had satellite camps that were used for slave labor, but it only represented a very small proportion of the Jews who were interned in these death camps. Here you get a sense of the process of the deportations from all around Europe, including regions that were conquered nearly at the very end of the war, when it was clear that Nazis were going to lose World War II. Places like northern Italy and Hungary, Jews were deported there in a last-ditch attempt to murder as many Jews as possible. What was the process? Jews were rounded up and placed on cattle cars, some 6,000 a day leaving Warsaw. And then when they disembarked, often after a terrifying and horrific long journey from places as far away as Paris, where many of whom had died actually en route, they disembarked and they were subject to selection, where those small numbers of Jews who were deemed to be healthy enough to work in the slave labor camp were isolated and sent away to those satellite camps. The vast majority of the rest of Jews were shorn of anything that could possibly be of value on their persons, not only their personal belongings, but also their prosthetic limbs, eyeglasses, gold teeth, even their hair was taken from them. And then they were sent to these gas chambers where they were made to think they were being sent to be deloused, to have lice removed from their bodies. It was very common in many of these camps that even the Americans later would use DDT to try and remove lice from troops and from prisoners. But in reality, the gas that was used was Zyklon B, a rat poison that was poured in typically through the roof, and then Jews were exposed to it and died within 20 or 30 minutes of horrible asphyxiation. Then bodies were sent to crematoria in an attempt to get rid of the huge number of corpses, perhaps 1,500 a day in Auschwitz that would pile up. The crematoria, however, were very inefficient, and frequently the bodies simply had to be burned out in open air. Those small number of Jews who were sent for slave labor were sent to live in barracks and labor under unimaginable conditions. The vast majority of them died within a very short period of time because they were considered disposable. But those Jews who survived the Holocaust in these camps were typically the Jews who were not immediately processed for gassing, but rather managed to live because they were sent for slave labor. Other Jews were selected. Genetic experiments were conducted on children in particular. If they found a small number of emaciated Jews who had just barely survived the war. This is one of the most horrific chapters in Jewish history, perhaps in world history. Thank you very much for watching.
Fuck was this?
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Welcome to another lecture in the Jewish History Lab series. We are now continuing our discussion of the Holocaust. These lectures are intended for educational
Jude, how you
purposes
living,
only.
pimp? Jude. Jude, how are you?
Yeah, I kept on getting text messages today just telling me to finish my McDonald's. application, and it got really annoying that I actually ended up finishing my McDonald's application because I don't want to get text messages.
Good job, man. Dude, I was reading, this was interesting, on the McDonald's subreddit. Again, I don't eat there, but I do find the company to be part of Americana, and thus I follow it pretty closely as to, like, I don't know, I like the drama of, like, what goes on there. And you learn a lot about corporate America from that subreddit and the Walmart subreddit and, like, these large company subreddits. All right, so on the McDonald's employees one, there was a guy who was like 34 years old working in Australia at McDonald's and said that they loved it. And they couldn't believe how much they loved it. They said, some of it's mindless, but some of it's really relaxing. And then somebody else came in from from Australia who also said that they loved it. And I just thought, if these guys are like 34 loving it, then that's something that, you know, Zoop probably could do and probably would enjoy it too. I'm not guaranteeing it, but all right. So good job.
How long have they been working?
One of them was a year, and the other one I think was 2 years. So that was just something that I thought was interesting. All right, big dog. Are you ready?
To lose at Dungeon Tale? Yeah.
Dungeon. Unless you want to read. Do you want to read Dungeon Tales?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
you send me an invitation then.
Okay. It's the one we play the least.
Yeah, that's probably true.
I mean, we played Match once with the least, and then we enjoyed that.
We love that game.
And this is not an invitation.
All right, big dog.
Okay. Now, I think we are going to go for
3 seconds.
the Dreaming Seas.
All right.
Who are you picking?
Wizard. Greed.
First one.
No.
Spend a week at the sea since you found up a phone shop. Office trading company, Black Guys Loan with lightning strikes for water. Batten down the hatches.
Okay. With the weather this bad, your group rushes to secure the hatches. What do we do?
We're good.
Yeah, you got to read faster though.
Pirates suddenly appear on the decks, startling everyone. Captain yells, engage. Okay. Oh, yeah. That's good. That's also good. Sort of silhouetted by lightning strikes.
Silhouetted.
Silhouetted by lightning strikes. A massive gallon crashes alongside your ship. Dozens of pirates toss grapple lines into your ship. Prepare for battle. Cast breakwater.
Oh yeah, we got it.
You're not reading. You feel gills.
The sea darkens in your eyes when you awake. You are in a tall shape of Kraken's head, wreckage, and dead sailors bit of the beach. Search for survivors. Loot the bodies. Loot the bodies. Okay, that's good. You find the ship captain's clutching a map in one hand and is barely alive. Lying on the ground, run through with arrows, is the captain hold. Okay, we can't do anything with the captain. The captain crosses up blood, finds the sea worse Blair, and you're right. You're lost to the northwestern sky is a huge smoking mountain top. To the northeast, a dense jungle. Did we go to the volcano or climb the jungle?
Jungle.
Last time we went to the volcano, we got fucked.
Right.
Last time we chose the volcano, we got fucked.
Right. You're not reading.
After a little bit, walking through,
You need to
you
read faster.
advanced towards the huts, but you see no one suddenly. Suddenly, glimpse rather with the men surround you. Do we challenge the leader or intimidate with standoff?
Challenge him, dog.
Let's go challenge the leader. The warrior challenge is the biggest lizardman. The lizardman is impressed by your brave bravado. Suddenly, a monstrous roar comes from out of the gigantic front. There appears the wizard terror. Okay, let's do. That's really good. Oh fuck! The wizard just fucked me. Oh shit! The wizard. Oh, I missed. Oh, he targeted me. Oh, you're dead. You think I can win?
It'll be interesting.
Oh, fuck. Hold on. Are you dead now?
Oh yeah, I'm dead.
Oh, no, you're back.
I came
Just
back.
tracking fire blows against the beak. Didn't get nuts. The lizardmen show you the hidden path behind the jungle to the pirate queen's citadel. She commands a huge fleet of ships. Sneak around the ship, cause a distraction. Sneak around the ship.
You got it.
You're not in good health. But you're a one-hit kill right now.
All right.
You make it into the deck and cover shadows as the game to set out. The voice calls to you. From the captain's quarters, Hila, the pirate, try to take her ship. She draws a sword. Oh, fuck. That's not good.
That's not good at all. That's not good.
This pirate queen's a hoe.
That. What?
This pirate queen is a hoe.
Someone's monster's dragging them to target the castle first. What does that do?
Fail.
Oh, fuck.
Backstab.
I'm dead.
It's over.
I kind of bring touch you to ribbons. First player.
That game's awful.
We're gonna win. We need Riser.
Can you play with that many people?
You can play with up to 5 people.
Did you know that you have an invitation?
Do you know that we're gonna choose the same much monsters and it's gonna be boring as fuck?
What'd you say?
We keep on choosing the same monsters.
That's okay.
To be fair, they are the best monsters.
I think so.
So I rode to my best friend's house today,
Okay. Are you excited?
and I went to my best friend's house today, okay? And there was a girl there that I actually been on a date with before, met her through me.
Ben.
So he met her through me,
Okay.
and she's staying there. And then she was like telling, she's there because she's like got nowhere else to go. She's diagnosed ADHD, diagnosed autistic, diagnosed BPD. But
What's
I
BPD?
feel like
Oh, I know.
borderline personality disorder. But I feel like she's in a situation where she's being medicated and told she has all these things because she has nothing. She has no other options.
Just like
I
you.
don't- Like she's been told that she has all these things, but in reality, I met her 7 years ago, maybe 7 years ago, maybe less. Yes, 7 to 6 years ago, and I'm telling you right now, she was completely normal.
There you go. Just like you, son.
But she was like she just seemed like medicated and just not with it, and like she didn't like interact with me much, like, and like it wasn't like a normal conversation, and like I was like, are you like just going off this, like, are you just acting like this because you've been told that your behavior is like this and now you can get away with it?
Just like you, Zoo. You met someone who's got the same issue that you do.
Yeah. And then it hit me all at once, right? It hit me. I don't think either of us have the issue. I feel like we've been told we have these issues and we're acting out because it's an excuse to solve it. We're looking for excuses to solve the
Preci- Precisely. You're exactly right. I'm glad you figured this out. I really am.
Unfortunately, she's heavily medicated and she can't figure it out, and she's just doing everything that she's told to do.
That is unfortunate, son. If you could only pick one match monster to. Dude, I just asked you a question. Usually, when people ask others questions, they expect an answer.
Sorry, Talisk.
Yeah, that's the correct answer. But you should have just said the green one.
Well, the green one evolve would be better.
Yeah, but you know what I mean.
So you don't trust psychiatry?
I didn't say that, but I don't really have that much confidence in modern medicine in a lot of ways. I think it's about profit and it's not about curing. Dude, what do I do? I mean, just in the United States, so long as the American Cancer Society has like is worth billions of dollars, they don't want to find a cure for cancer. I think it's really unfortunate. It's a dirty game.
Yeah. Here's the thing. It would be impossible to cure autism if you just tell everyone who's on the autistic spectrum to enable their autistic traits and try to make it socially acceptable to have these traits that aren't deemed normal, which is like, what the fuck? Like, that's just like contradicting. It's like one of the, like, it's so weird. You get what I'm saying?
I don't know what autism is, so not really.
I don't think anyone fucking does. I don't even think the people who study it really know what the fuck it is.
Good. I'm glad I'm not alone.
When tell me I have it, I don't know what the fuck it is. So.
Yeah, dog, they kind of just tell you that to get you out of their office.
What do you mean?
I mean, like, if you went to them, they basically, everyone who comes into their office, they either tell them they have autism or they don't have autism. They don't say, well,
Yeah.
you might have something different, because they don't have that. The second that in their medical journals there's something new, let's call it super autism, then they'll be like, oh, everybody's got super autism. They're just being told what they're being fed.
think I want to have cerebral autism. Yeah, that's not.
I know you would, but no, seriously, they popular they popularized autism in the 1980s with the movie, at least in the United States, Rain Man, and they made it seem not that bad because it's like, okay, well, you get these like, superpowers, like you can count toothpicks and count cards, and in reality, those it's like a really bad life. I mean, you have like a lot of social issues, but
I mean, that's not autism. That's a Down syndrome.
which is like a form of autism.
Not everyone with Down syndrome has autism.
No, I didn't say that they do.
I don't even think Rain Man had autism.
We'll have to look that one up.
No, he did by their standards, but I don't think he had autism.
Look, I can just tell you this. I'm a little bit older than you are, and I never met anybody with autism. My parents never met anybody with autism. My grandparents never met anybody with autism. This is like a new thing. Now, I know the argument is, well, it wasn't being diagnosed or whatever. Okay, that's fine. But why is it that in the year 1980, 1 in 15,000 people were diagnosed with autism, and in the year 2025, 1 in 15 people are diagnosed with autism? What changed? I mean, I'm telling you, if my grandparents would have been like, you are going to meet people in your life who have this disorder, and it's like 1 in 15 people. Fuck no. It's like they would say like, you'll meet people with special needs in the world, and you have to treat them with respect. But that was people with like Down syndrome and people who had like multiple sclerosis and uh, that kind of stuff. I mean, it wasn't like there's this boogeyman disease that's out there, and then people use it as such an excuse. I hear it. I bet I hear it more than anybody. Maybe aside from like maybe a teacher or something in a school, because people will say, I mean, you do it, where people will be like, they'll do something rude, and I will call them on their shit, and then they'll be like, oh, it's my autism. And then I'm supposed to feel bad for that. No, dog, you were just an asshole. And you just want to blame your actions on some, like, I don't want to say it's fake and made up, but there's a spectrum of it. But just like there's a spectrum of everything, there's a spectrum of sexuality, there's a spectrum of intelligence.
I say some horrible shit, but that's Tourette's. That's not autism.
Right, exactly. Now, and I get that. When I first met you, but I'm going to tell you this, dude. I'd interacted with you for like regularly for like 3 months, and I did not know that you had Tourette's. It was pretty well hidden. And then the one day you said something, and I'm like, dude, what the fuck? And you're like, I have Tourette's. And I'm like, no, you don't. We've been interacting with you for months, and we didn't have any type of those kind of outbreaks. And then at about like 2 weeks more of interacting with you, I said, you know what? I need to go back and reevaluate what I said, because it does seem like you do have something and that you can't control it. But you're right. You have Tourette's, not whatever they're saying like these people have, which is, it's just a lot of times people just want excuses for things. They want to feel special too. Like, hey, how can I get out of not working? in the world. Oh, okay. All I have to say is that I have this perhaps made up disease. It's not made up. There are people who have some issues, but some people do make it up. I mean, like, doctors, if you like, I mean, I think Reddit is like one of the best sites in the world because it gives you, I don't know, at least for me, I have the ability because I have the time to be able to learn about all different types of um, professions. And like you learn about like the medical profession and like the doctor subreddit and how drugs are pushed on these doctors to prescribe them and all of the little toys they give them and they give them their kit to their kids and all of the trips that they take if they prescribe a certain amount of medicine to people
So,
and
but that, that's what happened to me after I got the autism diagnosis first, right?
right.
And then I get the ADHD diagnosis. So I got told I have autism and shit. But my ADHD test, which got fucking distracted me because all I was thinking about that was that, which fucking distracted me where I couldn't fucking focus on the or my ADHD test or the fucking IQ test. Did poorly in the IQ test, but I know if I took the IQ test again now, I'd score really fucking high. But I was just distracted because I wasn't interested because I was thinking about the diagnosis and I was just like, what the fuck is going on here? And then I had the follow-up interview and I'm talking about like autism, ADHD, and she's telling me to take ADHD medication. It's like, have you thought about taking ADHD medication? And I'm just like, I really don't trust psychiatry because they're just trying to medicate me.
Yeah, I mean ADHD.
Now, she wasn't forcing me to take the medication, but she was recommending I did.
ADHD.
Yeah, I just wanted to say it. She didn't. It's my choice. I just want to say it's my choice to take the medication or not.
Right. I mean, it's just a way to give people legal speed, amphetamine salts, essentially. And the way that it works is that wealthy people who want to give this, and then their kids don't have to work as hard and they can focus better. And they are able to play sports better. And they're able to beat their peers and go to better colleges. And all they have to do is say that they have this. And there's not necessarily a negative connotation of having that. But it's like if you're poor, you don't have the money to be able to go to these doctors. And not just that, you could get at least in the United States, you can get the diagnosis, but it takes money to be able to get the drugs. And a lot of times the state won't pay for them because they're like mental health drugs and they're not like physical drugs. So you have to pay out of pocket, and then that means you can't pay for it. So if you're poor, at least in the United States, and you have the diagnosis, many times you're fucked. Additionally, you get into the issue where you get people who take it off label or they just get it from their friends. And I mean, that's where I first encountered it. I would be studying for finals, and one of my friends came in and was like, dude, we are studying our asses off. And there are these kids who are just like barely having to work because they have this pill. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And they're like, you don't know about it? And I'm like, no, because I didn't ever know anybody who had it. And then he's like, dude, we got to get our hands on this. And like, as soon as I took it, it was like, I fucking could work for like 25 hours straight. And it caused me to be really chatty. And then I looked into it, and it's legal speed. And then it was like, okay, well, if I need to do well in school, I need to get one of these prescriptions, so I need to BS some doctor to make him think that I have this. Whether I do or don't, I think everybody to some extent has it, and but nevertheless, I needed to be able to get it regularly so that I could do well in school. And it's not that I couldn't do well without it, but it just was like it made it fun. It made studying fun, and like I just would have all these books to read or all these papers to write, and I could just write them so much faster. And then I wasn't tired. I mean, it's literally legal speed. And when you learn about it, it's what Hitler gave to his troops as they were invading Russia. They were on all kinds of fucking amphetamines, and Hitler was on amphetamines. Like, amphetamines were really, really big at one point. And then you start to learn about, like, how they're used for jet pilots to stay awake, and you learn about how certain types were used at one point for diet pills in the United States, and they're no longer allowed to be sold that way because people would have like heart issues, and just like there's like this whole world of amphetamines that about which I did not know as a child because I didn't know anybody with these things. I went to religious school, and all of the parents were like very conservative, and nobody was uh, diagnosed with. I shouldn't say no one was diagnosed with these things. If they were, it was very quiet. Like we didn't know about it as students, and um, and then you would see it start to become a party drug, and people would take it so that they could drink longer and stay up later and do more things, and then it just exploded. It exploded from like 2010 to now, like the amount of diagnoses that they've had and um, different um, pharmaceuticals that have come out because like one goes generic, and when one goes generic in the United States, they come out with a bunch more so that they can continue to make money. It's just what happens. I get it, but it just made me realize that like back when I told a doctor that I needed it, it was like if I had never said anything to him, he would have never recommended it ever, not in a million years. But I recognized that the people around me were taking it, and in order to be able to compete, especially in high level academia, I needed to do the same, or I was going to get left behind. So that was kind of my journey with it, and then
do you think if you focus hard enough, and you weren't exposed to it and you weren't exposed to other people taking it, you could have done it yourself if you just got really, really interested into what you were studying?
Yeah, I remember in college, like there were times in college when I did really well. I overall did well, but it was like, okay, I could do it naturally and have no friends and just study the whole time, which is fine. And I did that for a little bit. Not really, I always had friends. But I was having to turn down friendships because I would be like, I want to study. And that would have been fine. And perhaps I would have had better grades. But again, my grades were still good. Or I could have had the time of my life, had tons of fun, hook up with tons of girls, have really popular friends, be the big man on campus, and um, utilize these pharmaceuticals. And I remember, I was thinking about this earlier today. I remember the moment that a friend of mine came in and they were like, "You're really smart." And I was like, "Well, I don't know about that." And they're like, "Do you want to go to graduate school?" And I said, "Yeah, potentially." And they're like, "Do you want to go to Harvard?" And I said, "Yeah, I think so." and they were like, "You could definitely, with your grades, you could definitely go." And it was just a thought in my mind that, um, this is an opportunity. And had I gone to Harvard, I don't know. I mean, I my life would have been different, but I would have had to take on a ton of debt and probably still not necessarily gotten a degree in anything that was perhaps useful, because at least in the United States, colleges don't prepare you for jobs. The things that prepared me for jobs were the workforce. And then when I got into the workforce, getting certifications, that's what really allowed me to make more money. It was definitely not a university degree. But in order to get the initial job, you need many times you need.
But if you went to Harvard, would you have been with Mark Zuckerberg, or is it a bit older than you?
We were friends on Facebook when he was at Harvard, so we were about the same age. But he was there for undergrad, and then uh, he did not go to graduate school. Um, I think he was a couple years older than I am. But I remember being on Facebook in its first year, and it was just a small website. I mean, it was nothing like it is today. And they had this outline of this guy. It wasn't even his face. It was just like a silhouette. And the silhouette of Mark Zuckerberg looked like my friend. It looked a lot like my friend. And so I looked up who started Facebook. And it was like, Mark Zuckerberg started it. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. I'm going to look this guy up on Facebook. And I did. And I was like, oh, he's like a real person. And I sent him a Facebook friend request, and he accepted it. And we were Facebook friends until, for like at least like 6 years or so, until Facebook, at least his Facebook, no longer allowed for private friendships because his page went to be a celebrity page, and then that kind of changed things. But yeah, I mean, we're the same age, and that would have been when he was there. Would have been when a lot of people were there. Now, again, that, what'd you say?
You could have worked on Facebook if you went to Harvard.
I had time to do that. The place where I wanted to work after graduation was Google. Google was the place where everybody wanted to work. And I worked as a contractor for some Google projects and learned that you make that you make more money working as a contractor for Google than Google. It's interesting. Google does not pay that well. I don't know if that came through Google.
Zuckerberg and Harvard got stock up.
Can you hear me?
Google don't pay that.
Can you?
Google doesn't pay stuff.
No, it doesn't. There's this idea that you work at Google so you can say you work at Google, and like I have neighbors who work at Google, and I've had friends who worked at Google, and it's this idea that you work there to be able to tell people that you work there.
Oh, I have a friend that worked for Google in Australia, in Sydney.
Yeah, it's an interesting place to work. Okay, Zoot. But all that being said, all these drugs fuel that industry. And I personally, I find, like, I had a friend of mine, he's from South Africa, and his dad's a doctor, and so he could easily get a prescription for things. And he wasn't himself when he didn't have his medication, and he was very lazy anyway. He ended up going to Cambridge, and he you could just see his mood swings with these things, and I just to me, I would rather have a more normalized life. I'm not saying I won't ever take it again, but at this point in my life, I don't need to.
I just got. Did you? So you went to the doctor, got diagnosed with ADHD, but you didn't even feel like you had it. You just wanted the drugs.
Right.
And I feel that's why. Okay, and I think I told you this before, but 2013 when the DS